defense. Turn it up. Whoa, let's cool it, you two.
Mom!
What if your body didn't have to hurt after being active? Introducing Stogo, the only apparel with adjustable medical-grade support designed to help you overcome injuries, minimize pain, and regain the confidence to get back out there. Stogo's supportive apparel is engineered with 90 feet of high-strength cables that reinforce the body and control dials that allow you to adjust the support. Stogo is trusted by professionals, world-class athletes, and weekend warriors who all want one thing: more activity and less pain. Learn more at Stogo.com.
No one's ever done this.
A walk-off touchdown.
I can't believe we're already here. Week 10 in the National Football League. The truth is out there, I believe, and Jeremy Fowler has the answers. Cowboys just looking for a positive sign here. They have such stars injured, nicked up at this part of the season. Let's give them some positive news, maybe. Starting with Micah Parsons.
Maybe. They're getting a little healthier. You got Micah Parsons with the ankle issue. He's been out about a month. He is hoping to play this weekend. No firm determination yet. Listed as questionable. Was limited during the week. But I was told from a source he is, quote, getting closer. He has been trending in the right direction. So they'll see how he feels over the weekend, make a determination. But if not this week, it should be very soon. So the defense, they need a major lift, and he plans to bring it. They've really struggled without him and his presence. CeeDee Lamb, he perked up quickly this week because he had that AC sprain, AC joint area on his shoulder. But on Monday, they went through tests. They were a little worried, but I'm told they came out really clean, so he was good to go. They felt at that point, as long as he had a good week of practice, he would play. Now he's off the injury report completely, and he's had some rhythm with Cooper Rush, who's expected to start. They've had some good games together, so they're hoping to jolt the offense. Speaking of Cooper Rush, he will get the start with Dak Prescott. He's expected to be placed on injured reserve. Will probably happen sometime today before 4 p.m. So the question now is, does he need surgery or not? I'm told they have to kind of let that hamstring heal. It's partially torn off the bone, so that's the issue. Like, he's going to miss probably at least 6 weeks. They're trying to figure out, can he come back at all this year, or do they just have surgery, shut it down, not looking great? So it's going to be Cooper Rush, maybe a little Trey Lance at some point as like a change of pace quarterback. Dak's hoping to play, but it's looking a little bleak right now.
Lance said this week, I've never been more confident in my ability to run this offense than I am right now. And that's coming from your Trey is in third string. 49ers have been hurt as well, but they're getting healthier lately. What's the latest on Christian McCaffrey?
The man is back.
Is he back?
We waited 10 weeks.
Back?
The Achilles strain, calf issue. But yeah, so Kyle Shanahan told reporters this week, as long as he gets on the plane and is good to go, doesn't hurt himself on the plane, he will play against the Bucs, make his season debut. Really the plan all along from what I'd been hearing in the weeks prior is to just get to the bye week, let him get that full week and a half of rest and practice in that combination, make sure he's good to go. He practiced in full on Friday, so he turned it up, feeling good. So they will get McCaffrey back. Then Deebo Samuel, he's a little bit more of a question mark going into the week with a rib and an oblique injury. Coming off the bye week, they are hopeful that he won't have any setbacks that can play, but he was limited all week in practice, so it still is a bit up in the air. But they're feeling good about getting whole again. This is a team that was sitting at 3-4 like they were in years past. They always make a second half run. Now they got McCaffrey, hoping to have Samuel.
Haven't seen him at full Voltron yet this season. We'll see if they can get to 2 straight wins for the first time this season. That's Jeremy Fowler with the insight on SportsCenter.
Surprise! That's what the Maryland football team got last night when they found out in real time that they are rocking these icy white beauties when they take on number 1 Oregon. Don't know if you know this, and why would you? Because they never talk about it or put it on anything, but they like their flag. And in this iteration, it has been reimagined to an iridescent blend of gold and red on the numbers, on the logos, on the Terp script, on the chest, on the helmet. Those are clean. You might not be able to out-Oregon, but Maryland certainly tried. They are not the only school who is putting a new twist on an old flag. Let's gear up now with Sam Macho.
November is for contenders, and this week on Gear Up, we're highlighting teams competing for the best uniforms of the year. With Veterans Day around the corner, 2 schools are honoring service members with special helmets. While Middle Tennessee is adding the American flag to its logo, Arizona State is paying tribute to Pat Tillman with their PT-42 helmets. Tillman, a former Sun Devil and true hero, left his NFL career to enlist in the Army after 9/11. Next, we'll check out what the Lakers will be wearing. Wait, not those Lakers. I'm talking about the Lakers of Mercyhurst. Located just off the shore of Lake Erie, Mercyhurst will be wearing their storm gray uniform, inspired by the lake's stormy waters. An anchor chain runs down the center of the helmet, while a shamrock appears on both sleeves and the pants to pay homage to the school's Irish roots and its sister school in Dublin. The Mercy Shield above the numbers on the back completes the look and showcases the school's history with its founders, the Sisters of Mercy.
Mahomes magic! If you're not entertained by that, you don't have a pulse.
Arrowhead isn't the only place you can find some Mahomes magic. You can find it at his alma mater too.
And I got a little surprise for y'all to show you how I believe in what y'all are doing here.
Texas Tech will be wearing their all-new Mahomes strategy uniform, which features Patrick Mahomes' signature gladiator logo on the chest and gloves. The dark gray ensemble includes a metallic film with galvanized finishes and power red accents on the helmet, sleeves, and numbers for a bold, battle-ready look.
Still to come on the program, Desmond Howard joining us live from the set of College Game Day. Why number 3 Georgia could be on upset alert on the road against number 16 Ole Miss, who are playing for their playoff lives. Meanwhile,
we have more tweets.
Patrick Mann, Randy Scott, I am so Randy for some Gary. Listen, I don't know what that means, but I'm interested.
I don't.
And I am intrigued, and now you have my attention.
I don't know if we want to encourage that.
You should elaborate.
It feels.
It's a free forum.
Here's the thing about having a first name that's actually an adjective, and I'm glad you asked. It's not the best.
Or is it? We need some clarity. Come on.
This is the mark of a fighter. A rich, full-flavored lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. A reward for those with a fighting spirit. You've earned this, so hold it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything, from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
Introducing Mando Whole Body Deodorant for pits, privates, and beyond. I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman, the inventor of whole body deodorant, like Mando. Mando controls odor for 72 hours, and before you say it, Mando works better than a shower with soap alone. Rather than covering up BO with heavy fragrance, Mando's unique formula stops odor before it starts by lowering the pH of your skin. That's my secret to better odor control everywhere. Mando's unlike anything you've ever tried before. Get over 30% off at shopmando.com.
Cough, cough, sneeze, sneeze. Achoo. Needs, plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Alka-Seltzer Plus, cold and flu. When speed is what you need, bounce back fast with Alka-Seltzer Plus. Also try the new chewable Fizzy Chews. No water needed.
This is a payday bar. It's got tons of peanuts and a caramel core that get the job done. So you can think of it as a tool to be kept here, or even here. But definitely not here. It's not a pencil, people. Payday. Get to it.
Walmart Black Friday deals are back, November 11th through the 17th. Score huge savings on this year's hottest gifts. For the deals you desire, get ready to shop Walmart Black Friday deals, November 11th through the 17th.
Welcome to the Credit Karmaverse. Here we monitor your finances and alert you to changes big and small so you can enjoy less stress and more peace of mind. Simply scan your screen to experience Intuit Credit Karma for yourself.
That grimy film on your teeth.
Dr. G?
It's actually the buildup of plaque bacteria, which can cause cavities.
Most toothpaste quit working in minutes, but Crespro Health's antibacterial fluoride protects all day.
It stops cavities before they start.
Crest.
TJ.
It's time to play offense. Turn it up. Whoa, let's cool it, you two.
Mom!
Faraway places, far away over.
Why choose a mobile network built for places you'll probably never be, instead of for where you are most of the time? Xfinity Mobile was designed for where you need it most.
The SEC on ABC. A high-stakes triple-header today. At noon, the Gators aim to upset the Longhorns in Austin.
Anybody can get anybody on any given Saturday.
Then at 3:30, the playoff push continues as Georgia battles Ole Miss.
Can Kiffin's offense have traction against Kirby Smart's defense?
And in primetime, Alabama and LSU collide in a pivotal showdown.
This feels like a possible elimination game.
The SEC on ABC, all day today, beginning at noon Eastern.
TJ. JJ.
Lateral races. Brutal.
TJ.
It's time to play offense. Turn it up. Whoa, let's cool it, you two.
Mom.
Precise designs, subtle curves, curated upgrades, elevated design for thoughtful living. Thuma.
It is home to the number 15 team in the country, and if you ask anyone in Baton Rouge, that is a sign of disrespect having the Tigers at 15. So for the 14th time, LSU will host the Game Day crew in a top 15 showdown. Famous cathedrals exist across the world. Italy has the Sistine Chapel. France has Notre Dame. Louisiana has Tiger Stadium, which turns 100 years young and has never looked better. And if you ask Desmond Howard, he says it is one of the most, if not the most, hostile places to play under the lights, and that is what Alabama is in store for, with playoff implications abound in this game. Des, fantastic to see you this morning. Let's get straight to it. It's your MVP, the matchup to watch, the vulnerable team, and the player to keep an eye on. Run it.
Hey, G, it's great to be in Baton Rouge for this matchup between number 11 Alabama and number 15 LSU, and that's my matchup of the day, baby. 7:30 Eastern Time on ABC. We're talking about both teams coming to this game 6-2, both with 2 losses, but LSU, they only have 1 loss in the conference. That guy right there, Jalen Milroe, ran for about 160 with 4 touchdowns last time these two teams met, but this defense has been revamped. They're hungry. They're excited. And I tell you what, they're 13-0 in night games in Death Valley. The Bayou Bengals are 13-0. The vulnerable team. So let's stay in the SEC. Georgia taking a trip to Oxford, number 3 team in the country. But that guy right there, Carson Beck's throwing a lot of interceptions. And when you think Ole Miss, you think Lane Kiffin, Jackson Dart, explosive offense. But their defense has been playing lights out. They lead the FBS with 42 sacks this season. I don't know, Georgia may be a little vulnerable, but the player to watch tonight, everybody, wide receiver Aaron Anderson. This brother's only about 5'8", 187 pounds, but he plays much bigger than his size. He's strong, he's quick. I spoke to the OC, Cortez Hankton. He said, Desmond, this guy has been probably our biggest surprise on offense, and because they're going to give so much attention to Kyron Lacey, he's the leading receiver for the Bayou Bengals. This is a game where Aaron Anderson can really shine tonight, and that is my MVP.
Hey, man, there's a reason they call it wide receiver U. The names, the numbers who have made their hay in Baton Rouge, and now you got another one tonight with playoff stakes, playoff implications, hopes and dreams. 7:30 p.m. Eastern, that's kickoff, but ahead of that, it's Desmond Howard and the Game Day crew, 9 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN. Des, much appreciated.
I just want to take a minute and thank all the veterans that have served our country and allowed us to have the freedoms that we have today. So appreciative of you and your families and the sacrifices that you have made. So I want to take this moment as the head football coach at Penn State and for our entire program, and thank you.
Dale Earnhardt's competitive drive became the stuff of legend. And even now, more than 20 years after his passing, the Intimidator's spirit reaches across the globe and even thousands of feet below the sea. His namesake and my dear friend, Dale Earnhardt Jr., explains how.
When fans talk about my dad, Dale Earnhardt, they mention his relentlessness, fearlessness, and aggression in the quest to win. They all know his nickname.
And the Intimidator. Dale Earnhardt will win the Daytona 500.
Dad was a proud man, and he'd be incredibly proud to know how he inspires a group of sailors protecting our freedoms. When the men and women of the newly commissioned USS New Jersey needed a team nickname for Section 3, only one name met their standard.
Section 3 on board USS New Jersey is called the Intimidators, and we live by these 3 tenets. Drive fast and turn both directions like Watkins Glen. Know absolutely everything about your opponents. Constantly improve and be a master at your craft.
That definitely sounds a lot like Dad. Thousands of Dad's fans remember him with elaborate tattoos. Trust me, I've seen all kinds, but until now, I've never seen them thousands of feet below the ocean's surface. Lastly, when people remember him at the racetrack, they tend to yell a distinct battle cry, and you can hear it echoing through the halls of this nuclear sub every single day.
We yell, raise hell! Raise hell!
Let's go.
Really, really cool. One thing
That's
I want
awesome.
to point out,
okay.
You don't see any Army subs. I also want to say, we were given the opportunity, there was a chance that we were going to get a chance to go on a cruise with them, and I don't know that we would have survived it. That is a tough group of people.
We were over the weight limit, is what Randy's trying to say.
Size limit as well.
Plans are in the works for Dale Sr.'s oldest son, Kerry Earnhardt, to go down to Norfolk to meet with the third group and other members of the USS New Jersey later this year. That is awesome. Still to come on the program. Not awesome if you're Sixers fans. Their struggles without JoJo continue. Plus, you have to hear what Yanni Vowell said after the Bucks blowout loss to the Knicks. Also next, it's a bad day for someone on the not top touchscreen.
My man just stepped straight on the football, not with one foot, both feet.
And what does that then look like?
What?
A dunce hat.
Marco Polo through the tarp. Follow my voice. Follow my voice.
Watch out!
Yes.
POV.
We don't necessarily know who this child is.
Eyes up here, please.
Sure.
Okay, because we got a lot going on.
Back of the head. Back of the head.
Way too funny. We can only assume, right?
Car, this isn't the way home.
That's right, James. It isn't.
Car, where are we going?
We're here.
The future isn't scary. Not investing in it is.
Car, were you in on this? Nothing gets by you, James.
NASDAQ 100 Innovators, one ETF. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
With Straight Talk's real unlimited data, say yes a lot more.
Can we call Grandma? Yes.
Yes to unlimited video calling.
Oh, hi, sweetie.
Hi, this sweater would look so
Yes to unlimited gifting.
Yes.
With Straight Talk, say yes to unlimited holiday moments.
No.
Let the yes-tivities begin.
Yes.
Get a free phone with plan activation on America's most reliable 5G network. Straight Talk, real unlimited data.
When Emerson asked me to tell the story of their Black Barrel whiskey, they left out the bit where I can't actually tell it. Its secrets aren't even written down, just stored in the minds of those who know. Maybe they select distinct batches. I can't tell you which. And expertly blend them to create smooth notes of toasted oak, caramel, and vanilla spice. I can't tell you how. Well, I can tell you this. It's the greatest whiskey I ever drank and the greatest story I never did tell.
You got this, buddy. You got it.
During an asthma attack, every second feels like an eternity. Primatene Mist works fast. It's clinically shown to open airways quickly. Get the #1 FDA-approved over-the-counter asthma inhaler, Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again.
Who are you?
Daddy.
Sugar. Metro PD's golden boy.
You can call me Detective Alex Cross. Do you think?
Merry Christmas.
It's that moment.
It's a gift.
You just got me!
When a wish becomes true.
A present? For me?
A person feels seen.
I just thought, God forbid, something happens to that one.
I knew you would like that. That's your color.
And to be seen is to be loved.
Thanks, Mom.
Give the gifts that show you get them. Welcome to your Walmart.
No peeking.
Okay.
Open.
Over 600,000 USPS employees working in sync to ensure everything sent on its holiday ride ends with a moment of joy. The United States Postal Service.
You were gone forever.
It was 3 days. There are other people out there. It's my job to reconnect us all. You might want to hold on.
Can I get a chee-hoo?
This is serious.
Is something distracting you? Disney's Moana 2, rated PG, only Peters.
30 teams in 6 groups. 8 advance, but only 4 get to play in Vegas. And just 1 will be champion. The Emirates NBA Cup, Friday on ESPN.
Top 10 teams make their playoff push. First, the undefeated Hurricanes take on the Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, that's how I get
Then,
down.
unbeaten BYU faces their rival Utah. Today at noon and 10:15 p.m. Eastern on ESPN.
Gary and Randy back with you.
Somebody.
Yeah, we're here at the Now Top Touchscreen. We got some action. We got Northern Illinois.
A lot of directionals going on right now. That can only mean one thing.
Taking on the Broncos of Western Michigan. 4th and 6. We're in the first quarter. It's a one-score game.
I have not seen this, so I am in store for a treat.
Don't blink. Snap back to the punter, Ryan Milmore. And from the jump, he's airing this out. There was never a thought. Ball is in the air.
Bit of a tight spin, though.
Ball's in the air.
Bit
We're
of a
coming
tight
through.
spin.
He's targeting this. This is the only option.
Yes.
And there was never a doubt that this ball was
that.
in the air. How many defenders do you see, Gary? How many defenders? I got there.
There should be 11 by rule.
You know there's one back here getting ready to catch a punt.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So it's not a matter of if it gets intercepted.
From a defender to an offender?
It's not a matter of if it gets intercepted. It's who's going to do it.
That's bad news.
Because he's coming up. He would have absolutely brought the bricks. Instead, it's this guy. Okay. He's got it. Coming back the other way because your intended receiver, where is he? Where's he?
And now they got numbers.
They
now
do.
There's,
They got
now
a
there's
whole
6
caravan.
Huskies.
Yes. Coming to your sideline.
Okay. That's a husky.
One of the Come on. One of the blockers early on is going to come and try to make a tackle. Our guy right here.
What's about to happen?
Coming through.
He's about to see out of his ear hole.
Keep an eye on his helmet. Actually, you can't see out of his ear hole because he's been relieved of his helmet. And then how do you make a bad play worse? I keep an eye on 87.
Okay.
Look at 87 right here. We're out of bounds.
Is he cocking back with a fist right now? Is that what I'm seeing?
No, it's not a punch, but we are well out of bounds, right?
Okay,
There's a white line, black turf. We're just going to tack 15 on.
Okay.
Referee comes in, got that in the air.
Understood.
Poor Ryan Milmore, all he wanted was his moment. Just wanted to air it out.
And guess what? He's getting his moment.
Just
right here on SportsCenter.
Not in the way that
Not Top Touch. Your dreams could be lived out as well on this on this gigantic iPad we have in studio. If you mess something up.
This is SportsCenter AM.
This is SportsCenter. He remains Gary Streisky. I'm Randy Scott. Here for the next hour. Plenty of college football to cover.
We're on a football field right now. artificial turf. Tim Tebow joining the program from Oxford. How Jackson Dart can lead number 16 Ole Miss to a win over number 3 Georgia.
We could bask in the glow of your friendship. Also, Kirk Herbstreit joining us live from College Game Day in Baton Rouge. How Garrett Nussmeier and LSU can bounce back from that tough loss to Texas A&M.
Gotta stop calling him Garrett Nussmeier.
I wish you
Bama, LSU, prepare to face off. We will take you inside the locker room to get these teams motivated. You do not want to miss this week's Fire 'em Up.
Out of the gates, though, we're going to keep an eye on your Saturday slate and start with Florida heading to Austin, facing 5th-ranked Texas. That's at noon Eastern on ABC. Longhorns leading the FBS in total defense. They're second in scoring defense. They're also one of 4 schools to face Florida multiple times and not lose. Undefeated. Never lost. 3rd-ranked Georgia heading to 16th-ranked Ole Miss. That's at 3:30 Eastern. It's on ABC. Georgia has that one loss this season against Alabama, but the Dogs have won 52 straight games against every team not named Alabama. Can the Rebels extend that streak today? And speaking of Bama, 11th-ranked Tide visiting number 15 LSU, 7:30 Eastern on ABC. LSU a perfect 13-0 at home at night under Brian Kelly. That includes an overtime win against the Tide in 2022, but Bama's won 5 of its last 6 at Tiger Stadium at night. We have 5 FBS teams looking to remain undefeated going into Week 11. 3 of them are hitting the road, though. Keep an eye on BYU. They visit Utah in a rivalry matchup. Army hasn't trailed a minute this season as it heads to North Texas, and Miami seeking to avenge last year's loss to Georgia Tech as it travels to Atlanta. And speaking of, this was the debacle at the end of regulation in this thing. 4th quarter, Canes are up 3. You see about 35 seconds left in this one. All you got to do is take a knee. All you got to do is boys to men this thing and go down on bended knee. Instead, Donald Chaney runs, fumbles. Here comes the rambling wreck. 10 seconds left, 2nd and 10. You're at the Miami 44, and it's Haynes King. Just extend the play. Just growing sideways, Noah Khan style, moving laterally and airing it out to Christian Leary, 44 yards. And that is how Mario Cristobal's clock management or mismanagement became a storyline and a punchline in the ACC. Major ACC showdown, rematch. We need EJ Manuel with us. So it was Haynes King and Tech stunning Miami after that late Canes fumble. King is a maybe to play this time around. Where could Georgia Tech, though, be dangerous again in this matchup?
What's up, Randy? Good morning. Well, it's going to start in the run game for this Georgia Tech team. And whether it's Haynes King or whether it's the backup Zach Pyron playing in this football game, it's going to be a heavy dose of run. Now, a lot of people have been banging on Miami saying, well, they can't stop the run. Well, they've done a good job. Last week against Duke at home, they did slow down them. Didn't give up over 100 yards rushing, but it's going to be the explosive runs, Randy, because, again, right here, this clip, Virginia Tech, Bashal Tootin, their running back was able to go for over 200 yards. So it's going to be extremely important for Miami's front 7 to lock in on these rush lanes and make sure they corral these quarterbacks no matter which one plays.
So major playoff implications potentially for Miami in that one, to be sure. Likewise for Bama at LSU, if you had to pick a team that's more vulnerable today, who is it?
It's the Tigers at home, Randy. And the reason why, similar to what I said about Miami, it's also stopping the run. The last time you saw LSU play against Texas A&M, they were somewhat surprised with Marcel Reed's interest in that ball game from Texas A&M. But again, they gave up over 200 yards on the ground. Then you look at Alabama against Mizzou, they rushed for also 200 yards on the ground. And even last year in that matchup, Randy, where quarterback Jalen Milroe of Alabama, he rushed for 155 yards. So I'm expecting a big, big night. It's going to be loud. Boosie's going to be there. It's going to be crazy. But the main thing, if LSU wants to have a chance in this one, you got to stop the run. That's the key.
All right, listen, thank goodness they don't have classes on Sundays at LSU early in the morning because an 8 a.m. class, thereabouts, always tough in college. For those who made it to office hours with Professor Manuel today, let's get to it. Who's in EJ's manual this morning?
Yeah, this week we're going with Georgia's quarterback, Carson Beck. And look, I was one of those people too, Randy. I took Chem 1 my freshman year at 8 a.m., and I hated it. I got out of that major, and I became a communications major. Yeah, it was crazy. Chem 1. But, again, Carson Beck is going to be in the manual today, and it's really 4 good plays, 2 that I would consider ones that he's going to have to fix, just his reads and his eyes. But the first one, you have concise footwork right here, which leads to a high level of accuracy. This is what we saw all year from Carson Beck last year. Throwing into windows, you got a cover 2 right here. Watch the release time, catch, set, throw. Boom, ball is out. And I also love where this ball is placed on the back shoulder of his receiver to where he can flip around and still make a catch and cover up his body to protect himself. Now, these plays coming up, These are the ugly ones. Cover your eyes, Georgia fans. But the good thing is you learn with a victory. You're going to have a pure progression here. Starting to your left, Carson Beck's going to look to his flat. Florida does a good job with their zone pressure right here. They drop that backside defensive end. So technically that flat route's taken away. Then you look at the corner, he's taken away. Look at the push in the pocket right here. This allows for Carson Beck to, one, not move up in the pocket. And look at all the droppers. I mean, there's nowhere to throw this football, Randy. You got guys right in your mug. You end up throwing an interception. That is something he cannot do against this Ole Miss team as they fire up the quarterback as well. Third play. Watch him do a good job of moving up in the pocket. Again, similar to the first play, this is somewhat of a zone match right here where Florida is covering up all the receivers. So just move up in the pocket and give me some positive yards. Let's move the chains and keep this drive going. And again, Ole Miss has sacked quarterbacks a whole lot this season. I actually think they've led the country. They had 8 sacks last weekend against Arkansas. Another big play right here, a good learning lesson. So I would have loved if there was more checkdowns built in here. You got a hollow read to your left. Just bang the tight end right there on the 30-yard marker. Just throw another or almost interception where that ball gets tipped. So it's going to be extremely key for Carson Beck to see the field clearly. But the main thing, you got to protect the football against this high-powered Ole Miss offense.
Protect the football, maybe protect the quarterback as well. Those two going hand in hand because Beck had those 3 picks, as you mentioned, on the 13 dropbacks where he was pressured in that game. We got more of this, man, coming up on The Huddle, 2 Eastern, EJ Manuel on ACC Network. Thank you, sir.
To the NBA, Randy and EJ, can the Sixers protect their pride? They haven't won since opening night. They are in La La Land taking on the Lakers. LeBron James coming off a 39-point performance in a loss Wednesday against Memphis. Guess who else is in the building? Your World Series champs, Freddie Freeman. He looks so good in Dodger blue, doesn't he?
Hey, man.
Anthony Davis back from a left heel contusion. He looks good. Leads the league in scoring with over 32 per. Gives the Lake Show a 1-point lead. A minute later, it's LeBron who, again, I'm going to beat this hammer until he turns 40. The man turns 40 in December. Gets the and one. Then it's Dalton Knecht, the rookie. Ooh, he misses, but Anthony Davis there to clean it up. AD at 22 points in the first half. He's the reason the Lakers started the season 3-0. They've lost 4 of 5, though. Austin Reeves. Randy wants to start calling him Austin Threeves. I don't think it works.
I think it absolutely
But if you guys think it works, let me know, because then I will take credit for coming up with the nickname. LeBron in traffic. It's in L.A., so what do you expect? Gives the Lakers a 73-64 lead, and then it's LeBron facilitating to D'Lo, who was really the purpose of J.J. Redick's ire after that Memphis loss, sort of calling him out without calling him out. D'Lo was 2 of 9 from three-point line. He said, listen, man, at this stage of my career, I don't have baggage. He flies light. And it was a nice bounce back from him. He hits the triple. Lakers go up 96-81 after 3, but it takes 4 quarters to make a buck. Let's get there. Lakers up 16. LeBron finding Jackson Hayes. Yuck. 102-84. The Lakers are up. And then it's 2 touchdowns and 2 PATs. LeBron going to get his. 3 of his 21, 12 boards, 13 assists. One of 4 players so far this season with multiple triple-doubles already. Lakers go on to win. They're back in the win column, 116-106.
All right, it takes 4 quarters to make a buck. The Bucks only half of that in the win column, 2-7. Taking on the Knicks. Madison Square Garden, Karl Anthony Towns screen right, Giannis Antetokounmpo screen left. Jalen Brunson going to get it to Towns. Towns will tell you he is one of, if not the best shooting big men in NBA history.
I mean, he's got the hardware for it.
That's his own slant on this. And Josh Hart finding Towns. Look at Bodega Cat. He's out there knocking down a triple. Okay. Brunson going to leave it for Karl Anthony Towns to the 10.
Ooh.
Karl, good to see you. That one over Brook Lopez. He was kind of on his hip, but that's fine. 32-11 for Cat. Hart going to find him again. And what do Lopez and the Subway have in common? Turnstiles.
Oh, I thought you were going to say like $5.
You can get right by him. Keep an eye on Giannis in the paint. Brunson getting it. That's a business decision, man. And Greek business is now 6 days a week.
What?
Yeah, they work 6 days a week.
Okay, I can understand why they're rioting then. Okay.
No big deal. But
I
27
support that.
Points in the first half for Karl Anthony Towns. His most in a half since joining New York. Early fourth quarter, Dame Dollar. Man, it's all about bucks and 4 quarters and all of it, but that's just nothing. There's nothing there. Nothing going right for the Bucks. He had 19 points, none on that triple. Milwaukee shot just 23% from distance as a team. Not a Brunson burner in this one. He only had the 15 points, but we'll take a little floater. And then OG Anunoby. I should have phrased that. Towns anyway, there for the rebound. Anunoby for the slam. 14 points for the OG. Giannis not pleased with the compete level here.
At the end of the day, coming in New York, playing the way we're playing, teams will not just give us games. Teams will not feel bad about ourselves, about us, and just don't compete. We have to come out with the mentality that we got to compete for every possession, one possession at a time, every ball, every loose ball. Whenever the ball is on the floor, we got to get our body on the floor and try to get that ball. Put our body on the line. We got to do a better job competing. We didn't compete at all. We played great last night. We came to New York, we lost by 30. We don't compete. Are we okay with not competing? I don't know. I'm not okay with that. So we got to do a better job competing. We got Boston in 2 days. You don't compete, you're going to lose by 30. Simple as that. As a leader of the team, your head can not be down. You can be frustrated at times, for sure. I'm frustrated. If you're not frustrated with losing, out of here. Simple as that.
One thing I'd like to point out from someone who's calling out not putting your body on the line or competing is the play where he got out of the way when Karl Anthony Towns came through and baptized.
That was a foregone conclusion, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
Cat wasn't going to be denied.
I guess the word "we" was being thrown around. It's been a struggle for the Bucks and Giannis here in the early going. The only team in the Eastern Conference with the worst record so far are the Sixers, who are 1-7. Milwaukee also hasn't had a ton of close games. 5 of their 7 losses have been by double digits.
Rich, coming from you lose like a peach.
I'm not cashing checks, man.
Tim Tebow joining the program on the other side of the break from Oxford. How Jackson Dart can lead number 16 Ole Miss to an upset win over number 3 Georgia. It would be Kiffin's statement win. Plus, Kirk Herbstreit joining us live from the set of GameDay. How Garrett Nussmeier and LSU couldn't pull off potentially the biggest win of their season. SportsCenter, rolling on.
At Balsam Hill, we're crafting joy early this year. For a limited time, save up to 40% off plus free shipping on our beautifully designed lifelike Christmas trees. Jumpstart the season and find your holiday spirit early this year at balsamhill.com.
The future is threatened by enemies often unseen.
Stay alert, Marine.
And unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical, because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
When you order Domino's online, we'll give you a free pizza to use for a future pizza emergency. So you'll have an emergency pizza. A free pizza when you need it most.
There you go. Thank you. Welcome. Enjoy.
Taking care of the things you love means keeping them from breaking down in the first place. Gas breaks down in as little as 30 days, gumming up fuel systems and causing poor engine performance. But for over 60 years, adding Stable to the tank has kept fuel fresh and engines running smoothly. The people that know, they'll tell you. When you store, start with Stable.
Why do NFL players choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
I like to sleep cool.
And I like to sleep even cooler.
And I really like it when we both get what we want.
Introducing the new Sleep Number Climate Cool smart bed. Sleep up to 15 degrees cooler on each side. Visit a Sleep Number store near you.
Davers and I are cousins. We used to be joined at the hip.
Critics are raving. Real Pain is a knockout.
I love him and I hate him.
It's one of the best films of the year.
Jeez, why did you do that?
You're like red.
You slapped me in the face.
A Real Pain. Rated R. Now playing in select theaters.
Giving.
You've got to give a little. Take a little.
Giving without expecting something in return. Giving that's possible through the power of Dell AI with Intel. So those who receive can find the joy of giving back.
That's the glory of love.
Say you're looking for the perfect present. Head to the perfect place. A place with gifts that light up a face as well as a room. Where it's easy to find the brands they'll love and the advice you trust. That place isn't a warehouse store. That place is your local Ace. Around the block, what you need in stock, with service so good it's guaranteed. This Christmas, get free assembly and delivery on your new grill at Ace.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
The Taco Bell Live Más Student Section is back in the game, and we're celebrating students all college football season. And it's time for every fan to play their role. So grab your signs, your rally towel, your face paint, and your phone to sign up for Taco Bell Rewards and vote for the top student section. The more you rep your team, the better your chances are to get a free Cantina Chicken Taco. Download the Taco Bell app and make your voice heard.
TJ. JJ.
Lateral races. Brutal.
TJ.
It's time to play offense. Turn it out. Whoa, let's cool it, you two.
Mom.
As if our life depends on it.
This is as good as it gets. This is college football. You've got to be kidding! What can't he do?
Now, the stakes get much higher.
Hey, stop me, even if they want it. It's go time, baby.
It is week 11. You see Garrett Nussmeier running out into Tiger Stadium underneath the lights. Is it that hard to play under the lights in Baton Rouge? I don't know. Let's ask Tim Tebow. You've done it. What is Alabama in store for later this evening, Tim?
Well, let's be honest, to really give context, it starts before the game starts. It starts when you pull up to the stadium, and you pull up to the stadium, and they're pushing your buses. You get out, and you're walking through, hugging your parents, and maybe things that are liquid are being thrown on you and on your coaches, and then you have to walk by Mike the Tiger, and he's roaring at you, and then you get changed, and you go out for warm-ups, and it's 3 generations side by side, all encouraging you in not the most encouraging way, and then you go take the field, and then the band starts playing, and it's crazy. It's also why it's one of my favorite places to play. And there's a reason that Brian Kelly is 13-0 at home at night. He doesn't have that same record everywhere else. He doesn't have that same record at other times. This place is a giant. It is so hard to go and win, but you know who's pretty good at doing it? Alabama. They know what it's like.
And Tim, in very Tim Tebow fashion, the people who are rocking his bus and throwing stuff at him, he would pick that up and throw it right back at them and then challenge every single one of them to a fist fight. He didn't do any of that. Tim, where you're at in Oxford, Georgia, in a bit of a tough spot. If Jackson Dart is going to get this win against the number 3 team in the country, how's he going to do it?
Well, I think it starts by up front. He's got to have the help up front. Listen, over the course of the last few years, they haven't had the Jimmies and the Joes up front to compete physically with Georgia. Now they're closer to competing with all the transfers. And what are the keys now? Find creative ways to get a running game going. I love how they did it against Arkansas. In a 4-man box because they were empty, they bring their tight end back in, and they have a QB inside zone to really a 4.5-man box. Hey, that's favor for the good guys. I love it. Inside, Jackson Dart's also 225. He's a good physical runner. When you get inside the red zone like that, that's where a quarterback's legs are key. And then you got to give him a little bit more time. I love the way they were able to pick up the pressure, all the different looks from Arkansas, the offensive line, and then the running backs chipping. Now Jackson has time and the opportunity. He's going 1 to 2. He's got time to step back up in the pocket, get to number 3 over the football, and then he's going to see 4 coming back into his vision, coming back to the quarterback. This is where he is elite. He has a lot of experience. He knows what the defense is giving him, and when he has time, he can absolutely make you pay, but that is really hard against Georgia. And then when you do get the one-on-one opportunities, you have to hit them. You don't get them a lot against Georgia, but when you do, you cannot miss it. I love the way Watkins is able to get the DB on his hip. Jackson puts it over the outside shoulder. That's a big play for the good guys, and when you get those opportunities, you cannot miss them. And then You got to let Lane be creative. And when the offensive line can protect you a little bit, he can do awesome things like this, a switch release. You think he's running a post, he gets a matchup on the safety. No, it's not. It's a post and go. And I love it. The outside receiver sits down. Jackson Dart sees this mismatch, and he puts it on the money. That's what happens when you give Lane time. When you give him a few Jimmys and Joes, a few big boys, you get the running game going. That's what Lane Kiffin can do to you.
And 600 yards and 5 touchdowns later, all of a sudden, Ole Miss in a position to play spoiler against those Dogs. Pressure everywhere for quarterbacks on both sides of that game. Also for Shedeur Sanders, quite literally in every single game. Do you believe, Tim, that he can help lead this Buffaloes team to 4 straight wins and play them into a possible Big 12 championship game?
Well, I believe that he can, but my biggest question is he's going to get the right support around him. Over the last 2 weeks, the offensive line in the running game has doubled what they were doing. But if they take a step back and they keep putting the pressure on him, there's just no way. It's just too much pressure week after week. He's getting hit over and over and over. He's having to make plays like this. And guess what? You just can't sustain that every single week. The last couple of weeks, they've been able to run the ball. They've been able to protect him. And look at what they've been able to do. It's been pure domination, but you have to be able to protect him. If not, it's just too much on his shoulders, even though he can carry the load.
And that's what you were saying is, you know, we need more Jimmys and we need more Joes, and you even say we need far fewer Randys. That's what you said. Remember when you said that? Tim Tebow at 10 a.m. Eastern, SEC Nation on SEC Network. Tim, thanks. Hey, Randy.
Yeah, no, like, he would never say that, but he was laughing way too hard. All right, Army taking on Duke. Coach K, an Army product, Army grad.
That's right.
He's there watching his old squad, and man, Tyrese Proctor lobbing it up for Cooper Flag from Maine, you said.
He is a Maine man.
A man from Maine, and we know that Maine is the only song by Noah Kahan that Noah Kahan listens to. So
that's
just,
right.
Just flag that.
All, just so you know.
Just flag that. Yeah, we celebrate the entirety of the catalog. That's flag from the corner, flag and 1, so 3 the hard way. His first half of his first collegiate game, 13 points, 10 rebounds. We got a double-double out of the gates for a man who's going to be in Durham, perhaps for a cup of coffee, should the NBA come calling. And early in the second half, Flag was suffering from muscle cramps. Again, what do we say? This is why we don't have muscles, right?
Because you can't cramp them if you don't have a muscle to cramp.
Cramp what you don't have. He finished with 13 points and 11 rebounds, 3 dimes, and 3 blocks, but that's fine. You got Con Knippel. So Noah Kahan, Con Knippel, man from Maine. It's all the connective tissue
Knippel,
of all of it.
Squeeze
he got to the rim. Well, it's time for a new perspective. Intersection's got a target. 15 points for Knippel. Duke cruising past Army 100-58.
He's a fabulous freshman, too. Still ahead, Kirk Herbstreit joining us live from the set of College Game Day. How Garrett Nussmeier and LSU can bounce back from a tough loss to Texas A&M.
Tebow really hurt.
We're suffering a tough loss this morning. Thanks, Jake. Randy Scott, Gary Stratsky never failed to disappoint. That's hurtful.
Whoa.
You see everything,
you know what,
Jake?
See, it's funny. If that hadn't come after the hurtful Tebow segment, I would be bruised.
Yeah.
Instead, you can't kill what's already dead. And I'm dead inside after that.
Unpack
well,
it.
I had my best friend Gary, one of my best friends.
Yeah.
I guess like a top 20 friend.
It is a top 20.
Betrayed me on national TV. So there's that.
This is a payday bar with tons of peanuts and caramel that get the job done, so you can think of it as a tool to hammer your hunger, cut your appetite in half, and demolish your urge for peanuts. Payday. Get to it. Also try chocolatey payday.
Still not confident about which used car to buy?
Nope.
Why not ask the most confident person you know?
My old high school coach.
This one's got talent, toughness, the will to win.
Let me coach you on this. Just say, show me the Carfax value. You'll get the most accurate price based on the vehicle's accident history. Look for me and stop overpaying. Shop at the all-new Carfax.com.
I've been warned by celebrities, athletes, and world leaders. But I've always felt most comfortable up here with the folks that made me who I am. I'm right at home, out here on the land. And I'm in my lane, on the shoulder of the interstate. Because this is where I come from. I've been showing up here for nearly 200 years, and I can't wait to see what's next.
Hats off to the future.
Nothing runs like a deer.
One of these lunches has a peanut lover's favorites. The other has a sunflower butter you packed for your son. You do your best to help them avoid food allergens, but accidents can still happen. Xolair is an FDA-approved injection proven to significantly reduce allergic reactions from accidental food exposures. Taken once or twice a month, it focuses on the source of food allergy reactions. For adults and children as young as 1, Xolair is effective in reducing allergic reactions to a single or multiple foods.
Don't use if you are allergic to Xolair. Xolair may cause a severe life-threatening allergic reaction called anaphylaxis. Tell your doctor if you ever had anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have trouble breathing or if you have swelling of your throat or tongue. Xolair should not be used for the emergency treatment of allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Xolair is for maintenance use to reduce allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis, while avoiding food allergens. Serious side effects such as cancer, fever, muscle aches and rash, parasitic infection, or heart and circulation problems have been reported.
Help reduce your child's food allergy reactions if an accident happens. Ask an allergist about Xolair.
You got the tickets?
Vivid Seats, the only ticket company in the game that rewards you for buying. From concerts to sports and everything in between. Vivid Seats, official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Wakey, wakey. Sunday morning football is back in Germany. And NFL Network has an NFC clash live from Allianz Arena in Munich.
Smith under pressure, gets sacked.
As the Giants square off against the Panthers. Set your alarms because this waits for no one. Rise, shine, football. Giants, Panthers, Sunday, only on NFL Network.
Boom! Hole in one! I win! Yes, you do.
Hey, hot guy, marry me.
Okay. To Men's Warehouse. Hold my bet.
Why pay too much for cable TV when it costs less for Fubo TV? Get all the channels you want with all the entertainment you love for the price that cable can't beat. Start watching at FuboTV.com.
I'm gonna give you this designer bag if you can prove to me that you know your finances.
Well, let's do it.
How many subscriptions do you have?
Probably just Netflix and Spotify.
All right, it's saying you have 13 subscriptions, which is costing you around $270 a month.
What? The app is telling you all of this?
It shows you all your expenses in one place, and it can even help you create a budget, which I think you need.
Coming for me, but okay.
Don't worry about those 13 subscriptions you didn't know you had. You can cancel the ones you don't want right through the app, and it can even help you try and get a refund.
Hi, I'm Lane Kiffin, head football coach of the Ole Miss Rebels. Myself, our staff, and all of our players, we want to say thank you for all that you do for our country. Happy Veterans Day.
There's no creatine needed for this particular flex. That's because we have Liz Loza here doing the heavy lifting ahead of some fantasy players you need to get in your lineup ahead of Week 10. Pittsburgh, they have a new pass catcher, Liz, but you're saying there's an actual Steelers runner who needs to be considered. What you got?
Yeah, Gary, I am intrigued by Jaylen Warren. His volume has ticked up since shaking off injuries from the beginning of the season. He's drawn 3 targets in 3 straight games and rushed for over 40 yards in back-to-back efforts. Those numbers should improve this weekend when he takes on a Commanders defense that is admittedly better, but still gave up over 5 yards per carry to the Giants' backfield last week. You know, at wide receiver, Khalil Shakir has sneakily recorded double-digit fantasy points in every game this season except one. He's drawn at least 7 targets and cleared 50 receiving yards for 3 straight weeks. He also ranks first at the position in yards after the catch. The Bills are likely to be without Keon Coleman this Sunday, and they're facing a gettable Colts defense. That makes Shakir a top 25 fantasy play at the position. Finally, Taysom Hill and his Swiss Army knife skill set should be in high demand on Sunday. With the Saints missing key offensive pieces, remember, Rashid Shaheed is out for the year, Chris Olave expected to miss significant time, and Kendre Miller is back on IR. Last Sunday, Hill touched the ball 9 times for 60 total yards and a score. This go around, he's going to be chasing points against the Falcons, and it's worth noting that Atlanta's defense gave up significant yardage on the ground and over the middle in Week 9. Those are two areas in which Hill most shines.
For sure, the Saints in a tailspin, though, for Hill. 101 total yards and a touchdown in his last 2 games with those aforementioned injuries. Mr. Hill might be active. Liz Loza joining us this morning with your Flex Check. Thanks, Liz.
Tremendous matchup on Frozen Pond. Sidney Crosby, Alex Ovechkin, Pens and Caps. Crosby better than 1,600 career points, 10th all-time. Ovechkin at 13 most all-time. And we've got Evgeny Malkin for Erik Karlsson. Crosby gets the secondary assist. Point number 1,612. Pens lead 1-0. What about Alex Ovechkin? In this 70th all-time regular season meeting between these two #1 picks, Ovi on the doorstep. Tremendous save from Joel Blomqvist. Great chance for Ovi at 12 shot attempts, 5 on goal. The 12 shot attempts tying a season high. Strome sending it to Ovi again. Stopped again. Great positioning from Blomqvist. 32 saves on 34 shots. Ovi stuck at 861 career goals. He's 34 away from passing Gretzky. Brian Rust stopped out to Malkin, who scores. That is a game winner for Gino, his 84th career game winner. 4th among active players. Pens 4-2 winners over the 2018 Stanley Cup champions. Let's go to, yes, hit me with that bell. If you get a bell in your college, congratulations. Hoops 101. How about Pitt and Murray State?
Oh,
off and running. Are the Murray State, they're the racers, are they not? Murray State racers? I think.
Oh,
Zach
God.
Austin.
Oh, off his face.
Off of his own teammate, though. Look at that. Bang,
ready?
Bang. He almost hit his head on the rim. 5 blocks on the night for Zach Attack. Friends forever.
Okay, Foggy Allen Fieldhouse, here we go.
Foggy Allen.
Tar Heel Seth Trimble takes it. I mean, just baseline to baseline. Ugh, nasty. A little bit of jelly for your roll. He finished with 19 points. Now it's Kansas' turn, making a dish. It's not a real cookie, guys. It's an actual basketball. We just have a great editing department.
Oh, cookies and jam.
Cookies.
Like it.
Nice, dude. Where's the milk? He needs some milk. Kansas wins by 3.
All right, we've got some drama. How about Samford and Cornell? Gary was a bit of a drama major in college. That's Cooper Nord, corner, Big Red, offensive rebound, kick out, Jake Fegan. Check out Cornell's Nazir Williams on the scorer's table after Fegan is your Huckleberry. The bell doesn't dismiss you. Jake Fegan dismisses you. Cornell over Samford, 88-86. Good morning, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. For the 14th time, the College Game Day bus rolls down the streets of the LSU campus, settling in the quad. Ahead of this massive matchup, Bama and LSU. Loser could very well be eliminated in the college football playoff race. Hey, what time does walk-ons open? I hear there's a supper club that may be the spot tonight, win or lose, for LSU. As the sign game is strong, the fans come correct ahead of a night game. This is a marathon today, not a sprint. And they know it. They know that they're in for a long day, and Bama knows they could be in for a long night. As LSU at night, Tiger Stadium, the voodoo comes alive.
Hey, that's for real, though.
There it is for real there in Baton Rouge. Oh, it's great to get to talk and visit with Kirk Herbstreit. LSU at night may be unraveled. What about LSU in the morning, Herbie? What's the environment like so far?
Well, yeah, anytime you come into Baton Rouge, I mean, these are the best fans you can find. I mean, these guys, they love the opportunity. And when Alabama comes here, it goes up a notch or two. So night game in Baton Rouge and Death Valley, it's as good a scene as college football can offer, and we're excited to be here. Can't wait.
Could be a longer night than intended as well. These two, no strangers to overtime matchups. They've had 5 of them since 1996. LSU's coming in off of that loss to the Aggies. If you're Garrett Nussmeier and these Tigers, Kirk, how do they regroup and try to grab, a playoff-saving win tonight against Alabama?
Well, it's all in front of them. I mean, and you're home in front of this crowd, and you got Alabama coming in. The big thing will be, can they pressure Jalen Milroe? That'll be huge, being able to prevent him from making those explosive plays that he's known to be able to make him have to earn it. I think it starts there. And then it's Garrett Nussmeier. I'm a massive fan of what this kid does. I've called a bunch of his games this year. Been so impressed with him. And of course, people talk about some of the decision making last time he was out there against Texas A&M. But this guy has as good a skill set, as much moxie as any quarterback playing the game this year. For him, I think it's just being sound with his decisions. When the opportunities are there, distribute it. He's got great receivers. They're getting healthier. Chris Hilton's coming back this week. So there's a lot there. I think it's prevent the big plays, and then Garrett Nussmeier avoiding those bad decisions. If they do that, they'll be a tough team to beat for anybody.
It's a massive slate in the SEC, as it often is at this point of the season. Obviously, Bama and LSU. You got Georgia and Ole Miss. There's been chaos. It's been fun for us. Coach Kiffin probably hates it. All right, Kirk, if we had to ask you, who's the best team in this conference right now?
Purple and gold.
All right.
LSU, of course, right? Especially when they're here. There you go. The team, when Georgia gets mad and decides to really crank it up, they're as good as there is. Texas is interesting. I mean, we saw that game with Georgia and Texas. These next 2 or 3 weeks will tell us everything we need to know. Georgia goes to Knoxville next week. What a game day that will be next week. So, it's really more of not the potential. It's who can be the most consistent to be that best team and play up to their best ability.
There's so much talent in this conference, and we'll see plenty of it tonight at Tucker Stadium, under the lights, in front of the best and most hostile crowd in college football. And those are guys who played in those lines who say that. Kirk Herbstreit, we love you. Send the love from our family to yours, brother. Have a great afternoon, a great morning on College Game Day, which is coming your way. Top of the hour again. And if you're in Baton Rouge, you can get over to Walk-Ons. Don't tell them I sent you. It'll mean nothing, but just enjoy yourself. That's my point.
One-handed catch!
No one's ever done this.
A walk-off touchdown!
Okay, which pass, which catch? Let's talk about the run, though, as the Fowler files have now entered your SportsCenter screen. A lot of people are going to want to run CMC bars in their fantasy rosters this week. Are you hearing that he might be running untethered once he returns to the field?
He's untethered. The man is good to go, ready to play. Head coach Kyle Shanahan said as long as he does not get hurt on the bus or the plane on the way to this game in Tampa, he will be good to go. He was a full participant in Friday's practice. They decided to turn him up on that last day just to make sure all systems go. He's feeling good. The Bucs, I know, are trying to figure out what his usage is going to be, though. Passing downs, he will certainly be involved. But early running downs, they still have Isaac Guerendo, Jordan Mason. Could they ease McCaffrey in on that side of things? That could be the question. So it's going to take a week or two for him to get his full speed. I'd be surprised if they gave him, say, 30 touches. But they're going to get him some serious work and get him.
Yeah, he's certainly going to get a positive outlook for that running back. Not as much for some others. What's the latest? Let's start with Brian Robinson Jr.
Yeah, Washington going into a huge game with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Brian Robinson on the hamstring just wasn't quite right, so they ruled him out yesterday. So that's his second straight missed week. A bit of a surprise, but it just hasn't responded. Hamstrings are tough. They just want to make sure that he's completely good to go when he gets back. So not a long-term issue. Now you got Austin Eckler, big free agency signing. It was a modest signing at the time. They were thinking he'd be their second back, but he has responded well as being the lead back so far in replace of Robinson, so he'll be good to go. And you got the Eagles, so pretty much good to go. You had Devontae Smith, had a little hamstring issue early in the week. There were some question marks, but he told reporters he's good to go. He perked up late in the week. A.J. Brown had a bit of a knee issue, but it was more of a tweak. Didn't end up being a major injury. So they are all systems go. Dallas Goedert feeling better coming off the hamstring. So they are ready for the Cowboys. A little bit of a different story with the Buffalo Bills because of Amari Cooper. Wrist issue, questionable. He's been limited in practice. He did get some hand work late in the week to work those wrists, make sure he can catch the ball. Some of the basics and positional drills. So they're going to need him, but he has not gotten the green light yet. That's for this weekend to see if it's green, yellow, or red. They got to figure that out. Keon Coleman out with a wrist, so they need Cooper in the worst way.
Khalil Shakir, get ready for some targets. Bills are 12-2 in their past 14 regular season games. It's good because, Josh Allen still runs that offense. Jeremy Fowler running point on this segment. Thanks, J-Bone.
Thank you.
All right, our next UFC Fight Night featuring a welterweight bout between Neil Magny and Carlos Prates. That's tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern on ESPN+. Still ahead on SportsCenter. They say defense wins championships, but does it win you the top spot on top plays? We're going to count them down when we come back. Plus, Stanford Steve from the set of College Game Day in Baton Rouge to hand out some of his best bets for Week 11. He actually likes a favorite this time instead of taking points. And as Bama and LSU prepare to face off in an SEC showdown, we go inside the locker room to get them fired up as only we can. Don't miss it in 15 minutes.
America's game has gone global here in Ireland.
They're going with the Rudy was offside slant again.
Rudy was offsides.
The only thing that can stop us is us. Whoa!
I question his academic eligibility, for being honest.
Whoa, you ain't got to do all that.
Give me 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
60 minutes.
60 minutes.
Go Tiger.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. Because at the end of the day, every single round is on you. You are a fighter, and this is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
Happy holidays!
We're gonna need a bigger tree.
Hey, honey, you okay?
Everything's fine.
Hey, did I set the alarm?
Yes, you did.
Get peace of mind this holiday at Ring.com.
Well, hey Jay, this project might need a bit of zhuzhing. Holla back, Warren.
Please let me know your thoughts. Best regards, Warren.
I am genius.
It's hard to say who'll be more excited on the day after Christmas. The guy who got a brand new truck from mom and dad, or the guy who got all the WeatherTech protection for his truck, like laser measured floor liners, the underseat storage system, no drill mud flaps, impact liner with shock absorbing rings, and top it off with the alloy cover. Find these American-made gifts or get a gift card instantly at WT.com.
Amazon early holiday deals are here. Woo! Woo! With everything you need to kick off the season. Woo! Shop Amazon early holiday deals now.
Woo! No peeking.
Okay.
Open.
Over 600,000 USPS employees working in sync to ensure everything sent on its holiday ride ends with a moment of joy. The United States Postal Service.
Maui and Moana, together again.
This Thanksgiving.
This is bigger than anything we faced before.
You will be destroyed!
Giant Hawk. So serious. Let's do this.
Disney's Moana 2.
Is something distracting you?
Rated PG. Only in theaters.
Ketchup, in my opinion, it's the epitome of where art meets science. Everything from flavor to color to texture is scrutinized. Am I a ketchup nerd? Absolutely.
The SEC on ABC. A high-stakes triple-header today. At noon, the Gators aim to upset the Longhorns in Austin.
Anybody can get anybody on any given Saturday.
Then at 3:30, the playoff push continues as Georgia battles Ole Miss.
Can Kiffin's offense have traction against Kirby Smart's defense?
And in primetime, Alabama and LSU collide in a pivotal showdown.
This feels like a possible elimination game.
The SEC on ABC, all day today, beginning at noon Eastern.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. Go to DealDash.com and see how much you can save.
Precise designs, subtle curves, curated upgrades, elevated design for thoughtful living. Thuma.
Back with you on SportsCenter. What's the opposite of they had us in the first half? Not going to lie. It's a team that gacks away a strong start. So it's the Falcons' side of the 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl. Only instead of a game, it's a season. This college football season looks a lot different than when it started, but that's what makes the college game so special. 1 week, you might think you have a shot at a 12-team playoff. And the next week, Florida State. Ryan McGee has more.
As the college football season gets older, we forget about entire teams. Kind of like that weird box up in the attic. If we open it, will we find treasure or will something jump out and bite us? Ah! For example, it's okay to admit that you forgot about LSU after their 2 losses, or that you turned away from Tuscaloosa after they were handed a Tennessee 0-2 by the Vols and Doors. But a win by one over the other will make us remember them once again.
Caught! Touchdown, Fighting Tigers!
And there's Ole Miss, whom we admittedly stopped paying attention to after their second loss, seemingly teetering out of both SEC and CFP contention. Then, Jackson Dart, the preseason Heisman shortlister we'd also forgotten about, threw 6 TD passes against the Hogs. Now they host Georgia with a chance to save their season while dinging the Dogs. Preseason playoff shoe-in FSU. We forgot about them after 8 losses? But could they stick a flaming spear into Notre Dame's playoff balloon? What the? Wait, who was it that sent FSU down this road? Week 0. Oh, I remember. It was Georgia Tech.
Number 10 Florida State goes down in Dublin.
Might the 5-4 Yellow Jackets have enough ramble left to wreck Miami's continuing ability to pull ibises out of hats?
They
The
roll a touchdown!
ruling on the field is reversed. It's an incomplete pass.
And Utah, who was supposed to win the Big 12, but totally left our minds by losing 4 straight. They need no help remembering the team they hate most. What a memory it would be if they returned to the college football consciousness by handing BYU their first loss of the year.
Do I hear 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 70, do I hear 80? Do I hear 85, 90, 90, 100, do I hear 100, 100?
Yep. Sold to the handsome man named Ryan McGee. The greatest surprises are like a box of baseball cards found in the back of a locked storage unit, resurrected and auctioned off for an unforeseen windfall. Just as the forgotten teams of college football hope to pop up and hit a Week 11 remember us jackpot. If any of that happens, we won't be forgetting it or them anytime soon.
Yep. A handsome man named Ryan McGee. Now here's our SEC on ABC college football lineup today. Number 5 Texas hosting Florida. That's at noon Eastern in Austin. Then it's off to Oxford. Number 3 Georgia and number 16 Ole Miss. We're going to cap the night in Death Valley. Number 15 LSU hosting number 11 Alabama.
Hey, G, it's great to be at Baton Rouge.
I think it's time for a variety show. I agree. It's called Properly Caffeinated.
That's a husky.
I took Chem 1 my freshman year at 8 a.m., and I hated it. I got out of that major, and I became a communications major.
They haven't had the Jimmies and the Joes up front.
We get caffeinated to the gills.
He's getting his moment. We need more Jimmys and we need more Joes, and you even say we need far fewer Randys.
It was crazy. Chem 1.
I don't know if we want to encourage that.
You should elaborate. Your dreams could be lived out as well on this on this gigantic iPad.
Night game in Baton Rouge at Death Valley. It's as good a scene as college football can offer, and we're excited to be here. Can't wait.
I know what you're going to say. I can't believe Tim said that either.
Yeah, the Tebow thing still hurts even moments later. We do have a nice tweet.
Yeah, the fun starts at 7 a.m.
And from our friend,
our guy Garde.
His name is.
Yeah,
and his last name
is. I call him eco-friendly.
I call him just GE.
Yeah, straight up.
Yeah,
GE.
Power
electrical.
Go ahead. 2 hours.
2 hours of Gary and Randy, not enough.
Oh.
We appreciate that.
Well, that's nice.
Can you guys start SportsCenter at 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time?
He meant 8.
We have an answer for you.
Yeah,
we can't.
That's a note of his part.
Yeah,
but we appreciate it. The fun starts for us 7 a.m. Eastern.
The bosses though,
and we have Fire 'em Up coming your way in 7 minutes time. Would not be fired up for a 6 a.m. start. I don't think.
I would, because you know why? I never sleep.
Ooh, top 10 plays. That's a lot.
I'm about that action.
Number 10, Hawks and Pistons, dying seconds. Trae Young, Onyeka Okongwu, but rejected by Cade Cunningham.
Motorcade.
I love that nickname.
So
Motorcade in the Motor City as the Pistons win 122 to 120. The Pistons win.
Pizza.
Let's go, LCA.
Little Caesars, it's a Detroit company.
I got you.
Suns, Mavs, Luka. Two-hand pass to who? Klay Thompson. It still sounds kind of weird. And Klay, nice finish. If you're down in Dallas, why don't you stop by Fuel City and get the best breakfast tacos ever. A little whole cup of elotes. So good. It's like $3.
Let's go.
Suns win, though.
Number 8, Penguins and the 2018 Stanley Cup champion Washington Capitals. Look at Charlie Lindgren. Charlie Lindgren coming over and robbing Ricard Raquel. Charlie bit me.
Oh, what a classic YouTube video.
It's so good.
He was like 27 with a family now, probably.
He's driving.
UNC
27.
Chances he might be getting rides.
Wrong side of the road.
I don't know.
Over there.
Rylan Griffin gets up and away for the block, though Kansas gets the win.
Number 6, D3 women's college hoops. Olivet in Bluffton, trailing by 2. Connolly from half court. Go ahead, Lily. Olivet wins 79-78. Did they win some of it, or did they win
all of it?
I don't know.
I hope that's how they pronounce it. LaMelo Ball, up and under, just a bit of a scoop. He'd be successful at Cold Stone, at Baskin Robbins, because how many scoops do you want? 1. It's worth 2, though.
Gotta have it.
They are helpful on the scoopage. Hornets win by 20. What?
Number 4, college volleyball. Purdue and Indiana. Ryan McAleer kicking the ball. I love the day that I learned this, it unlocked volleyball for me.
Excuse me?
You can kick it, and eventually it leads to a Purdue point. I didn't know. I was like,
are you serious?
I was in my 30s. I didn't know you could kick the ball.
Are you serious?
Yeah, bud.
Whoa.
Incredible.
KHL. This is the man with one name.
And how do you say it?
That's Magomed.
Magomed.
Going Michigan style. Because it's the KHL. Well, listen, baby. The States is global. Everybody's paying attention.
Suns and Mavs at number 2. Josh Okogie driving, throwing down over Daniel Gafford.
This looks like it's in an Instagram filter.
Damn, Daniel. Suns win by 1.
Here's your top play. D2 men's college hoops. Lander, Catawba, Chris Robinson missing the shot, but Justin Banks. Banks is open. Banks is dunking. Banks off the bank. Nasty. Get some.
That spells Catawba like it's a Kid Rock lyric. Top plays to top teams. Alabama and LSU renewing pleasantries in Baton Rouge tonight. Fans are already there because this is one of the most electric environments in all of college football. Bama's on game day for the 60th time. Only the Tide and Buckeyes of Ohio State can say they've done that. Stanford Steve is ready to make you money. He drew the short straw. He's there at Baton Rouge. Steve, seems like everybody's worried about Georgia today. Why are you not as concerned?
Well, there's a couple things, Randy. When you look at Ole Miss, we just haven't seen it yet on this stage when they've had this opportunity. 1-24 against top 2 teams in the country all time. And with Georgia, we've seen them play their best football in their toughest game at Texas, prime time, back against the wall already with a loss this season to Bama. So I look at Georgia today as a very live favorite on the road.
All right, little road fave. BYU would be in a playoff spot after these first rankings. Tonight, the Cougars are on the road at Utah. That rivalry goes back a ways. How are you playing this?
Yeah, this seems a little dicey. You mentioned it, rivalry game, and it is hostile. It's in Salt Lake City. But BYU's played their best football on the road. They're 4-0 against the spread. We know they're undefeated. They got to be a little bit more motivated after seeing where they stand in the rankings, that they're all the way down at 9, and they're undefeated, and one-loss teams are ahead of them with worse resumes. So I look at BYU as a very capable team on the road. Lay the 3. Utah has been abysmal offensively, so we'll take the Cougars.
You know, sometimes the best bets are the ones that you don't make. So where is Stanford Steve's Cardinal sin today?
Well, the Van playing South Carolina today, and there's so much to like about both these teams. The emergence of Sellers at quarterback, Pavia and his own story, and I just can't decide between the two great stories. The line keeps moving up with South Carolina on the road off that monster effort against Texas A&M. But Vanderbilt has been unbelievable as an underdog, and again, they're a home underdog where they've been great as a cover machine. So I'm staying away from that one in Nashville.
Just like offenses hate to see that Carolina defensive line coming, the restaurant scene there in Baton Rouge hates to see Steve Coughlin come. And game day ahead in moments. Appreciate you, Steve-O. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's stay there. 7:30 tonight on ABC. It is a playoff eliminator. Both teams trying to avoid a devastating third loss and keep their playoff hopes alive. Now, according to the All-State playoff predictor, whoever loses will drop to under 25% chance to make the CFP. Crimson Tide trying to avoid their first 3-loss season since 2010. That means they've gone 13 straight with 2 or fewer losses. Third longest streak in the poll era and the longest streak in SEC history. Meanwhile, on the other sideline, the LSU Tigers trying to extend their 15-game win streak under the lights at Tiger Stadium. They're 13-0 under Brian Kelly. Overall, LSU, they won 14 straight home games, their third longest active streak in FBS. I'm going to keep this promo a little snug. Bama's 9 SEC titles and LSU's 5 both lead the conference, and their national titles also rank 1 and 2 in FBS in that span. As for Heisman winners, how about this? The past 5 seasons, the programs have combined to win 4 of them.
Oh, look at the legend, Coach Corso, firing up the assembled masses down there. He's been money with his headgear picks, 7-1 this season. He's picked the Tigers 8 times overall as the host school, and they've gone 6-2 in those games. As he fires them up, we fire up the teams.
Hey, let's go! Tonight, men, leave nothing. Leave nothing. Burn it all.
That man next to you is somebody that got to have it today. Every play counts. If they hide, you pick them up.
Blow by blow, chop by chop, you strike them and you knock them down.
Let's play a couple. Pride. Take the pride. What more do you want? You are diamonds. Go be diamonds tonight. Everything you got for 60 minutes. That's how you finish.
There is nothing scarier than a night game in Death Valley.
If Death Valley was so scary, why are there 2 of them?
This Bama team ain't what it used to be. Last 2 games away from home. They lost both of them.
If we keep beating Tigers like this, someone's going to call PETA.
All right. Maybe we take it easy on them. I mean, they are running out of coaches to hire.
We don't care that GameDay is here. We don't care that Paul Skeens is here. We don't care that Libby Dunn's here.
Libby Dunn's here. Do you think me, a 6'3", 200-pound, 3% body fat, super hilarious, also humble, God-fearing, humane society volunteer, even cares?
You know who does care? All the kids at the orphanage I founded who call me Papa, who I'll see tonight after I take my private jet back just to see them. But I digress.
Now, those results Tuesday, not quite what we wanted. Listen, we are better than 15th in the country. Now, those other Tuesday results.
We need to make Alabama great again. This is an elimination game.
We get to eliminate their playoff chances in front of their old coach. He left them for ESPN.
I've got 4 more letters for you. Lank. Let a naysayer No.
Now, I can't be at the game tonight. I'll be making sandwiches at a local shelter, but I will be with you in spirit, which I hear is a commercial airline. I wouldn't know. I own many private jets.
From Dothan to Tuscaloosa, give me 60 minutes. Roll Tide!
From Shreveport to Baton Rouge, give me 60 minutes. Go Tigers.
They're going to hate the Bama part of that down there in Baton Rouge. Let me tell you.
They already do.
That building is going to be hopping tonight. So is the scene right now at the Quad. Without further ado, Game Day, take it away.
As the sun takes its place in the eastern sky, it is Saturday morning in Death Valley. The Eye of the Tiger carries a look of desperation that will also roll in with the tide tonight. Alabama, LSU, excellence defined, Heisman winners, heroics and heartbreak, blood, guts, pieces of the soul laid out for 60 minutes, and sometimes 60 minutes is not enough. They played games of the century, but tonight both trying to save their seasons. That happens other places, but this is different here. This is where they say other teams' dreams go to die, and somebody's dream will be buried tonight. And when the mist rises from that big muddy river and the sun finds its home in the western sky, it'll be Saturday night in Death Valley, LSU and Alabama.
College Game Day is going to Death Valley, Bama, LSU with major playoff implications on the line.
Let's go! And we're coming to your city. To college football party all in all. Well, we rode out through Death Valley, grew a shooter, gig 'em Aggies, threw our Longhorns up in Austin along the way.
Roll Tide, roll through Alabama, Happy Valley, and the farm and Stanford, Randy Hill, and through War Eagle, all the plains.
Rise the big house, the Gator Swamp, 5 nights in the Tomahawk Chop. On USC, the Buckeye, the Georgia Dogs, go follow.
I'm talking Louisiana, California, Carolina, Colorado, Mississippi, Oregon, Kentucky, are you with me?
It's Reese, Kurt, Saban, Corso, and Mac. You can feel the electricity. We love you guys. Nothing but classes.
Here we go.
College Game Day, live from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, is built by the Home Depot. Proud sponsor of college football's premier pregame show.
This is one of the great places in all of sports. When the Bayou Bengals come through with a big win, they'll set off the Richter scale here. They've had earthquake games, field stormings, big-time moments, many of them involving Alabama, but old Mike has had trouble in this state with the Crimson Tide. And some people wear it on their sleeve, some wear it right on their gut, that Eye of the Tiger, and they'll need it tonight. Because both teams desperate to save their college football playoff hopes. So glad to have you with us from the Quad in Baton Rouge. What a crowd we've got here. Reese Davis, Kirk Herbstreit, Lee Corso, Desmond Howard, Pat McAfee, and the head coach of the 2003 national champion LSU Tigers. It is Nick Saban returning to Baton Rouge, this time in neutral colors. That's a spectacular suit in a neutral color there.
Yeah, it's great to be back after 17 years of getting 20,000 people saying you're Tiger bait. It is really good to be back with all these great fans that they have and the passion that they have at LSU. Terry and I loved it here, and it was a great experience for us, and winning the first national championship is always the best.
I'll tell you, Coach, you're awesome. It is an absolute honor to sit next to the man who brought 25% of the national championships to this beautiful city, this beautiful university. And ever since I started in this college football world, all I've been hearing from all the football folks is, have you been to Death Valley? Have you been to Baton Rouge? Have you seen an LSU game? Do you know what college ball is all about? There was a wise man that once said, whenever there's a night game down here in Baton Rouge, if you stand on the 50-yard line, you can actually smell the whiskey from 102,000 people. So soon as it was announced that we were coming down here, the only song I was playing all week is, Operator, won't you put me on through? Gotta sing my love down the... Hurry up. Wonderful, and ever since I got here, it is hot as hell, I will say. It is very, very thick, but they love their ball. All the way from the governor, Jeff Landry, who wants a live tiger on the field tonight, to the Boudin in the gumbo that had Drew bands last night, and they told me that if I come in front of these fantastic tigers and I say, hey, they'll say, it's 8 a.m. I think they're ready to go. We thank you. Let's have a day down here. LSU, Alabama, Reese Davis.
You didn't know that was coming.
I didn't know.
That was fairly aggressive.
I thought they were going to say thick, like the humidity. I didn't know it was actually. Is it thick? Yeah, you can hear thick in there. You can hear that.
It's someplace.
Yeah. They love their ball here, and they love their Tigers.
I can't wait to see faux Mike. It's not really Mike they're bringing us, another Tiger.
Mike the 7th has a sanctuary outside that Coach Saban actually helped build. There's another Tiger that was hand-selected, from what I've been told, by Governor Jeff Landry to make an appearance like whenever he was a boy.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. This is not the only place where teams are facing elimination from the playoff picture. That's also the case in Oxford today. Ole Miss has a must-win. Kirk, you realize Lane Kiffin 1-11 against top 5 opponents.
It's incredible, and he's going to get another opportunity today. Jackson Dart will be the key. His downfield vertical passing game, as good as there is in college football. What will they be able to do as far as protecting him? Because we know what Jalen Walker and company can do. We saw it in Austin when they cranked it up. They'll bring that same attitude today to Ole Miss. Carson Beck, decision-making will be the key. He's as good as there is. Avoid the mistakes, and Georgia wins.
Miami, Georgia Tech, guys, it seemed like it was yesterday when Georgia Tech opened the season with that huge victory over Florida State. But since then, they've really struggled, losing 2 of their last games against Notre Dame and Virginia Tech. But maybe they get on track against a Canes defense that gives up 3 touchdowns per contest. But when you have a terrible defense, guess what? You got Captain Save a game in Cam Ward. They're going to have to deal with number 1 today, baby.
Miami kind of feels like a team of destiny with what they've been doing in the fourth quarter. Speaking of a team of destiny, the Colorado Buffaloes. A lot of conversation about them the past couple of years. Shedeur Sanders is an absolute stud. Throwing to Travis Hunter, who obviously leads a wide receiving weaponry that is very, very deep. He's a stud on offense and on defense. This Colorado team has shown up against everybody. Will they be able to beat Texas Tech fresh off a massive Iowa State win down there in Texas? We shall see. The story of the game is, can Texas Tech get to Shedeur? Stats say no, but maybe.
Undefeated, BYU takes on Utah. BYU is led by quarterback Jake Retzlaff. This guy's a good passer. He's a good decision maker. He's very athletic. He can run, and he continues to make plays for BYU. Utah has always played great defense under Cal Whittingham, but this year's issue for Utah is Cam Rising is hurt at quarterback, and they've been playing an inexperienced Isaac Wilson.
Alabama and LSU, and LSU has made Tiger Bait out of 13 straight night opponents under Brian Kelly. Garrett Nussmeier found some of that nighttime magic late against Ole Miss, conjured it up, and the pressure's going to be on the Alabama cornerbacks, led by Damani Jackson, to limit that downfield passing. And LSU's defense, worst in the SEC against divine quarterback runs, and you know that Jalen Milroe can do that. He put 155 yards rushing and accounted for 4 touchdowns against LSU last year in Tuscaloosa. Yeah, you feel the desperation here. And as we reach this point in November, you start to see hope coming into focus a little bit. If you like the old school games, though, where one game in November can decide your season, you got it here. And at least for Ole Miss, you're going to have it against Georgia today.
Yeah, you really are. And guys, we've seen Georgia play, right? And Georgia got that one loss, big loss against Alabama, but a huge win on the road in Austin against Texas. So I think Georgia has that in their favor still. They don't want to lose today. Now, Ole Miss, this is a must-win for them because why? They already lost to Kentucky, and now, Pat, what was the other team that Ole Miss lost to?
It was,
I can't remember. Was it?
Oh,
there.
Oh, yeah. It was LSU.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was the Tigers. And to your point about must-wins,
yes.
I think the LSU Tigers have one of those tonight, obviously.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because you look at their 2 losses, you talk about USC, they're no longer ranked. Texas A&M, obviously, a couple weeks ago. What is their story going to end up being? If you look at the rankings and the way they're viewing it, who you lose to, how you lose to it is a big part of the entire thing. So LSU has to have a win, and Alabama needs a win down here in Baton Rouge. This is a must-win game for both of these teams. And, Alabama has a big win over Georgia. If they were to win today, they'd also have a massive win over LSU. And I think the people that are making the playoff rankings at the end will, kind of reward that. But these are must-win games for a lot of teams already, Herbie.
Yeah, it's so easy to focus on the LSUs and the Georgias and all these massive matchups. But what is so exciting in these kind of uncharted waters, this 12-team playoff, is teams like BYU, massive games. Miami of Florida, massive. Colorado. I mean, you start to get to that 10, 11. Now we have official rankings. You start to look 10 to 20. We keep talking about it because we want to keep pressing this for fans. It's not just LSU and Alabama. It's not just Ole Miss and what they're going to do against Georgia. It's not the Ohio States and Oregons. It's way down there. And that today could decide a lot of the outcome of where these teams go.
I still want to talk about LSU.
Okay.
The quarterback, Garnett Nussmeier, is a winner. He's number 2 in the SEC and has 20 touchdown passes. Now, one of the main reasons he's so good, the veteran offensive line. They have an offensive line that allowed 4 sacks all year, number 2 in the nation. And number 1, this is very, very important. I think, when you watch this game, watch the interior line, offensive line, both teams. That's where the winner is going to be, the offensive line in this game tonight.
In the interior, that's good.
Yeah. If I was coaching any of these teams, and there's a lot of teams that still have hope, but the teams that can focus on the journey, not the destination, not worrying about the outcome.
Exactly.
And teams that get infected by success, thinking that the past, what they've done in the past to get to this point, is going to have anything to do with how they play in the future. Those are the things that are important in getting consistency and performance, which at this time of the year, in November, is the most important thing for every one of these teams that have put themselves in a position to have a chance to get in the playoffs.
That's to hear you say that, it's powerful and great. How hard is that to accomplish?
Hard. Because there's so many external factors, and all the external factors, the internet, your phone, all that is focused on the outcome.
Exactly.
So you have to be focused on what do I have to do to get the outcome.
And you know what? The whole idea that the past doesn't impact the future, that's a really big deal to these people. You know what Alabama's record is in the state of Louisiana over the last 55 years?
What's that, Alabama alum?
It is 21-4-1.
Wow. 21-4-1?
21-4-1. Wow.
Yikes.
Focus on the future, Pat. Listen, we'll see. Saturday's slate, undefeated Army can clinch a spot in the American Championship game with a win and a Navy loss, which is always good news for Army, bad news for LC. In Monroe, Texas State and Louisiana Monroe, the Warhawks can become bowl eligible with the win. They've only been to one other bowl. And how about the biggest little game in America? Amherst and Williams meet in that Division III showdown, one of the great rivalries in the history of the sport. Lots more coming up here on College Game Day. We continue our hope theme, new 12-team playoff. But when will that hope end? Some early elimination games tonight. We'll break them down further. Alabama, LSU, Georgia, Ole Miss. Plus, running back Ashton Jeanty of Boise State grew up in Italy, moved all over the world, military family, how that has kept him grounded in Idaho.
People speaking a different language, different cars, the small Italian cars, and just having to totally adapt to a new environment, I think that's helped me grow into the person that I am today.
Wait till you hear Marty Smith's story on Ashton Jeanty. $125,000 and bonus money too.
Also, $400,000 for hurricane relief up for grabs with a local business legend. $125,000 for some LSU student trying to make the world a better place out here in Baton Rouge.
There's Mike the Tiger. Say bone. Oh, you got a jersey.
How you doing, man?
Say bone. Look, LC, you got one too.
I got it. Good deal.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Tiger man. Monsieur.
What's it? Let's say bon over there.
This time of year, there's one workshop on everyone's mind. The one that spends the whole year making toys and gifts. The Home Depot Kids Workshop, teaching those who will one day build their own homes and communities that doing is a gift you can share with everyone. Happy holidays from the Home Depot.
On a reflective Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
Dad, do you ever feel like college football is being changed by all this corporate money flooding into the sport?
I'm sorry I missed that. I was just grabbing a delicious ice-cold Dr. Pepper.
I just feel like the brands are taking over.
Dr. Pepper's strawberries and cream for my two thirsty boys.
You see what I mean?
You're overreacting, pal.
Aflac.
That's the Aflac duck.
It's a normal duck.
He's waving a branded flag.
Aflac.
It's a pennant.
My whole life is a commercial!
College football, it's a Pepper thing.
Everyone's forgotten who runs this valley. Time to remind them.
The only thing left to do is kill as much as you can before they kill you.
Don't miss the epic return of Yellowstone. Tomorrow at 8, only on Paramount Network.
While you were away, there were some developments. Fortunately, DoorDash can quickly come to your rescue. Your door to more. DoorDash.
The $7 Lux Cravings Box has the Gordita Supreme? What is this, the 90s? This flashback is off the hook. The 90s Gordita Supreme is back in the $7 Lux Cravings Box. Relive the decades, only at Taco Bell. Booyah!
Everyone knows good things come in threes, like our Eat, Drink, and Play combo for just $19.99. Maybe the saying should be good things come in 1999s. Maybe not. The Dave & Buster's Eat, Drink, and Play combo for just $19.99.
Tamara, Izzy, and Emma. No one puts more love into logistics than these three. You need them. They need a retirement plan. Work with principals so we can help you with a plan that's right for your team. Let our expertise round out yours.
Gear up for game day. Enjoy the home field advantage at Fairfield, official partner of the NCAA.
Today, let's paint with Behr, America's most trusted paint brand.
Wait, we don't have Behr.
Well, with Behr, you can paint a whole room for under $100. How much did you spend?
More?
I thought you said you researched this.
Don't overpay for your next project. Get Behr quality at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
The time has come. Two larger-than-life legends collide.
John Jones is back, the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world.
Stipe is the most successful heavyweight of all time.
History will be made.
This is MMA at the highest level.
And the world will be watching. One fight for all time.
On Madison Square
College Game Day is built by the Home Depot. How doers get more done. And in part by Buffalo Wild Wings, the official sports bar sponsor of ESPN College Game Day. Let's go Sports Bar. And DoorDash. Get the largest selection of restaurants for your game day spread. Delivered. Order now.
At noon every day on campus, Memorial Tower, the bells chime with the LSU alma mater. This is a memorial to the veterans who died in World War I, and it's Veterans Day weekend. All of us at Game Day deeply appreciative for the men and women in uniform and all of the service that they render and have rendered in the past. Friday Night Lights, Iowa and UCLA. Hey, Caleb Johnson, second in the nation in rushing, season low, 49 yards, did get a touchdown there.
Yeah, amazing what Deshaun Foster has done with the Bruins. In this era of NIL, wondering if guys are going to buy in when there's quote-unquote nothing to play for. UCLA was done. People forgot they were in the Big Ten. They've been able to win some games on the road, 3 in a row.
Beat Nebraska last week. Really, it might end up keeping Nebraska out of a bowl game.
It's a good job. First-year head coach at UCLA doing a hell of a job.
Yes, he is. He's turned it around. He had a great jacket on the sideline last night, too. Really good look there. So UCLA now has a couple of conference wins, conference standings in the top 4 entering the day. Indiana, Oregon unbeaten, Ohio State, and Penn State just behind. Now, Ohio State, Indiana coming up in Columbus in a couple of weeks. Oregon has Maryland today. Locks put them on a 6 a.m. charter out there to go early. See if the fellas, the body clocks get right by the time the Ducks come out. Might not make a difference. And you see what everybody else has in front as well. So you have these 4 teams that are firmly in the playoff picture right now in the Big Ten. And Nick, Oregon continues. They started a little slowly early in the season, but they're the team that continues to build and be consistent.
Yeah, I really like Oregon because they've played with the most consistency of any team, this entire season. And they're 11th in offense, they're 11th in defense, so they play complementary football. But I like Dan Lanning's approach. He's not about just winning the game. He's about defeating the other team. Called timeout at Michigan to let his team know that we've defeated these guys and the stadium's empty. That's the mindset that I like in a team.
Yeah.
And doing this
thumbs down mentality.
That video they released, this team seems to be
all in.
Different level of a mission, don't they?
So head coach Dan Lanning basically showed a speech from Coach K about how some of his favorite times when he was coaching Duke was when they were in somebody else's arena, and at the end of the game, it was empty and out. He was like, that's what you play for. So Dan Lanning showed him some gladiator stuff, showed him Coach K. This 14-minute documentary basically said the whole team's in a thumbs down mentality, and they're showcasing to everybody. They're not scared of a damn thing. Now, speaking of Michigan, they are 14-point underdogs to Indiana today, okay? Indiana hasn't been favored over Michigan since the beginning of stats. Like, since stats started, Indiana has never been favored over Michigan, and that's because what Kurt Cignetti's been able to do. On the offensive side, obviously, with Curtis Rourke and all their weapons, but on the defensive side as well. They held Michigan State to 30 rush yards last week, okay? They're down 10-0. They rattle off 47 straight. If they can stop Michigan's run game, which is what Michigan is, Indiana's about to beat Michigan. And that is a wild thing to think about this late into a Big Ten season.
This is a new test, though, I think, for Indiana today. This is their first helmet game. Because, look, I know Indiana, different, all of that. They haven't faced somebody that historically they're supposed to lose to.
That's a great point.
Winged helmet. All those guys from JMU, Ohio U, they felt that way, too. We'll see if they're different today.
Yeah, well, Cignetti's on my short list for Coach of the Year. I mean, he's done a fantastic job down there, and they're having a great season. I think they're kind of disrespected because people don't give them the credit that they deserve. But can we talk about Penn State? We were there last week. They played Ohio State. Different year, same results. The most disappointing part was in the red zone. Like, they couldn't score any points. The only touchdown of the game for Penn State was an actual pick six. So moving forward, though, they still have things in front of them. They got Washington, at Purdue, at Minnesota, and, of course, they're in the season with Maryland. They'll be favored in all of those games, but I think Penn State's going to need some help. Ohio State's going to have to lose another game, so they have 2 L's, or Indiana is going to have to lose 2 games, Kirk. And I don't think the Buckeyes are going to lose any games anytime soon.
Or Penn State could just chill, went out, host, be comfortable with just skipping the Big Ten championship and host a playoff game. Nothing wrong with that.
They're at number 6 right now.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Championship teams, coaches coached a bunch of them. We've watched a bunch of them. There's always a moment in the season that you get to October, late, maybe into November, and there's a moment that helps propel you to a championship run. And I'm wondering if the game that Des just referred to last week for Ohio State, Penn State just had a huge play. Tyler Warren took them down to the 3-yard line. 1st and goal at the 3. Katron Allen with the first attempt on 1st and goal. Stuffed. Another attempt. That defensive line holds them. This is how you build pride and belief. A goal line stand by defense. 3rd and goal. Denied again. 4th down, instead of running it, they try to throw the football incomplete. It's okay. Ohio State's at their own 1-yard line. New reshuffled offensive line. The Buckeyes go 11 straight runs on the road in that environment, knowing when Penn State knows that you're going to run the football and you still close it out. And I just wonder, Coach, if you could just speak on what a moment like that can do in that post-game locker room to propel you to the rest of the year.
Well, I think you earn your own momentum, during the season, and I think a game like that certainly helps propel you from that standpoint. But the interesting thing about all this is there's 4 teams that we're talking about in the Big Ten. 2 of them are going to play in the Big Ten championship game. 2 of them are not. And then 2 times at Alabama, we didn't play in the SEC championship, didn't win the SEC, and won the national championship. So sometimes it may be an advantage not to have to play in a championship game.
No doubt.
And who's going to have more teams in a 12-team playoff? Is it going to be the powerful teams from the North, the Big Ten? Or is it going to be the people representing the SEC? And that's what
I think 5 from the SEC as we sit here right now.
No, you're saying if you do that, that's a one-bid league for both the Big 12 and the SEC, if that's the way it goes. I tend to agree with that.
Yeah, and you guys will dive into the rankings later, but to Dez's point, when I watch Indiana, and this will probably blow up in my face, they're a better football team than Penn State right now. And Penn State's 3 spots ahead of them.
I agree with you 100%.
All right.
100%.
Nice.
Indiana's very pumped to be top 10.
Difference is resume, though. Yeah. That's what they're waiting on.
The good thing for Indiana is they get the opportunity. They're going to Columbus in a couple weeks.
Right, I bet you they fare better at Columbus than Penn State did. I had an NFL scout tell me, what's wrong with Penn State's offense? They're too gimmicky.
Yeah.
You don't get gimmicks with the Hoosiers offense.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. By the way, 20-10, bro. Yeah. 20-10.
Come on, man. Let's go.
Are you putting one up early?
Steve, there's a lot of people. Steve, they're right now doing this.
That's not catching on like the other ones.
They don't care. That sucks.
They're the best people in America, these people. This is the best place for a game in America. They know it. It's because of the people.
But you're wearing a crosstown school stuff. That's
not a rival. Just representing the area.
It's a rival.
Yeah.
They're home today, too.
They are.
Jaguars and Southern.
Jaguars.
What you got?
You guys talked a bunch about Pitt last week. Went to SMU, got beat. Now I don't know what to expect from them. Virginia's been really good. 9-2 as an underdog against the spread. 8-2 off a bye. Say the Cavs. For the hairiest man alive I know, Jeff Brown.
Oh, yeah.
What about Purdue? What about Purdue?
Jeff with a G.
The Cav man there. Pete Thamel is with us. I'm not sure.
Second is Pete Thamel.
Is
Pete's up there. Pete's up there. He's a 2 seed.
He's your 2 seed in hairiness, Pete.
Hey, didn't expect to be led into that way today. We're going to start with some quick breaking news. Rutgers will be without star tailback Kyle Monangai today against Minnesota. That just broke in the last few minutes. Rutgers have been ravaged by injuries this year. Monangai being out is huge for their offense. Better news for Army with Bryson Daly, their quarterback. He missed the Air Force game last week. Sources told me today he's back starting at North Texas. He didn't return to practice until Thursday. Sources told me he looked like himself in Army's full practice on Friday. They need him to keep up with that North Texas offense. As for Georgia Tech, star quarterback Haynes King will dress and will warm up and will be a true game-time decision against number 4 Miami today. I'm told, Reese, we may not know until right before kickoff whether King goes or not. Key nuance, Aaron Philo will back him up today, not Zach Pyron. As for Ole Miss, luckily they can field a team. They do not have 26 guys on their injury report today. They only have 10. Trey Harris is doubtful, sources told me today. Same deal as last week. He's not expected to meaningfully contribute. They did dress him as a decoy last week. I'm not sure if Lane has that up his sleeve again today, but don't expect Trey Harris to have an impact on the game against Georgia today.
How about me? Pete and I rode in together this morning at 5:45 a.m. He told me he just finished shaving, and already he's got an 8 a.m. shadow. Already. I mean, what kind of
testosterone?
I'm the staff alpha Albanian. What do you want?
He'll check in a little bit later on today. Pete, keeping an eye on all of those things. You can also see it pop up on the screen as he puts it out on X or various other platforms. Quarterback film room coming up. Kirk and Nick break down Jalen Milroe and Garrett Nussmeier, what they need to do consistently tonight. And Brian Kelly, BK, will join us live to talk about the game tonight and the playoff implications for the Tigers.
Dr. Patel will be administering the anesthesia now, so count back from 5 and we'll see you on the other side.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, let's do this. Gina?
No, I'm still...
Jeez, come on! What is this guy, Wolverine?
Sometimes we need to do better.
But she says you can't start until her cross is here.
But we're doing the best we can.
Oh, it's going down?
St. Dennis Medical, Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
Let game day begin!
Grab a Pepsi and make your game day epic.
I have a surprise for you.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah. Feast your eyes on this.
Oh, that's sexy. Feels so new.
I want to feel this feeling again and again.
Can I hold it?
How bad do you want to hold it?
I'm not gonna beg, but pretty please.
Or they don't. Go ahead, press a button.
Oh, it's glowing.
Apple Intelligence. We should do this more often.
Agreed.
Rekindle the feeling of love with the new iPhone 16 Pro on us. And feel it again and again with the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime.
Subway launched new $6.99 meal deals with any 6-inch sub.
Wait, Subway did what?
Dad?
Yep. For a limited time, get any 6-inch sub, chip, and a drink, all for just $6.99.
Coach Gecko!
Coach G!
Laura, Dan, I didn't realize the media would be here.
No, this isn't for work. We're just really big fans.
And we're scouting for our fantasy insurance teams.
Geico has all the top prospects and 97% satisfaction rating. That's unreal.
Oh my gosh, it's true! True! Smells like insurance.
Suppose Geico does have devoted fans. It's not weird.
Jade, sign my arm.
For savings and service, get more with Geico.
She only signs claims checks.
30 teams in 6 groups. 8 advance, but only 4 get to play in Vegas. And just 1 will be champion. The Emirates NBA Cup, Friday on ESPN.
Deadpool and Wolverine streaming November 12th on Disney+. Watch again.
Come again?
And again. And again at home.
Hit me again.
It's perfect!
Deadpool and Wolverine streaming November 12th on Disney+.
Sensitive types. Take your biggest bite. The new Quip 360 with 3 intensities, great for sensitive teeth and gums. Quip, free your mouth.
On the next Cyber Monday, here's something you should know. 98% of clicks come from SEO.
Shopping season bells are ringing. Get your business ready for business with SEO experts on Fiverr.
College Game Day is brought to you by Geico. Check out College Game Day on social to get more fan cam action.
Go Tigers! 1987, Hob Karam bought the first party box. 1972, Winnebago Brave. He paid $17, 4 warm beers, and a Twinkie. And that started a great tradition, one of the first ever tailgating clubs. Their signature tiger-tailed ceiling fans, a staple for LSU on game day. Here's a look from the Geico Get More Fan Cam showing us the best fans of the best venue in all of college football. They get ready to move this beautiful quad over to Tiger Stadium. Tonight it will be rocking for Alabama. A lot of history in that place. Jess Sims, good morning.
Good morning, Reese. 2024 marks 100 years of Tiger Stadium. It is
the 6th largest stadium in the entire world and hands down one of the most iconic here in the U.S. And as all the signs say around me, it never gets old. In 1932, they began construction under the stands to build dormitories, yes, dorm rooms, increasing the capacity from 12,000 people to 46,000 by 1936. The Eye of the Tiger has been painted by hand at center field since 1983. And speaking of paint, the yard lines are also painted in 5-yard intervals. A 70-year-long tradition started by radio commentator John Ferguson, who had a hard time seeing the lines at night. And LSU is just one of 3 FBS schools to have H-shaped goalposts, as you can see behind me. This is just one of the many things that makes Death Valley so special, and at night, this place is completely electric.
And it has been so many times when Alabama has visited, Jess, for sure. It has become a rivalry of excellence. 2008 was the first year Nick Saban returned as the head coach of the Crimson Tide. It was, shall we say, raucous. Jarrett Lee, tough day, threw 4 interceptions. Rashad Johnson got 3 of them. Still, the Bayou Bengals forced overtime. They were locked up, and John Parker Wilson sneaks it in, and Alabama escaped, remained unbeaten. They were number 1. 27-21 in 2012, tied on its way to another national championship, and LSU behind the hat had in mind to spoil it. What a throw from Zach Mettenberger to Jarvis Landry. You know who was dialing up plays for the Tide? Garrett Nussmeier's dad, Doug Nussmeier, got A.J. McCarron to T.J. Yeldon, and Alabama 21-17. And they went on to win the national championship. And then 2022, yet another overtime game. What a spin from Jaden Daniels. Alabama fought back. They would get it into overtime, but look at Daniels go. Slipping a man, Jaden, into the end zone, and old BK said, let's spin that wheel of fortune. Let's go for 2 and win it, and he did. A dart to Mason Taylor, and LSU field came storming out there to celebrate the victory, a game that ultimately kept Alabama out of the playoff. Now, the 2 quarterbacks who will try to create their legend tonight in this rivalry, Jalen Milroe and Garrett Nussmeier, both have put up solid numbers, at times a little bit up and down as we go to the board with Kirk and Nick.
Well, and again, up and down, I think, comes down to how these guys are going to play. It's always true, the quarterback decides it, but these guys have been really good in their careers, and then the decision-making has been a little bit erratic. I'm excited to see what you think of this matchup.
Well, I think that, both these guys are great competitors, and they want to make plays. But the thing that I always try to emphasize to Jalen last year was you can't make plays that stop drives. You can't get sacked. You can't throw interceptions. You can't make poor decisions. And both these guys have had outstanding plays all year long. Here you're going to see Jalen make a great throw on the dig right across the middle against man-to-man coverage. Can put the ball in small places.
Everybody steps up here. Boyd's head.
Moves his feet, resets his feet. So the capability of making every throw is there. Here we go again. Make the play-action pass here. Got the over route coming. High-low, the guy in the flat defender. Makes a really good throw, very accurate throw, on time.
So for fans, Ryan Williams is clearing the corner right here. Yep. So he clears the corner and creates this beautiful space right there perfectly. The timing and the rhythm there was perfect.
And then with Jalen, you better keep the pass rush lanes right, and you can't do what number 9 does there and get pushed by the quarterback, because now you're playing with 10, and this guy can beat you with his feet. He's probably the fastest guy on Alabama's team and has great running skills.
He had 155 yards, 4 touchdowns last year for you guys. Look at this right here. Talk about how you want to kind of squeeze. You don't want to get upfield to give him that chance to step up today.
Right, and the thing you don't want to do is take the aggressiveness away from your lineman in terms of putting pressure on. But you got to be disciplined in pass rush.
All right, so that's the good. There's been some, moments where this year we've been a little bit surprised by, him maybe pressing, maybe trying to make a play.
And this is the key to the game right here. I mean, you see, there's 3 people around this. They're playing zone defense. He should be reading zone. It's middle of the field coverage. Should be throwing the ball outside or take the flat, take the check down, throws it into coverage.
And Coach, I don't know if he predetermined, but this is a zone drop, right? So I don't know if he doesn't see this, but he throws it right to him. You know, maybe he thought he was separating here and he could get away, but clearly just didn't feel that backer there.
But he needs to know there's nobody to clear that defender out of.
Of course, yeah.
All right, so that sets up a score.
Let's go to Garrett Nussmeier.
This guy can make every throw. This is one of the best plays of the year to me. I mean, this is fourth down to win the game against Ole Miss or tie the game to get it in overtime so they have a chance to win the game. And this guy runs this wrap route, you know, on the star in the slot.
Yeah.
Aaron Anderson.
By the way,
that's a good route, but this is a great throw.
Look where he throws this football, and look at this. Game on the line in front of all his fans. Puts it right where he needs to put it to win that game. That's NFL. I mean, that's as good as there is right there.
That's as good as it gets. So here you're going to see him, you know, hit the wheel route down the sidelines. They're clearing people out. So they got, again, they're high-low in the flat defender right here with the bubble. Guy slips the bubble.
And
Coach, ball on time, accurate throw.
Watch the little pump. It goes in line with, he's showing like he's blocking. He's going to block. And then he just free releases down that sideline, gets the defense out of position. Great decision. Again, in rhythm, 13's as good as there is. Here's the frustrating part of it.
All right, so here's the kind of thing, though, that it's a drive-stopping play. But on the road, it changes the whole momentum of the game. LSU's in total control of this game until this play. When this guy scrambles over here, he's supposed to read high-low on the flat or run. You're either going to throw it in this part of the field or you're going to run. He throws it back across his body over the middle. It gets intercepted.
You tell me. I think this is where it comes into play, being smart. First-year starting quarterback, complimentary football. Marcel Reed had entered the game. I don't know if he was feeling like, I got to make a play. It's third down and about 1.5, 3rd and 2. He's got to race. He could run and get that, or just obviously throw it away, worst case.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem with these guys. They want to make plays. But they don't need to be shooting guard mentality. They need point guard mentality. Have 13 assists in a game and no turnovers, and that's good quarterback play.
And that's a great job of breaking that down.
That was phenomenal stuff.
That. Coach. Great. You know, and to your point about that, talking with Joe Sloan, their offensive coordinator yesterday, they had left some points on the field in the first half against A&M, and Nussmeier was saying, you know, we can't be doing that, led to that type of mistake. But he's not the only one at times that can make plays that make you go, holy cow, what a throw, and then turn around as Mike is here with us with a pointer and everything. Carson Beck is that way, too. Look at the number of interceptions. Only 4 quarterbacks in the country, Desmond, have thrown more. We'll talk a little bit about Will Howard and some of, as good as he's been, some of the mistakes that have hurt. What about Carson Beck as they get ready to play a really good defense in Ole Miss today?
Very alarming, the amount of interceptions he's thrown in the last 5 games, especially when you compare him at this point a year ago. He was so far ahead of the chains as far as being a quarterback taking his team to the CFP. I think last year he was like more of a manager. He had guys like Brock Bowers, you know, Ladd McConkey. Just get the ball to them, they'll do the rest. Now he's the guy. He has to carry the team. He hasn't really responded well up to this point to that type of pressure.
Agreed. And I think if you think about Will Howard right there, Big Mike, if you could go ahead. 6-1, obviously. That dude right there. Last week was a massive week for him to exercise the demons. He is a Penn State kid growing up, going back in there, throws a pick 6 early, okay? That obviously could be a thing that could wreck you, especially coming off the bye week at the end of the Oregon game when everybody was saying this guy's a doofus. He doesn't know how to manage a game. He comes back, throws 2 touchdowns, has 2 picks, but he has the Ohio State team rolling. I like Will Howard. I like that guy a lot. I like the way he holds the ball. I like the way his legs are kind of based. Mike, you stink with the pointer.
Hey, his legs have been a major factor this year. Hey, heads up, fella.
Because I agree with you. You know, people talk about game managers. That guy's a game manager. But that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. He's got good players around him. He's not going to make bad plays in a game that kills his team, and that's going to help his team be successful.
Guy's playing great. One decision at the end of the Oregon game, and that's it. Blemish, he's just trying to make a play. Everything else has been lights out.
The mental toughness, to Pat's point, it wasn't just the interception. He also, right in front of where I was on the sideline, had a fumble through the end zone that cost him another touchdown, and still overcame it, made the play.
That guy right there.
That's the toughness you would expect from a guy who's played as much ball as he has. That guy's won a Big 12 championship when he was at Kansas State. Here's what we've got going today on ABC, SEC tripleheader. Thamel's going to update us coming up on the Florida quarterback situation, whether DJ Lagway is going to be able to go. Georgia, Ole Miss, Bama, LSU. will follow that. Let's check in with this week's Home Depot Doer of the Week, Christina Harrell. Max home in New Orleans. Got to visit with Christina yesterday, and we're delighted to have her with us this morning here on the Quad in Baton Rouge. Still to come on College Game Day. Playoff picture continues to come into shape. Miami has some momentum. Pat talked about exercising demons. Miami might have a couple that they want to get rid of against Georgia Tech. They did have somebody come in and take a shot at Georgia Tech's practice yesterday.
Oh.
And Jordan Davis will be here to give us a live performance on a beautiful morning on the Bayou.
The Padres boys coming to town.
There ain't no
Look, in these situations, you're often under duress. You don't have...
All right, listen up. Your fire defense isn't cutting it, and it's almost game time.
Hey, you need killer alarms in every room. We're playing zone defense. I mean, fires can happen anywhere.
Like here. Here too.
Des, you can't handle the heat.
All my favorites for just $7 each? That's crazy. Or am I crazy?
Seeing sevens? It's a sign to order from Pizza Hut's $7 deal lovers menu.
Stats matter. Like 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer. So DEPEND and the Prostate Cancer Foundation want to encourage you to get screened. And now through November, DEPEND is donating to cancer research with select purchases.
When a tough cough finds you on the go, a syrup would be silly.
Woo! Hey, try no Robitussin salt juice.
Packed with the power of Robitussin in every bite. Easy to take cough relief anywhere. Chew on relief, chew on a
Robitussin. Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach.
Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
We're with Liam after his 4th military move. When being new is starting to get old. We're with Tara during the holidays when she misses home the most. Thanks to generous supporters, we're with all service members and their families who need connection, comfort, and a home away from home. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
I do have a Walt Disney World moment. Oh, there she is. There's Tiana. I went to the new Tiana's Bayou Adventure, and I cried the whole time. But it was so special as a woman of color. It just felt like I was home. She's so beautiful.
Power through the holidays with Energizer Ultimate Lithium, the #1 longest-lasting AA battery.
Top 10 teams make their playoff push. First, the undefeated Hurricanes take on the Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, that's how I get
Then,
by.
unbeaten BYU faces their rival Utah. Today at noon and 10:15 p.m. Eastern on ESPN.
Just a bottle of certified clean infant formula. Just a bottle with clinically proven benefits. Just a bottle of formula made in small batches in our very own factories. Just a bottle that is unlike any other formula sold in the U.S. Because this is just a bottle of formula made with only organic grass-fed whole milk. Not skim. By heart. Never skim.
We're done. I was seeing results without a forced diet change. I've lost 45 pounds so far.
The results have been astonishing. The program works.
I've never felt better, and I've lost 20 pounds already. Changed my life.
Check your eligibility in minutes at joinrexmd.com.
We can just have someone on Fiverr do it. It's no big deal.
Hiring freelancers just for small tasks is like hiring Martha Stewart as an...
Here's your coffee.
Oh, best intern ever.
Sometimes great talent is right under your nose.
What's your name again?
Tomorrow on Sunday NFL Countdown, the undefeated Chiefs battle the Broncos. We go all access with Patrick Mahomes.
Energy, energy, energy. From the first time you get out here, we're stepping on the field to dominate.
Plus, Saquon's hurdle was mesmerizing, but it's no match for O's The Mentalist. Sunday NFL Countdown, 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN. Reese, back to you in Baton Rouge.
All right, Greeny, Monday Night Football. Tua and Tyreek and the Dolphins taking on Matt Stafford, Kyron Williams and the Rams at SoFi, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ESPN and Deportes. Home Depot Tailgate is built by doers like Chef Leighton Carbo of the Supper Club. Now listen, I missed the Supper Club dinner the other night and got here a little bit late. I'm told best meal ever. What? Jim Diero, our producer, said it's the best meal he's ever had. Wow. Stanford Steve?
Second?
It was pretty good.
Really?
Well, you get down here, you got to take it to another level. Food down here,
get that
stop for the
food.
Oh, that's good. They got that boudin and gumbo down here with that seafood.
Let's see what we're going to get when Supper Club rolls it up.
There's a tiger.
Right, an inflatable tiger. Hey, Old Crimson plays Utah State today. Might not get a chance to mention this. Herbie's been following how they would get in the playoff. Got to get on it large. You know, 25 FBS players have 2,000 passing yards, 15 touchdowns, and 25 have 500 rushing yards and 10 rushing touchdowns. John Mateer is the only one in both categories. Miami and Georgia Tech play today. There was a Miami fan that slipped into practice and got some video of Haynes King working out. Not sure if he's going to go or where he stands. We'll try to follow that later on. Remember last year, they could have taken a knee. Miami fumbled. You know who recovered that fumble?
Who's that?
Kyle Kennard, who is now at South Carolina, wreaking havoc.
Yeah,
And then Haynes King
their whole season.
wrecked everything, finding Christian Leary for a touchdown, and there was jubilation for Haynes King and heartbreak for Don Chaney and Mario Cristobal. It was admitted he made the wrong call. Didn't do the right thing, could have taken a knee and run it out. Now, one-score games the last 2 seasons, they only had one such win last year. They have 2 wins of it last year, and they're 3-0 now. In fact, every game is a roller coaster of adventure. It's like they get to a point, and they go, well, we might let you win, and they go, oh, yeah, we have Cam Ward, and you don't.
Absolutely. He's the difference. I mean, I went over to campus, went to the football building. I spoke to players, offense, defense, coaches, even spoke to the team chaplain. And to the man, they said 3 things about Cam. They said, first, he plays with a very low post, meaning he doesn't get too high and he never gets too low, no matter the circumstances. Number 2, from day one, when he stepped foot on that campus in Coral Gables, he was a leader. Everybody followed him. They love his leadership. And the most important thing, guys, you know, he got the it factor. Like, he's that guy that as long as number 1 is in uniform, despite the circumstances, they always believe that they have a chance.
Yeah, and they should. I mean, they've kind of proven it now. A lot of people are saying maybe the ACC's on their side a couple different times throughout the season. Virginia Tech, Cal, Louisville, Duke, all fourth-quarter comebacks. Yeah. So whenever you say you always have a chance, you certainly do. Yeah. I have a very close friend who's a diehard Hurricane fan, and he calls them the Cardiac Canes, obviously, because every week they're out of it. Every week they've blown it. But what happened with Louisville and Clemson and Miami continuing to win and roll, it's like this team's built to win. They're calloused, and the U's back, I think, Coach. I think the U is all the way back because of Cam Ward. And that stinks for everybody else.
The way I see a great player like Cam Ward, you know the old movie Seabiscuit?
Yeah.
Where the guy's in the hospital and he says, let him look in the eye down the backstretch. When you got that kind of competitor that looks him in the eye, knows he's going to win. He knows he's going to make the basket when he has to make it.
Exactly.
That's what Miami has.
Yeah.
Well, Miami and Cam Ward are legit.
Yeah.
Their defense concerns me. They've had 3 games
100%.
that they've had to come back from 10 points or more, and they've done it because of Cam Ward. Yeah. 124th in the nation as far as penalties. That's a concern.
Yeah, exactly.
Can they keep flirting with, that fine line between losing and winning a game, and can Cam Ward always bail them out? I'm going to bring up a team that most of you don't even know they're in the ACC, SMU.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people forget they're in the ACC this year. And Kevin Jennings is kind of a Cam Ward kind of guy. Rashard Smith can run the football. They're creating turnovers. There's a new energy down in that area, Highland Park.
And that energy is always had.
Oh, they got that. But I'm just telling you, they haven't had this much excitement around SMU since the Pony Express. And it's legit. And I just think, I know Miami's great, but don't sleep on SMU if they get to that ACC championship.
I talked about Kevin Jennings last week, but SMU is 6-0 with him as a starter. So since he's been the starting quarterback, they're undefeated. I think this guy's something special.
I think people forget, honestly, they're in the ACC.
That's
a really good point. They're undefeated in conference play. Their only loss is BYU. And they get to that championship game, they can get in, and they're the first team out, too. Alabama has the last at large. SMU is the first team out.
Funny little stat about this SMU team, because Rhett Lashley and Kevin and Brashard Smith and everything, like top 5 in the country in rush defense as well. And what they did to Pitt, that was supposed to be a big game. It's like SMU shows up.
SMU has a lot of players, too, from Miami. If those two teams play.
And how about this? Also in the ACC and ACC team today, Florida State's playing Notre Dame, and I'm not even sure the Sickos committee is going to watch.
No, they are. They will.
Yeah, they might.
Yeah, they will.
Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, celebrating the challenge of road games everywhere. Are you ready for the road? Goodyear is more driven. What a nice morning, big game. You can feel it in the air. And another one in Oxford today. Nick will take us inside the film room to look at Ole Miss's improved defense and what motivated them to get there as they get set to take on Georgia. And Quinn Ewers put a mic on him, see how it's going as Texas gets set to take on Florida.
Today, let's paint with Behr, America's most trusted paint brand.
Wait, we don't have Behr.
Well, with Behr, you can paint a whole room for under $100. How much did you spend?
More.
I thought you said you researched this.
Don't overpay for your next project. Get Behr quality at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
Check this out. Let's say you want to build your own parlay, okay? ESPN Bet now has profit boosts that you can use to increase your winnings. If I parlay this money line with these points and total yards, that is boosted.
Do you want me to boost your latte?
Boost it, baby.
Boost it. Enjoy your boost.
Profit boosts, all new Parlay Lounge, and up to $1,000 in bonus bets with a first bet reset on ESPN Bet.
When you can't rely on technology, you can rely on Mountain Cold Refreshment.
Dave's back on.
Coors Light. Choose chill.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Want to shop Walmart Black Friday deals first? Walmart Plus members get early access to our hottest deals. Join now and get 50% off a 1-year membership. For the deals you desire, join Walmart Plus today and shop Walmart Black Friday deals first.
Clem's not a morning person or a people person, but he is an I can solve this in 4 different ways person. You need Clem. Clem needs benefits. Work with principals so we can help you with a plan that's right for Clem. Let our expertise round out yours.
What's up, Coach? Yeah, Troy. You're not going to start this game? Oh. Did you just sing that you're going to bench me to the Avocados from Mexico jingle? Well, they make everything better. Tastes good? They're good for you? No way. Guacamole. That's cool. That went better than I thought. Get another tray and the kicker.
Avocados from Mexico. The reason why formula companies all sound the same is because they're not very different. Almost all formula in America is made by 2 big companies and 1 white label manufacturer. And it's made with skim milk. By Heart is the infant formula made with only organic grass-fed whole milk, not skim. Made in small batches. Made by us. By Heart. Never skim.
Experience the art of high-pressure brewed coffee and espresso with the L'Art Barista System. Enjoy richer, bolder flavors complete with velvet smooth crema for a satisfying moment unlike any other.
I got some good friends that live down the street. Got a good-looking woman with her arms round me. Live in a small town where it feels like home.
That might be a tribute to Pat there. They're becoming fast friends. On the crowd this morning on the quad.
He was terrible with the pointer stick.
See some Libby Dunn signs out there. Paul Skeens and Libby Dunn.
Oh, no.
The golden couple.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Nightmare. Good for you, though.
LSU fans ready to make Alabama Tiger bait as we get close to the top of the hour. Both teams desperate. And Nick said that right off the top of the show. You don't forget your first, right?
They want a shirtless Saban.
Is that going to happen? Maybe they'll get shirtless BK instead. BK's doing yoga. Got that downward dog master ready to go.
Hot yoga.
He's going to join us in a little bit. Ashton Genty, Marty Smith delivers a tremendous story about Ashton's background and how it's impacted his role with the Boise State Broncos as they chase a playoff spot at $125,000 up for grabs. What do we think about the kicker we found?
I'll tell you what, he's a kinesiology major, so he knows the body well. Doesn't do much kicking, but he's from Louisiana, so that means he's a dog. Brady Burns, good luck, buddy.
Noon Eastern Time on ESPN2. All of a sudden, the midshipmen have hit the skids. DoorDash counting us down to kickoff just over 2 hours away. They lost 2 in a row. And USF fought its way, tough schedule early, fought its way back to 500 under Alex Golish at noon on ABC. Florida and Texas. Florida has already made the announcement. Billy Napier is coming back next year. They've got a brutal stretch starting today with Texas, LSU, and Ole Miss as DoorDash counting us down to kickoff. 2 hours and 6 minutes away. There's Sark. Hey, Sark, is that your haircut?
Hey, looking
sharp. Looking sharp, right? Yeah. Nice. Good.
Find the lighting. Find the lighting.
Here we go. Get in there. Who are you talking to, Sark?
He's talking to recruit.
This could be you right here next year.
His quarterback, Quinn Ewers, has now thrown a touchdown pass in 19 consecutive games. Ewers has had a week off, a further week to help that week heal a little bit more. He hopes AT&T keeps us connected with the Longhorns quarterback.
Was good?
Oh, yeah!
Dude, that's so loud.
My bad, bro. You got the juices flowing right now.
I love that. I love that.
See it out. See the boundaries. Reset. Good. Keep the base when you step up. Keep your base.
Batman's my favorite movie ever. Did you like that? Come on now. That's all good.
That's Quinn Ewers. You'll see him on ABC against Florida. Florida's playing much better, but undermanned. One of the problems, lost Graham Mertz at quarterback earlier. DJ Lagway had to leave the game against Georgia. Thamel, what's the status of the Gators' young quarterback Lagway today?
Well, Reese, you said it earlier that the tie together between Billy Napier and DJ Lagway looms well long-term for Florida. Unfortunately for the Gators today, DJ Lagway is not expected to help them. He's going to be officially a game-time decision, but sources have told me that DJ Lagway is not expected to significantly contribute to the game. He's going to go, he's going to warm up. He's a Texas kid coming home, but look for Aiden Warner to get his first career start at Florida. As for the big picture, the biggest news in the sport this week was Florida Athletic Director Scott Strickland's decision to bring back Billy Napier. The key number here, Reese, 70% of the freshmen and sophomores are tied to their NIL money. That means this nucleus with Lagway is going to come back for Napier. They feel good about next season, them taking another step forward in Gainesville.
And you know what, Pete? If you're going to pass the hat for a potential buyout, if you decided to make a move, why not pass the hat for the collective? Until all of the other things are settled and see if you can get him a couple of more weapons. Texas has no problems with weapons, but really since Quinn Ewers, Kirk, came back from that injury, QBR hasn't quite been the same. He's also thrown a pick in 4 straight games. What do you see from the Longhorns and Gators today in this?
Well, I think it's not so much about the opponent for Texas. It's about continuing to take steps and continuing to get Quinn Ewers and this offense back the way they're capable of playing within Sark's offense. Let me just say this about Billy Napier. I called their bowl game a couple years ago. And looking at their schedule coming into this year, you look at how challenging it was going to be. Called the game last week in Jacksonville. Left there thinking, there's a lot to like with this team and the culture that he's created, considering the adversity that they face. So for them to come out this week and kind of green light him for the future with DJ Lagway, the way their defense is playing, they created 3 turnovers last week against Carson Beck. They're going to play with some pride. Now, Aiden Warner's going to make more likely his first career start, the Yale transfer. They're going to run the football, possess the ball, and keep Quinn Ewers on the sideline to have any chance. But they will come in to fight today. I'm impressed by that.
You talk about Florida having that culture with Billy Napier, and congrats to him kind of reining that in and writing the course there. I think DJ Lagway, although he's not playing today, has come out and said that he supports Billy Napier and also wants to be a part of the culture, realigning in the way that they want to see the Florida Gators go. Let's go over to Texas now. I think a big story out of this game is also Isaiah Bond is coming back. Yeah. You talk about Quinn Ewers and potentially not playing his best football. They just come off a bye. They beat Vandy 27-24 before that. Bringing in a weapon like Isaiah Bond, if they're able to run the rock a little bit, they need to start running the ball a little bit better. Isaiah Bond's there. I think this Texas team is primed for a run, but Florida is a scrappy bunch, and I don't think anybody would have thought that at the beginning of the year. I think everybody would have thought they would have mailed it in by now.
Yeah, I agree with Kirk when he said that earlier, because you look at the team, they've been through so much, not only on the field, but Coach, you mentioned it earlier, the internet, social media. Everyone's beating up on this team. But the culture there, they've been able to stick together, and they've gone out there and competed week in and week out. Someone in Gainesville recognized that, and that's why I said, okay, Billy, we're going to retain you. The way they played Georgia last week, to me, spoke volumes about the culture that Billy Napier has up in Gainesville. Florida, I think, is a team that in the future, because of what they're starting right now, if they're able to keep Lagway there, he's coming back. I don't think he's going to play today. As a former receiver, if a guy gets carted off the field with a soft tissue injury, likelihood of him playing the next week, very some. I don't think he's going to play.
You lose that playmaking ability. You rely on Jake Ball, the freshman. Maybe Montrell Johnson comes back. But Coach, this team was tied 20-20 in a fourth quarter, a neutral site rivalry game with Georgia last week. So they got players.
21.5-point dogs.
Here's the thing that I really appreciate, that somebody out there, Florida's administration, recognized the fact that Billy Napier has done a heck of a job of coaching this team. Yeah. They've had a lot of adversity, a lot of injuries, a lot to overcome, but yet every game they start out and they play great in the first half, which tells me that they've done a great job of preparing their team with the players that they have. Yeah. And he's got the quarterback situation is going to be tough to overcome. Yeah. But I think he's built a good nucleus, and most importantly, you mentioned it, Des, culture. Yeah. A culture that can win. And if I was a recruit, I would recognize that and say, this is a place I'm going to consider
doing
going.
it the right way.
Yeah, Aiden Warner got in there and fought last week. I think they still have Clay Millen on the roster, too, who made like 10, 11 starts at Colorado State.
What were they saying? They were saying it sucks to be a
and that's tough. And you know what? Maybe when they go on the road next week, LSU plays Florida next week.
Oh, well, it sucks to be a Florida Gator. If they beat that by your ass next week, I don't know.
Let me say this. Florida feels the same way about LSU. we were practicing, and there's a railroad track that goes by. The engineer stops the train, blows the horn. We stop practice, and he gets out and does
Georgia and Ole Miss will play this afternoon. Now, the game last year, College Game Day was there, and I mean, it was a total butt kicking. Look at the way Georgia just annihilates the Ole Miss defensive front. They put 600 yards on them, evenly distributed, 300 yards rushing, 300 yards passing, and that game, a 52-17 win for the Dogs, is sort of stuck around for Ole Miss. Nick takes us inside the film room. It was the Georgia game last year, Nick, that made Lane Kiffin take a look and say, we've got to do something different. And he said after recruiting, if nothing else, we're going to look better in our uniforms on the defensive front. They've done more than that. They've been very productive.
Well, they really couldn't match up a year ago against Georgia and some of the better teams that they played, and it was very costly for them, but they did a great job in this offseason of going out and getting some players that could actually make plays and affect the game, especially up front on defense. Now, LSU is going to run read sweep Q power, all right, with a pitch guy underneath, but this Perkins is going to close and fake the quarterback like he's closing, which tells the quarterback to hand the ball off, and then he's going to shoot up the field and make a tackle for a loss, which Ole Miss leads the nation in tackles for loss.
Now, Terran Perkins was a guy that was on the team last year. They're using him, but they have some new guys, including Walter Nolan, who you see right there.
Well, Walter Nolan, Pegues, these three guys, you're going to see them just knock these guys back, which this plays on here to show you the power that they have up front and how much that can affect the game in the run game. So you stop the run, you create situations where you can rush the passer and make other explosive plays. Now you're going to see Prince right here beat the tackle, all right, with speed around the edge. It's a second long play action pass, sack. Ole Miss also leads the nation in sacks.
Remind me, Ellen's a guy they got from Florida in the portal, and now here's Perkins again.
Perkins against one of the best offensive tackles in the country, and he's going to turn speed to power and push back into the quarterback on this one, affects the throw, bats it up in the air, turnover, interception, in the red zone, sets up a score. So these guys are affecting the game in many, many ways up front, and you're going to see it again here. All right, so this is a simulated pressure, which we've actually talked about before. This guy should be rushing. He's going to drop, and they're going to bring the extra guy off the edge, which they don't pick up. It's going to turn into a sack, fumble, recovery for a touchdown. So this is a dominant front, and it's a strength of their defense, and I think will match up well against Georgia in the game.
Now, Georgia has had some trouble with turnovers. They have protected the quarterback pretty well, but they haven't run it as well. Has Ole Miss improved enough to be able to stay with them in this game today?
Well, I think if you can stop the run against Georgia, you make them play your game, which means they have to pass the ball, and now can your front affect Carson Beck and the quarterback, which they've been able to do all year.
That Ole Miss defense has really changed things. I know they've lost 2 games, but they've barely trailed. Only Army and Indiana have trailed shorter period of time than Ole Miss, and it's largely because of this defense. You look at the improvement, almost 10 points per game. Done a great job against the run, the third down, and of course the negative plays that Nick outlined for you will be huge this afternoon as you watch that game between Georgia and Ole Miss. It is sandwiched between Florida, Texas, and let's see, what's the nightcap? Oh, Alabama and LSU. Light Bengals ready. Tyron Lacey, Garrett Nussmeier. Oh, those beautiful white home jerseys are in the lockers and ready to go tonight, 7:30 Eastern time. Take a look at the Duncan weekend menu, some of the top HBCU games. Take a look at that Virginia Union, Virginia State game right there. The CIAA title game on the line. Virginia State needs to win, a little help to set up a rematch with Union, and South Carolina State is working on a 5-game winning streak against Howard. That's on ESPN Plus, 3:30 Eastern time. Alabama State and Grambling also play.
Yeah, guys, these guys, Alabama State's 4-1 in the SWAC, so they're in the contention in the East. Kareem Key, 7 touchdown passes in the last 3 games. Very efficient, but the defense, man, I tell you what, 3 players with multiple interceptions. King Lewis has 2. The Hornets defense, very, very good on the back end.
Across town, Bethune-Cookman and Southern here in Baton Rouge.
Southern also in contention in the SWAC, 4-1. They're in the West. I tell you what, they win today. They clinch the division. Xavier T-Set threw 3 touchdowns last week. But Bethune-Cookman, number 1, Cameron Ransom. This guy's a dual threat quarterback, 6 touchdown passes, 5 rushing touchdowns. Lefty with great vision, guys.
That comes up 3 o'clock Eastern time. We have a Baton Rouge doubleheader here. Wheels Up, always great job helping us out, securing our celebrity guest picker. It's a couple, the golden couple from Tigerland. Livy Dunn, the great gymnast, Paul Skeens, who is filthy on the mound for the Pirates. You know, some people said his fastball stays in the middle of the plate. Who cares? It's 104. I mean, what there is, it's a what? Colorado's comeback has been big as they go to Lubbock. We'll see what happens. And what we've got coming up for you, Jordan Davis, superstar, will perform live for a College Game Day crowd here at LSU.
The best deals of the season have arrived.
So, what are you working on?
Putting up the tree. Done putting up the tree.
Whoa. And decking out the house. Don't forget the big guy. Got him right here.
Get Black Friday savings now at the Home Depot.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
All right, Tina, 6 is hard to beat.
Not for us.
Okay, not soccer, but
Football.
Yes. We honeymooned here.
Mallorca.
Yes. Pass.
Oh, we don't pass, Tina. Come on.
They help give you more.
A tax professional.
And they have a 97% satisfaction rating.
Salami.
You could have done it in a British accent.
That's helpful, Randy.
For savings and service, get more with Geico.
Welcome to St. Dennis Medical. We help our patients and each other.
Let's get out there and heal some people!
You know, it's not always glamorous.
Oh, wrong side. Got myself. I feel like I need to go to the hospital.
But every now and then a moment comes along where you truly change someone's life.
Zap! No more cirrhosis. Zap! No more cancer.
Oh, wait, I have cancer?
No, we were just kidding, man. You good.
St. Dennis Medical, Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
On a tense Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
Holy smoke, State 1 and the fans are going wild. Deputy Urias, quick, call for backup.
Backup?
Yes, Deputy Quinn Urias.
We don't need any backup. I got this.
Call backup.
I'm sorry, did you say you wanted a Dr. Pepper?
I said backup.
Look, we don't need any backup, even if he has great hair and famous relatives.
I think we're talking about two different things here.
College football, it's a Pepper thing.
You know I made it to the playoff.
Without any backup. I get it.
Where are you going? It's my job to reconnect the people of the entire ocean. Molly?
Let's do this!
Disney's Moana 2.
This is serious!
Is something distracting you? Rated PG. Only in theaters November 27th.
It is amazing to have a collagen. I used to have a probiotic, a green juice that replaced it all with this arm of colostrum. And if you don't know what colostrum is, it is amazing. It is a bioactive whole food. It has all the essential nutrients you need for your skin, your gut, energy, focus, mood, performance, your hair, like immune system. It strengthens, supports all of that. The first thing I noticed was the energy and recovery that it had after workout. If you want to try it, try armor.com.
Monday Night Football in Hollywood, it's giving glamorous. Stafford and Tua, A-list leading men. Stars so bright, I got the... No, I can't see a thing.
It's the return of women's college hoops.
Oh, my!
With the game's brightest stars. Must-see matchups.
Wow.
And off-the-charts hype. The 2024 Allied Tip-Off, Sunday at 3 on ESPN.
But you can buy dirt.
Back in Baton Rouge, LSU's own Jordan Davis playing Buy Dirt.
Before you get caught on that ladder, let me tell you what it's all about. Find you a few things that matter that you can put a fence around. When he laid it out, buy dirt. Find one you can't live without. And get a ring, let your knee hit the ground. Do what you love, but call it work. And throw a little money in the plate at church. You send your prayers up and your roof standing. And add limbs to your family tree. Watch their pencil marks in the grass in the yard all grow up. Cause the truth about it is, it all goes by real quick. You can't buy happiness, but you can buy dirt. Yeah, baby. Thank the good Lord for it, cause he ain't making any more of it. And buy dirt, and find one you can't live without. And get a ring, let your knee hit the ground. Do what you love, but call it work. and throw a little money in the plate at church. You send your prayers up and your roots down deep, and add limbs to your family tree. Watch their pencil marks in the grass in the yard all grow up, 'cause the truth about it is it all goes by real quick. You can't buy happiness, but you can buy dirt. Let's go, Tiger!
Jordan Davis, what a performance here this morning in Baton Rouge, getting the crowd ready.
What's up, baby? Oh, yeah, baby. You too, great performance.
He'll be ready for tonight in Tiger Stadium. You know, there are some places that just have a soul. You know, the mist rolls in off the Mississippi, the river, the bourbon. Here's Ryan McGee on this great venue.
Tiger Stadium opened 100 years ago this month, Thanksgiving Day, 1924. 7 years later, to accommodate Louisiana farmers who worked every daylight hour, LSU started playing night games.
Saturday night in Death Valley.
The Bayou has been rocking beneath the moonlight ever since. The place became so ear-shatteringly loud that by the 1950s, folks took to calling it Death Valley. When LSU defeated the Clemson Tigers in the 1959 Sugar Bowl, they also claimed the right to call their Coliseum what Clemson had named theirs, Death Valley. Billy Cannon's Halloween run in 1959. The earthquake game in '88 that literally triggered seismograph. Jacob Hester's dive in '07. Bama game after Bama game, calling Baton Rouge Joey football.
Touchdown, Tigers!
Yeah, call it Death Valley all you want. But for a century, nowhere have college football Saturdays felt more alive.
Come here.
It is alive, man. You roll up to this place and it is intimidating. And Brian Kelly has taken advantage of that. 13-0 under BK. 9 home games at LSU, and overall they've got 15 straight wins. And Nick, from the time you've coached here, you know not only what it means in terms of an advantage, but what it means to everybody associated with LSU.
I think this is the hardest place to play in college football because of the LSU fans. The passion that the people have here is fantastic, and I think it's great for college football. But one of the stories I like to tell is David Toms won the PGA championship when I was a coach here, and I used to have a guest guy run out the tunnel with the team. So I said, David, would you run out with the team? He said, absolutely. So he runs out with the team, game's over, we won the game. I said, David, what was more exciting, winning the PGA championship or running out the tunnel? He said, no doubt, Coach, it was running out the tunnel in Tiger Stadium. So that's the kind of passion these people have.
103,000 people, live Tiger back on the sideline. What does that Tiger sound like whenever it roars, Coach? Nailed it. That was good. That was great.
And you know what? You know who's going to lead the team out tonight against Alabama? Head coach of the LSU Tigers, Brian Kelly, and his pointer going up here. Here he comes.
Good to see you, Brian.
BK, you know how much this environment can help. Just from a big picture standpoint, with the situation you find your team in now, everybody's saying elimination game. How do you approach that?
Well, first of all, you've got to stick with what you've been doing, right? We've got a process. We'll follow that process. But look, they follow this. They love this crowd. They love playing at home. As Nick said, there's not a better environment to play in. So this momentum will be carried throughout the game. Now, you got to stay focused.
That's what I was going to
You can't let this get you out of your emotional zone where you're locked in for every single play. But this fan group just keeps you locked in because they are on every single play, and they're with you every single play. So it's amazing.
I want to ask you, since you've been here, you have 9 comebacks when you've been down by double digits, the most in the country. That's not by accident. Talk about why your team has faced some adversity and learned to never give up and keep fighting back.
Well, I think it's the character that we have with our guys. And every team will talk about resiliency, talk about the traits that they have. But this group is a group that, for the most part, has been through some of those wars and has had success. So they know if they keep playing every single play, they're going to find the right outcome. And this group knows that. Now, obviously, we're going to have to do it for 4 quarters. This is a great football team we're playing, and there's no apparent weaknesses. So we're going to have to play for 4 quarters and not get behind like we have.
Let's see a little bit of that as we go to the DoorDash dashboard here as you guys break this down.
Yeah, let's look at these plays, Coach. This is from this year, really focusing on the LSU defense, which had to make some adjustments, of course, without Harold Perkins, and you guys seem like you've gotten better.
I like this guy right here. That guy's pretty good.
Well, number 40 right here on a quick will stunt. You can see him coming off the edge. And his ability to impact the game is really what's going to be important for us. You can see we get the deflection. This is a big turnaround in the game. Now, we're on the road in the SEC, and Nick knows this. Any time that you can get some momentum on the road and get a big game changer like this is going to set your offense up, and we were able to convert for a touchdown.
And don't you feel the edge? So much attention on Swinson. Tackles, everybody's kicking down. It's going to free up your backers. That'll be big tonight.
No doubt. And you can see the attention that Four has been getting. Yep. Swinson's had a great year. Now you bring the will off the edge. He's got a free shot to the quarterback. We get a great deflection. We get a touchdown out of it.
Hey, Coach, tonight, obviously your defense is going to have to try to keep Jalen Milroe contained. You know all about that because Pat White used to run wild against your Cincinnati Bearcats back in the day.
Oh, yeah. I knew that was coming.
Okay, let's talk about your offense, though. Yep. Garrett Nussmeier, obviously, a couple picks, everything like that in a couple different games. He's a Louisiana kid. Yep. Feels like he takes a lot of pride in the state of Louisiana.
He does.
You have a lot of that on this team. Feels like that's a focal point for you.
It is.
Can you tell the people about how important the state of Louisiana is, high school football, and keeping them at LSU for you?
So first and foremost, this program and its roots and its tradition and history is built on the state of Louisiana. And our players have a great amount of pride in playing for the flagship university in LSU. So you can tell that in the way they played. And we talked about in terms of coming back. There's no quit in this football team. And the same thing with Garrett Nussmeier. Yeah, he threw a couple of picks, but he has such confidence in his ability. He just went back to his process. He worked harder this week. And he's going to come back with the same kind of confidence and play the game the right way this weekend.
Hell yeah.
Well, Coach, first of all, the kicks are fire.
Yes.
Size
him up. Looks like my size.
Yeah.
Talk about the culture you instilled here, holding players accountable for everything they do and how that translates to on the field.
Yeah. So, look, at the end of the day, if you want your guys not to be jumping offside in this environment, if you want them to do the little things the right way, the attention to detail, that requires championship football teams to do. You can't let them do those things off the field. Right. Getting to class, doing a little, showing up early, being on time, the details.
Yes, sir.
It's 24/7, and you can't just talk about it.
Right.
If you give it lip service, then it's not going to show itself on the field. And Coach knows this. He's done it. He is the champion of this, and he wrote the book about it. And he parlayed it. But my point is he parlayed that onto the field.
Yeah.
And that's what you have to emulate. You got to be able to stand behind it and take action if they're not doing it.
Brian, we had a hell of a game last year in Tuscaloosa, and probably the one difference in the game was Jalen Milroe's ability to make some plays with his feet.
Yep.
That was really the difference in the game. So what have you done defensively to try to minimize his ability to do that?
Well, first of all, discipline in pass rush lanes. I mean, that's absolutely the first thing. But Jalen Milroe is a player that you can't let him get comfortable. If he gets in a rhythm and gets comfortable, like probably any great quarterback, if they get in a zone of comfort, you're in for a long day with really good quarterbacks. And he's a really good quarterback. So getting him uncomfortable, getting him out of rhythm, and then when we get into these third down situations, we've got to make sure that we're very disciplined in our pass rush.
Coach, I've been trying to figure out all morning, what are they saying? Hey! So what are they saying? I can't hear. It's too loud. Good luck tonight, Coach.
Thank you.
Can I tell you something?
When did that start?
Brian, back in the day, was in politics. He knows an issue to run away from.
Yeah, he just said,
thank you.
That and live Tigers.
Hey, we appreciate you.
We don't
Thanks, brother.
Appreciate you.
Brian Kelly, head coach, always great to see BK, friend of the show for a number of years, no matter where the stop has been. And look, this is a championship place Tim Monkey leading the LSU women's basketball team to a national championship. First time ever in 2023. They're proud of that. And under Kim, 93-14, fourth best in the country since the 2021-2022 season. Flamboyant outfits and some flamboyant players too, as well as you see, and one of them is with Jess.
Yeah, Reese, I was at the game last night. Congrats, ladies. 2-0, amazing starts this season, and the energy was absolutely palpable. But, Flage, 5 straight games with 20-plus points. What excites you the most about this group that you're playing with?
Man, just getting better with my team. Like, we got a good team. We got a deep bench, man. We got so many stars that can score the ball, but it's going to just be us coming together and getting to it.
And it was your birthday last week, so happy belated. You kind of had an iconic celebration. You were on stage with Lil Wayne performing, no big deal. How does it feel to be so loved and supported, not just by LSU, but by the entire state of Louisiana?
Louisiana kind of adopted me. I loved him forever. Man, performing with Lil Wayne was crazy. It was an insane moment. Make sure y'all go get that. Came out of Beast right now. I'm dropping my deluxe on the 15th, so new music coming, man. Yeah.
New music on the 15th. Incredible. Now, most important question, though, with your teammates here. LSU by how many tonight?
LSU by 30. Let's go!
By 30! Reese, you already know. At Death Valley, that's definitely a possibility.
It might be. I expected her to say LSU by 1 million. That's the feeling here on the quad right now, and certainly Alabama's secondary is going to be under fire, and that back group led by the veteran Malachi Moore, who has 7 picks in his career, national championship on his resume, and was leading the Tide in practice this week.
Let's get it. Camera behind us. You're supposed to be locked in to practice. All right. You talk about that like that. You talk about where the camera at. You see what I'm saying? But
let's go!
Hey, look. Oh God! Hey, that's a grab I just did.
And you see Malachi Moore. Kalen DeBoer, who is going to make his debut as the head coach in this series, is credited Malachi with really helping and holding things together through the transition from Nick Saban to Kalen DeBoer. And his character has been manifested in many ways, Jen Latta.
That's right, Reese. If you see a pop of pink flash across the field this evening, it is very, very likely the mouthpiece of Malachi Moore. He wears it to honor a little girl from his hometown. It represents joy, perspective, and the unlikeliest of friendships.
I can still hear that voice in my head today.
When Malachi Moore visited his mom's kindergarten classroom in the fall of 2018, he wasn't looking for a new friend, but that's what he found in Henrietta Murray.
Henrietta was a little girl in my mom's class. My first time meeting her, she just gave me this big old hug, and it was like we've known each other for years. She loved Alabama football, and I was committed to Alabama at the time, and we kind of just kicked off our relationship from there.
Oh yeah, what do you say? Oh man, come on! What do you
She was so cute. She was, she just liked the room. I knew that she had challenges.
Henrietta was born 8 weeks premature. She was in the NICU for quite a while. When she was 2, we talked to an eye doctor. He confirmed that Henrietta had what's called bilateral optic atrophy, which basically means her eyes anatomically are fine, but the optic nerves do not receive what it's seeing. But we did not get the diagnosis of the true cause of her blindness until she was 7, when it was a mitochondrial disease.
The disease was not just responsible for Henrietta's progressive blindness, but a number of other symptoms affecting her digestive and immune systems as well. The Murrays were told Henrietta's case was terminal.
It was gut-wrenching, and it broke my heart. Like most kids, she had days that were really hard and frustrating. And so she'd get down, but she never lost her unwavering hope and her zeal for life.
When I first met her, she could see a little bit out of her peripheral. I remember it's a clip of me playing on ESPN, and Henrietta is all the way up on the TV screen screaming, "Go Kai, go Kai."
She would just scream like he could hear her, and she was in the stands yelling, "Go Kai." And he just loved, seeing her cheer for him.
Hi, Kai. Happy birthday. Have a good day. Bye. We're all outside.
In November 2018, as part of the recruiting process, Malachi was invited to an Alabama game. He chose to bring Henrietta and her family as his guests.
I thought it would be a cool experience for her to walk on the field, be on the sideline with the players while they warm up, and talk to Coach Saban.
When we left there, people knew who Henrietta was. She did not meet a stranger. She talked to Coach Saban. She was cheering. She's, Roll Tide.
To see this kid who, has this great future ahead of him, that he cared about my daughter. And when she's at a low point, then he's encouraging her and helping her know how beautiful she is. It meant the world to me.
Since 2018, Malachi has gone from a high school recruit to Tide team captain. And as his profile grew, so did his bond with Henrietta, even as her time dwindled.
The last time that she was awake with him, she asked him for a signed football from him and Coach Saban. He said, I can take care of it for you.
They called me the night before and told me that, hey, Henrietta wants to see you again. It's kind of getting bad, so can you please come see her? I'm like, of course I'll come see her.
Malachi showed up to visit with her and brought her football.
And when I got there, she was kind of already transitioning. I really didn't want to accept the fact of what was going on, but I kind of knew just before the nurse got there. And I kind of just got in the bed, gave her a hug, and I just told her that I loved her and that I would always be there for her. And I appreciate everything she did for me and the joy that she brought into my life.
Henrietta Murray died in the early morning hours of May 15, 2024. She was 11 years old. A few days later, she was laid to rest, with Malachi serving as one of her pallbearers.
Malachi inspired Henrietta in a way that I don't think any of us could have. And I don't know that he even knew he was doing that.
She still inspired me today by just how strong she was. I feel like she gives me an extra motivation each and every day. When you first meet somebody, you don't automatically think that this gonna be the best friendship ever in the world, but it definitely was to me.
Just a reminder that you never know what somebody is carrying with them. Malachi Moore carrying that with him all season long. He told me Henrietta didn't care if he was a big-time college football star. If he had a good game, she loved him. If he had a bad game, she loved him. And he carries her with him every single day. If he has a tough workout, a tough lift, he's got to do sprints in the summer, he thinks of Henrietta's journey, and he reminds himself, what I'm going through right now, this is nothing. I got this. We've got so much more coming up on College Game Day. The show rolls on right after this.
When I first put on the helmet, it felt like the world just instantly lifted off my shoulders.
I feel like the sky's the limit. With this, deaf people are able to do things on a much higher level.
If I plan on playing in a professional league, I won't miss anything. the world is moving in the right direction.
Subway launched new $6.99 meal deals with any 6-inch sub.
Wait, Subway did what?
Dad?
Yep. For a limited time, get any 6-inch sub, chip, and a drink, all for just $6.99.
Everyone knows good things come in threes, like our Eat, Drink, and Play combo for just $19.99. Maybe the saying should be good things come in 19.99s. Maybe not. The Dave & Buster's Eat, Drink, and Play combo for just $19.99.
What is it? The bus is leaving in 5 minutes.
All right, fine, I'll be out in a second.
You scared the gigabytes out of me.
I scared you.
The future isn't scary. Not investing in it is. 100 innovative companies, one ETF.
I think I might have oiled myself.
Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Achy legs and painful arches? There's Copperfit Energy Socks for that. Our easy on, easy off graduated compression socks to help reduce swelling, relieve tired, achy muscles, and provide energizing support. Now with arch support technology for targeted compression to help ease arch and ankle fatigue.
These were fantastic. The more I wore them, the better it got.
If you have to wear compression socks for whatever reason, these are a game changer.
Get Copperfit Energy Socks in these fine stores.
My hair has gotten so much thicker ever since taking this.
I used to have a probiotic, a green juice that replaced it all with this Arma colostrum.
Gotta take it.
First thing I noticed was the energy and recovery that it had after workout. You want to try it? Try arma.com.
Hey kids, what do you call the NordVPN Black Friday deal? The Block Friday deal. Woo! Because you block online threats. Black Friday, Block Friday.
Get the Black Friday deal and block online threats now.
Future of cool, comfortable sleep is here. Introducing the new Sleep Number Climate Cool Smart Bed, the only smart bed in the world that actively cools and effortlessly adjusts to both of you. Sleep up to 15 degrees cooler on each side. It actively cools by drawing warm air away from your body to keep you cool and comfortable throughout the night. Our smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep per night. Save 40% on the Sleep Number Special Edition Smart Bed, plus free home delivery with any base. Shop now at a Sleep Number store near you.
Sensitive types. Take your biggest bite. The new Quip 360 with 3 intensities, great for sensitive teeth and gums. Quip, free your mouth.
On the next Cyber Monday, here's something you should know. 98% of clicks come from SEO.
Shopping season bells are ringing. Get your business ready for business with SEO experts on Fiverr.
In honor of Veterans Day, Team Depot will complete hundreds of volunteer projects to help make veterans' homes safer, more accessible through the Home Depot Foundation's annual Operation Surprise initiative. Follow hashtag Operation Surprise to see how the Home Depot Foundation is helping ensure more veterans enjoy a welcoming home. Tremendous work that we're proud to be associated with here on College Game Day. This Veterans Day weekend, these are the uniforms that Arizona State will rock at home in honor of Pat Tillman when the Sun Devils take on UCF. Those are fantastic uniforms. Of course, the honor to Pat Tillman, who left his career as a professional football player to go serve in the military and gave the ultimate sacrifice of his life. Other teams are honoring America's veterans with special helmets today, including this Middle Tennessee State on the left. The ones that the Air Force Academy will be wearing today are fire too, and Rutgers also with a red, white, and blue theme on there. And many of our members of the College Game Day family have served. Bart Baker, Countdown to Game Day, one of our graphics operators. Andy Bean and the IT support to make sure that we're able to access the internet.
Big Tommy!
Starting a show in 10 years with a good chef, Tommy Marshall. This is the way it goes. And then Ron Velez is with us, Rosa Scott, the integration director, all of these. We are so grateful for their service.
Yeah,
and Trey Trahan, one of our stage managers here, also serving his country and serving our country. And we are very appreciative for all of that. And we also, in the Old Dominion Best in the Game group, we have student veterans from here at LSU who are spending the morning here with us and celebrating College Game Day, and we greatly appreciate them. And now they are continuing their education here at LSU, and it's great to have them with us this morning. You know, Boise State's only loss this season came at the hands of Oregon, lost 37-34, gave up a couple of kick returns for touchdowns. When they got back to Boise on Monday morning, Ashton Jeanty went straight to head coach Spencer Danielson and said, Coach, you have to put me on special teams. I can help. Now, so far, Danielson has resisted that temptation because, after all, star running back, Heisman contender, he already runs violently. But as Marty Smith tells us, it should come as absolutely no surprise that Jeanty understands sacrifice, commitment, and committing everything to try to go for the good of the unit.
If you were to describe your mentality, what is your running style?
Oof, I would say vicious.
Typical Ashton Jeanty. You can't bring it down.
To run through somebody's face over and over and over, I won't be stopped.
The top running back in all of college football.
You the best player in the country?
I think so.
For Ashton Jeanty, that path to success wasn't always paved. But the roadmap began at home, under the guidance of his father, who was a chief petty officer in the Navy.
Ashton, from early on, saw that if you're gonna be part of something, you need to work hard. Make sure you keep your head down.
It wasn't anything easy, for sure, and not because I was disciplined all the time, like nothing like that, but just having to pack up and move every few months.
Like many military families, the Jeantys moved often. By the time he was in middle school, Ashton had lived in Georgia, Florida, and Virginia. And then, when he was 13, an American military base in Italy became his home. And football became his destiny.
The very first time I saw Ashton was on the basketball court, and I was just like, wow, this kid's got a lot of power.
One of my first practices, he lined me up against a senior. I got the ball, and I ran him over. He was like, this kid's the real deal.
I knew that he had to leave Italy and get exposed in order to play at the next level.
2019, we moved to Lone Star, and I looked at Ashton and I said, I think this is where you're gonna get your offer.
As a senior at Lone Star High School in Texas, Jeanty rushed for more than 1,800 yards and scored 41 total touchdowns. Still, the big school offer he says he hoped for never came. One that did come was Boise State.
It fueled that fire in me to go even harder. It was never given to me anything. It was all earned.
In his first 2 seasons at Boise State, Jeanty rushed for more than 2,100 yards and 26 total touchdowns. This season, Jeanty is on pace for more than 2,200 rushing yards and is among the Heisman Trophy frontrunners.
State your case for winning the Heisman Trophy.
There was a lot of things that were talked about me before the season, and I felt on that first run like I shut all that down.
Breaks free, Jeanty, touchdown, 77 yards.
And then later on against Washington State, I ran through somebody's face and scored a touchdown.
Oh, a little Heisman, yeah, why not?
I made my case for the Heisman right then and there.
And the pose.
And the pose, come on.
Whether this journey ends with Jeanty holding the Heisman remains to be seen. But the belief and the discipline instilled in him are what he credits with getting him here.
To have any type of success requires some sort of sacrifice. I'm beaming whenever I'm watching him.
Being a military kid, my dad, he set the example always how to be disciplined. And I feel like the same way he went up the ranks is the same way I'm going up the ranks.
Marty Smith reporting, and Jeanty's carrying Boise State up the ranks. Remember, in the new playoff system, 12 teams. The 5 highest-ranked conference champions automatically get in. Boise State leading the Mountain West, 74% chance to get in. Army is still undefeated, and you see some other teams. Keep an eye on Tulane, too, should Boise State stumble. Now, just as we get closer and closer to the unveiling of the 12-team bracket, a reminder on how this is going to work. As I said, the 5 highest-ranked conference champions will automatically be into the field. The 4 highest-ranked conference champions will get buys into the quarterfinals and will be seeded 1 through 4. Now, in the first round, you'll have 8 teams, and the teams seeded 5 through 8 will get home games. Can you imagine a home playoff game in Tiger Stadium? A playoff game in Tiger Stadium. Then they will advance through the bracket. No more reseeding, and ultimately the national champion will be crowned in Atlanta on January 20th. Now, this is now the college football playoff rankings. Remember that now. We had our first rankings rather than the AP poll, as it says there. And the rankings have Boise State ranked 12th and seeded 12th. The 4 buys, Oregon and Georgia leading their respective conferences. And then you see how these other ones come through. BYU, because they're leading the Big 12, would get one of the buys. And Miami, because they're leading the ACC. If they win it, they would get one of the buys. We've spent the better part of the last several weeks talking about the number of teams who have hope. All of these teams who are in the mix here. The team that has the last at-large bid at the moment is Alabama, at least until tonight. We'll see where LSU ranks in here. They're at 15 at the moment. This could really help them.
Wow, that could help them.
As we look at this and the path starts to narrow, become a little bit more defined, we've got some playoff-worthy meters. Is the team a long shot? Are they worthy? Or can they win it all? So, Nick, start with Notre Dame. Tell me where they rank on the playoff hope meter.
Yeah, I think Notre Dame's done a great job of improving.
Where are you going to stop
since an early season loss?
Where are you going to stop?
I think they need to stop right there, playoff-worthy. I think they're a playoff-worthy team. I think they have a schedule that they can finish strong with. I don't think they have to play in a championship game. So if they win out, I think they're a playoff-worthy team, but I don't think they're a championship contender.
Okay, let's stay in the great state of Indiana and talk about Indiana University. Kurt Signetti, massive one against Michigan, then a bye, then they got Ohio State. If they can get by Michigan, which they're 14-point favorites, and then they go into Ohio State, stop! I think you're about right there. To win in this college football playoff, unless you're the champion, you're going to have to win 4 straight massive games. Don't know if their roster's ready for it yet. I don't know if they're a championship contender, but definitely going to be dancing down there in Bloomington.
All right, let's check out BYU. And this is a football team that's been impressive because their ability to win in different ways. Coming out of the Big 12 this year, I'm going to put them right about, like Coach Saban, right about there. And the reason I say this, they're not going to wow you with their roster, but they can win a low-scoring game. Right. They can get into a shootout and win a shootout. Mm-hmm. Quarterback has got some moxie and some leadership ability.
And chutzpah.
Absolutely. That's always a factor. Yeah. And look at their schedule, Des. They got a big one with Utah today. Rivalry game on the road. But I got Arizona State, I think, at the end. Yeah. I think they're definitely legit.
Let's talk about Miami. Talk about them. I know where it is. Let's go. These Canes. Is the Canes back? Is the U back?
How far are you going to go?
I'm going to let it get a little further because I think Cam Ward has a lot of magic to him, a lot of heroism. Right here. This is a good spot. The reason why is because I love Cam Ward, love what they're doing on defense. I mean, offense, but the defense.
Scary.
I don't think that's very scary. I don't think that's a championship-worthy defense.
Or you put them in here.
Nah, not national championship. They may win the ACC. They got to go up against SMU potentially. That's going to be a shootout. But I'm worried about their defense. I got to stop the meter right there.
Okay, I like where we're at. Let's dance with the #1 team in the country.
Now, you know, that's my team.
Out of the Big Ten.
My team, too.
Des definitely agrees. This thing's taking a long road home. This team is built mentally, physically, offensively, defensively, special teams-wise. Go ahead and yodely. Stop. I didn't know if it could go further. We should break this thing. This team's ready to go. This thumbs-down mentality that they're all built into, gladiator, that means kill. That is what Oregon's trying to do to everybody. I think they got championship brain. And I think that's why they're championship contenders.
Let's go to the Big 12. How about Colorado? You guys
Coach
Prime is doing down there in Boulder. You know, I like Shador. He's QB1 for me. Travis Hunter is probably the right here.
Wow.
What was that about?
They didn't want it to go past.
No, they want to
not feeling it.
If they get past Texas Tech in Lubbock today. They'll be favored in all of their games.
They need to.
Yeah, they got that. That's where they may be kind of weak, right there in the trenches.
Because in the playoffs,
they're getting better.
In the playoffs,
but once you get to the playoffs, you play against some bigger guys.
Absolutely.
That may be when they hit their Achilles heel and lose the game.
Before you do your next team,
go ahead.
He's got pretty good feet here.
Look at
as a tackle on the edge.
Looks good.
They
really
need
good.
that.
Really
Colorado
good.
needs that. All right, hey, now I'll scream the shit. You know what I mean? They need that.
AQ appreciates that.
Yeah, if they can protect Shador, they got a shot. But that's a big D-line
Exactly.
in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I know Penn State, everybody's disappointed that they didn't win the big game last week. But I would say this. They were in the big game, so that means something. And I would stop them there, right there. I think if they score inside the 5-yard line, 1 out of 2 times,
game.
you know, it's a different story. But they have to live with the story that they have. They have to finish strong. They won't have to play in the championship game most likely. So I think they are playoff worthy, but not championship contenders.
All right, you got Ole Miss.
Oh, I got Ole Miss. So somebody give me a long shot. Why are they booing? Did they already beat these guys? Yeah. He beat them already. That's their biggest rival problem. So you think Ole Miss? You think Lane?
Stop it now. They want to stop.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there.
Okay.
They're just on the edge, like on the fringe of it. No, they're not buying it, bro.
They beat Georgia.
Now if they win today, that would be huge. And then people will start to look at Ole Miss a lot differently. And they have the type of defense that may be able to get Georgia. They may get clipped.
That's what I'm saying, because they're like nothing if they lose. So you're saying they win today?
Stick around for the picks.
All right. I guess I'm the lucky guy that gets Alabama. Hey, Coach, we gotta get it. We gotta get it right about there. I'm just saying. This is a team that's still searching for an identity. Right. It's a team that's still been inconsistent. But with Jalen Milroe, you got to build. With Jalen Milroe, and if they ever put it on, Coach, they're a dangerous team.
This is what I've been hearing for years.
That's tiger bait there, brother.
Tiger bait.
Let's go ahead and start that thing. And let's take it on a long ride all the way to the green.
Keep it 100. Keep it above now.
Garrett Nussbaum. Weapons galore.
Stop it.
A defense that's flying. Stop it. I mean, who knows? They beat Alabama. They go on a run. They got this crowd. Could you imagine them with a home playoff game and a 12-team playoff? Wow. The college football world, would be on fire. I hope it happens for the beautiful people of Baton Rouge. Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I'm happy you had to do Bama. Yeah. And I got to do
Hey, this path is going to keep narrowing as we go. You're a man who plays the game of chance. Would you put a little cash on where you just put LSU on that play?
Yeah, of course. I bet on that. Of course, Reese. Sure. Yeah, I mean, they got that live tiger, Governor Jeff Landry. He's got that live tiger coming out. It's going to be a different ball game here in Baton Rouge tonight.
And then they sing songs. They got that. I mean, they got.
What do they say?
I don't know.
Hey.
I don't know.
That's on you.
I don't know what they're saying. I still don't know. I don't know what they're saying. It's hard to hear.
Bro, you know what you're going to be able to see Tuesday night? Champions Classic. It'll start with Michigan State and Kansas. Kansas, big win over North Carolina, as our friend Jonathan Wiley calls them. Hubert and them came up short against #1 Kansas. The ranking show goes in between, and then Duke and Kentucky square off in the nightcap in the Champions Classic as we go back to Just Sid.
We're clearly going to continue the Tiger talk over here. Now, Reese, of course, not many schools have live mascots. If they do, that might be a bird, it might be a dog. But LSU has had a live tiger on campus for almost 100 years. Now, special shout out to Bailey and Ginger and all the other amazing caregivers that make sure that Mike the 7th and all the ones that came before are healthy and happy. All right, y'all, I am here with Ginger, the communications manager for LSU's BIයෙන් NN. Ginger, thanks for having us.
Oh, thanks for coming.
Can you set the scene for us? Where are we right now?
So we are at the habitat on LSU's campus for Mike 7, LSU's live tiger mascot. This is 14,000 square feet out here. He has 2 pools, a waterfall, obviously grass, trees, rocks, and then he has another 1,000 square feet inside.
So tell me, what's like a day in the life with Mike?
Well, first of all, here he comes. So his caretakers will wake him up in the morning, and then, and they'll check his yard, make sure that everything's safe for him to come outside. And then once he's out, he walks around, he swims, he's got a ball that he plays with. He sleeps a lot, he is a cat. And then so in the evenings, they'll come back, he's fed inside and goes to sleep, and then they do the whole thing over again.
And you serve up a little special pregame meal, right?
Well, we do that too. So in 2014, we started doing what we call meat art. So his caretakers will take his regular dinner and they'll shape it into the opposing team's logo so he can dine on it the night before the game.
We love a subliminal message. Thank you so much for your time. This is absolutely incredible.
Oh, you're very welcome. And here he comes again.
The meat art was a really, really nice touch. Come on over here, Mike. Come on. Oh, yes. So Mike has not, that Mike has. Mike the 7th and Mike the 6th hasn't seen the inside of the stadium since 2015. But as Pat has already said, Governor Jeff Landry has made it his mission to make sure that a live tiger is, oh, you took your shirt off. You're making a statement. You said Omar who? I don't know. Reese.
I won't call him Omar, Jeff. He's Faux Mike.
Faux Mike. You're right. I like that.
And by the way, Faux Mike, I'm told, has escaped a couple of times.
He has.
Yeah.
Not good.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Road tested, game ready. Are you ready for the road? Goodyear is sports driven. Are you ready for a live tiger in the stadium? Perhaps we'll see that during the game tonight. Are you ready for somebody to win some money by making a 33-yard field goal? What do you got, Pat?
Reese, it feels special out here. It genuinely does, because I am joined by a sophomore kinesiology major named Brady Burns, right, Brady? Where are you from, brother?
I'm from Hahnville, Louisiana.
Okay, so you got a lot of pride, obviously, in LSU and Louisiana. How do you think the team is going to do against Alabama this evening?
I agree. I mean, what do you think? We're going to win.
Okay, I like the confidence. Have you ever said anything terrible about a kicker before?
Besides kickers, who hasn't?
What do you mean, who hasn't said something bad about kickers before? Kickers have a hard job. That's what this entire thing is about.
I guess.
Okay, Brady.
It's their one job.
Brady, have you ever kicked a ball before?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mess around with it, every now and then.
Okay, so here's the deal on this particular glorious Saturday in Baton Rouge. Brady will be kicking for $125,000. Obviously, that's the most pressure this kinesiology major has ever had in his life. He hates kickers. He thinks it's easy. Good luck. But also, there's a local LSU businessman named Lenny Lemoyne, who's an absolute dog. He'll be donating $100,000 to hurricane relief. If you make it, he'll double that to $200,000. I will match. That'll be $400,000 to hurricane relief, no matter what side of the fence you sit on. So $400,000, $125,000 to you. This is a $500,000 kick. Good luck, Brady. Let's do this thing.
Yes, sir.
Kirk, I'm not. Kirk, you said you have kicked, or you have kicked the ball?
I've kicked, messed around.
Okay.
It's not about if he's kicked before. It's about magic happening here in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Kenley, be ready. It's got hard left.
Okay, Kirk has no faith.
Just in case.
Moving up.
You need to feed off of that, Brady. Stack the chips, brother. Make the kick.
There you go.
$525,000 on the line. $400,000 for hurricane relief. $125,000 to your pockets. Brady in the bayou. Oh.
What do you think? What do you think there?
You think if you got one more kick, you'd make it?
I think so.
How do you deal with the humidity down here?
You got to aim right.
I know.
All right, let's go.
Thank you.
Aim for the right upright. The right upright.
Brady, how about this? I haven't talked to the Lemoyne company, obviously. He said if you would have made it, he would have donated $200,000 instead of $100,000 to hurricane relief. I'm going to speak for him because I had dinner with him last night, and I know the pockets are very deep for Lenny. Lenny's a great man. He'll donate $500,000 to hurricane relief if you make this kick. And your kick will be worth $250,000.
Oh, my gosh.
$750,000, Brady.
Wow.
All you got to do is kick a 33-yard field goal. It's so easy. One job. Let's
make an adjustment.
Boston Connor is underneath the upright. So is Stanford Steve.
We're going right upright.
Make
right
adjustment.
upright. Come on, bro. Right upright. Don't miss left. Kelsey missed left twice last week. Don't miss left. Yeah. Going left.
Oh, this guy sucks. This guy sucks. Oh, my God, Brady. It got worse. Big Mike, you big dummy. $250,000 will be donated to hurricane relief from myself and Lenny. Brady, you can hold your head high, buddy. Everybody sucks at kicking that thinks it's easy. Back to you, Reese, on this sweaty day in Baton Rouge.
My man Brady was headed for the exits fast after that one. Still to come, Rebels and the Dogs will further break down the last stand for Ole Miss if they want to stay in playoff contention. The Dogs could be pushed to the brink if they don't win. Our guest pickers, LSU's power couple, Livy Dunn and Paul Skeens, will make a couples version of the pick. Doesn't every couple aspire to get on game day and make the picks together? Don't go anywhere. We've got lots more to come on College Game Day, but now a quick word from Duncan.
The $6 meal deal is here. It starts with Duncan's legendary coffee, a toasty, melty bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, and a crispy, crumbly order of hash browns. It's kind of the biggest deal in breakfast. The $6 meal deal, available now.
Man, that sandwich looks lonely, and that's sad. So let Jimmy John's fix that by adding free chips and a free drink. Turn an 8-inch sandwich or wrap into a combo for free after 2 p.m. Only at Jimmy John's.
Let game day begin!
Grab a Pepsi and make your game day epic.
Stats matter. Like 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer. So Depend and the Prostate Cancer Foundation want to encourage you to get screened.
And now through November, Depend is donating to cancer research with select purchases.
I tried everything for my stubborn dandruff, and then I found Nizoral. Nizoral works differently to get to the root cause of dandruff. In fact, its active ingredient is 10 times more effective at fighting fungus, the primary cause of dandruff. Say goodbye to stubborn dandruff with Nizoral.
Any NBA play can inspire your next hunch. And with 3 months of NBA League Pass from FanDuel, you're about to get a whole lot more inspiration. So if you think they're going to rock the rim right out of the gates, hello, or you want to RSVP to the block party, there he is. Yes, sir. Or you think it's going to start raining threes. Let's go! FanDuel has more ways to bet on players so you can make your hunches happen. Right now, new customers bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets if you win. Plus, all customers get 3 months of NBA League Pass on us. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
Being the best takes hard work. It takes early mornings, planning, precision, sweat, sacrifice, and teamwork. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in their game. Old Dominion Freight Line, helping the world keep promises.
Today, let's paint with Behr, America's most trusted paint brand.
Wait, we don't have Behr.
Well, with Behr, you can paint a whole room for under $100. How much did you spend?
More.
I thought you said you researched this.
Don't overpay for your next project. Get Behr quality at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
This doesn't make sense.
It does to me, Mom.
You're a smart kid. Why do you want to do this?
I love it. You know that.
Okay, but why this way?
Because I want to take on the world's toughest hackers. And this is where it's done. So, what do you think?
A message from the Sonic Department of Research and Deliciousment.
We topped off the new Sonic Smasher you love with our creamy queso. With hand-smashed patties made to order, it's a cheesy love letter to your taste buds, and they're about to get real emotional. The new Double Sonic Queso Smasher, part of our Smasher lineup.
These trips to Baton Rouge in November have a little bit of everything, don't they? Great crowd, thickness in the air, the anticipation of a big game. Mike's here, real Mike in his habitat, maybe faux Mike on the field with who again?
Governor Jeff Landry.
There you go.
Governor Jeff Landry.
Listen, they used to have the tiger out there that feed him steak and be blood all over the place, trying to intimidate the opponents.
Had a baby Griff.
Go fan cam. It's Secretary who's coaching. Kalen DeVore making his debut in this series. Miss Terry got signed.
Miss Terry. Miss Terry is very popular here, I found out last night.
I haven't found a place yet that she isn't very popular.
Amen.
We want Valentine's have been replaced, but we want Vandy. So many night games, a little troll at Lane Kiffin.
That's not going to watch them.
Oh, there you go. Product placement, always important. Olivia Paul will be here. Our celebrity guest pickers. We have this feel of an elimination game. It's huge, and Ole Miss has got the same. Lane Kiffin 1-11 against AP top 5 teams. Ole Miss has trailed for just 20 minutes and 1 second all season. Only undefeated Army and Indiana have trailed for less time, but they've trailed at the end twice. So here's the situation for Ole Miss. It's beat Georgia today, or everybody's going to say, same old Ole Miss. They'll start chanting overrated. They figure the Rebels, they'll troll you on X. They'll come up short in the big game. I mean, think about Jackson Dart. He got all this grief for dressing up as Lloyd Christmas, going out on the square at Halloween in Oxford. They said he's not serious about the game. Well, all he did was respond by doing something no SEC quarterback's ever done. Throw for more than 500 yards, 6 touchdowns, no picks against Arkansas. So you're telling me there's a chance against Georgia and it might be dumb or dumber to dismiss the Rebels shot?
Oh, baby, we're seeing the arm strength from Jackson Dart.
Dart has a special type of drive about him. He got like an edge to him. He's just a guy who loves football.
I think I play the position of quarterback a little bit differently than a lot of people nowadays. I feel like I'm the biggest competitor out there and do whatever it takes to win.
Downfield again, got a man behind the secondary, touchdown!
They're a fast offense, you know, they get set very quick.
They're just extremely explosive. You got to play well in the secondary. They're going to throw the ball up in the air, and you got to make plays on it. We got to do a good job of mixing it up.
Playing teams like Georgia, man, you got to fight grit with grit. This is a very physical team that we're going against, but we're physical as well.
These guys are challenging on defense. They got all NFL players, really long, really fast. Kirby's one of the best designers of defense in the history of football.
For an offense and a defensive matchup, there's going to be a lot of excitement.
Old Dominion presents Best in the Game. Old Dominion Freight Lines, helping the world keep promises. Nation's #1 LTL character. I heard a man say that one time. Since October, you look at how the Georgia defense has performed, and Jackson Dart has been outstanding as well, but he's gotten hit a lot. See if Georgia's defense can handle that. But, boy, they really motivated by the way Georgia manhandled them on both sides last year.
Yeah, certainly going to have to shore that up. But I think the big conversation is this Jackson Dart. Going into the season, you're talking about potential top 3 pick in the NFL draft, Heisman combo, explosive offense. Last week against Arkansas, after the Halloween conversation, he went absolutely bananas. It was fun to watch a Lane Kiffin offense do their thing. It was fun to watch Jackson do his thing. We got some film that we need to go ahead and check out here, actually. First one, you're talking about some great protection from the boys up front. Allow him to go from 1 to 2 to 3. Nah, you know what? I'm going to hit 4, actually, with the opened up space there. Clean operation, clean protection, everything come together, and Jackson throws a dart. You see what I did there?
That's
bullseye from Jackson with the Mossy. Now, let's talk about the second one here. Defense comes with a double-A blitz. You know, whenever you have that, you know 6 are coming. You're going to have somebody free. He doesn't panic. He sees pressure in his face. Then he takes it up the middle. and says, I'm out of here. You got your back to me. You're going to be in man coverage because I brought a little bit of pressure. I'm going to make you pay. Jackson Dart played his best ball against Arkansas. This is everything we thought he was going to be. And then the deep ball accuracy is still very much there. They go trips to the left and motion the guy in the backfield. The safeties rock and roll to the other side. And he knows he has one-on-one to the outside. He knows it. This is my guy versus your guy. You got cat coverage? Sweet. I got a cat arm. I dropped that thing. Boom! In a bucket for a touchdown. Wow. They have some explosive plays. They had some mobile plays. They had some good protection. Jackson Dart stayed clean. It was like that Ole Miss offense was everything we thought they were going to be last week against Arkansas. Can they do that against Georgia? We shall see, Coach.
You know, I think Jackson Dart is a great player, no doubt. But he has not had great success when they have to match up against dominating defenses. And, you know, to me, Georgia's front seven may be the best front seven when they get it cranked up of anybody in the country in terms of affecting the quarterback. And if they can affect Jackson Dart, that will affect the big plays that they can make. And Ole Miss is really a big play offense.
Yeah, for me, Coach, going into this game, the storyline is Ole Miss's defense. Of course, you think about Jackson Dart, think about Lane Kiffin, how many points they can score. But I've been impressed with their defense, especially their front seven. They lead the FBS in sacks with 42 sacks, 18 sacks in the last 2 games. And guys, when it comes to tackle for loss, 94 on the season. The closest team to them is Duke with 77. They love to play in the opponent's backfield. Let's see if they can get after Carson Beck.
Yeah, that was a big emphasis. Obviously, made a big investment in that area. We talked about that earlier. Coach, I'm with you. I think we all sit back and look at Pat's tape and really respect what Jackson Dart and this offense is capable of. But I think the whole theme of this game is going to be whether or not Georgia, Glenn Schumann, a defensive coordinator, can come up with different looks to get his guys loose, to create some one-on-one matchups up front. Let's take a look at today's road test presented by Goodyear. And there are 3 different ways that they're going to try to create this pressure. First, it's obvious with the blitz. Like I said, when they bring those linebackers, they create one-on-ones. And Jalen Walker, 11, more than likely on that blitz will get home. The stunt, sometimes they show pressure, but they drop out, and then they just get movement up front. Again, create confusion and get after that offensive line. It's not about Dart. It's about the offensive line affecting them to get the Dart so he can't make those plays downfield. And then at times, they just win up front. Michael Williams or Jalen Walker, he's the spy here, and he cleans it up. So they don't always have to bring pressure and have their corners live on islands. They can also have that delayed blitz. Now, if they don't get home, the biggest fear that Georgia has this year, we saw it earlier at times, is these corners get their eyes in the backfield. And if Dart, who gets the ball downfield as well as anybody, has the time, he's going to be able to make the plays that we all keep talking about, that you just talked about, but it's all about that front and the pressure if they can create it.
Okay, Ole Miss upsets number 3, Georgia.
Wow.
Yeah,
Just stepped right into it.
I'll tell you how to do it. Number 1, the offense of LSU is ranked in the top 10, 13 different categories, including number 1 in passing. 2, their defense leads the nation in 3 categories, including pressure quarterback. Now, 3, most important, Georgia had 52 against them last year, beat them by 35. Enough said. Upset. Ole Miss over Georgia.
Okay.
And Stanford Steve, that was an eloquent platform that Lee Corso laid out for you. He made some compelling points. Has he swayed you?
One word, disagree. Disagree. You guys touched on the Georgia defense. If Ole Miss wants to go with the short game, they tackle so well. And when you hold the ball, I like the matchup of Georgia's defensive line against Ole Miss's line. We're going with the Dogs.
Dogs. Oh, easy pick.
Technical. He's been making a lot of good picks.
Yeah, but easy. Yeah, but
all right, Steve, you still have, we'll get to that last one on the board coming up shortly right there and see what he's got. Stanford Steve's been hot for a while. If you followed along in college football and social media anywhere, maybe if you just drove down the street, we've seen billboards, we've seen signs, all of us have received a number of messages about the loss of Kirk's dog, Ben Herbstreit. And Kirk, we appreciate so much that you were sharing Ben with us over the years.
Yeah.
There's not much that has gotten as much attention on social media than the love for the dog. We've seen it. He's been a great teammate of ours for a while.
It's
Kirk has put together an essay remembering Ben and how much he meant to all of you, certainly meant to him. Here's our tribute to our friend Ben Herbstreit.
Dogs are known as man's best friend. But what do you call a dog that becomes a nation's best friend? You call him Ben. I'll be honest with you, when I first started bringing Ben on the road, it was for me. I needed a travel companion. Hotel rooms can sometimes feel like islands of solitude, and his warm presence became my anchor to home, making my journeys feel less like wandering and more like belonging. When I was working in a hotel room or a broadcast booth or on the college game day set, reaching down and feeling that fur at my feet, it made me feel like I was home. Ben wasn't out here to become a social media star, but he became one just by being himself. The Rose Bowl named him its chief happiness officer, and that's exactly what he did. He made everyone happy, and he did it without even trying. He just wagged that tail or nestled up against strangers like they were family, and that's what they became. On planes, in hotel lobbies, on the beach, in the mountains, it didn't matter if you were a college student, a movie star, a national championship quarterback, or even a state governor. Ben didn't care who you were. Everyone deserved his love. I think we can all learn from that. At a time when everything seems to be aimed at dividing us, our love of football unites us every weekend. What I experienced with Ben was that, and so much more. Dogs' only flaw as a species is they don't live long enough, but the warmth they give us, that never goes away. So neither will Ben. This man's best friend, who became America's best friend.
Fuel your fandom. Enjoy the home field advantage at Fairfield, official partner of the NCAA.
Advil liquid gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels. Also from Advil, Advil Targeted Relief, the only topical with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact and lasts up to 8 hours.
Want to shop Walmart Black Friday deals first? Walmart Plus members get early access to our hottest deals. Join now and get 50% off a 1-year membership. For the deals you desire, join Walmart Plus today and shop Walmart Black Friday deals first.
You know how on Thanksgiving you have to loosen your belt a little? Well, take your pads off. Arby's deep fried turkey is here all month. Arby's, we have the meat.
We were built for Ulrich, to lift him up, because when twisted legs and hurtful stares kept him from reaching his potential, we became his support. Every engine and motor, each hand and mind, focused on fixing his legs and lifting his heart, because we were built for Ulrich.
While you were away, there were some developments. Fortunately, DoorDash can quickly come to your rescue. Your door to more. DoorDash.
Power through the holidays with Energizer Ultimate Lithium, the #1 longest-lasting AA battery.
Do you like it hard or soft? We at Pretzels.com freshly bake hard and soft pretzels. Join over 212,000 happy customers already obsessed with our 45 chef-crafted varieties and treat yourself or a loved one today. Only at Pretzels.com.
What's this?
Athletic Duck signed me to an NIL deal.
An NIL deal?
It's name, injury, and likeness. With a name like Prime, an injury like mine, and a likeness so fine, that's a triple threat.
Couldn't we just tell people Aflac pays cash for expenses not covered by health insurance?
If we want people to understand how Aflac helps close that gap, we got to get you to think bigger, coach.
You got to be kidding.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Aflac is an official sponsor of ESPN College Game Day.
Miss Terry's not going to like this.
Trouble.
Man, that sandwich looks lonely, and that's sad. So let Jimmy John's fix that by adding free chips and a free drink. Turn an 8-inch sandwich or wrap into a combo for free after 2 p.m. Only at Jimmy John's.
As the sun takes its place in the eastern sky, it is Saturday morning in Death Valley. And we're coming.
Live Tiger back on the sideline. What does that Tiger sound like whenever it rolls, Coach? Nailed it.
This is the best place for a game in America. They know it. It's because of the people.
Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, ready for every challenge. Road game may bring. Goodyear is more driven. There are few road tests more challenging than the one presented here in Baton Rouge. Oh, we got a Tiger. We got Mike crowd surfing.
Mike has brought the energy all morning, I must say.
Been right up there with the duck. I know that might be blasphemous to our friend Lee Corso.
And it's got to be 1,000 degrees in that suit.
Oh,
1,000.
You know it. It's going to be hot. This Big 12 race is a jumbled mess. Texas Tech helped that by beating Iowa State last week. Now Colorado in the middle. It's one conference loss.
Yeah, you got the Buffs quarterback, Shedeur Sanders, man. He's having a fantastic season. He's precise with his reads, very accurate. Of course, Travis Hunter, outstanding two-way player on offense and defense. Heisman favorite right now. You got Tech's quarterback, though. Guys aren't talking about Baron Morton, one of the best passers in the league, and then Todd Brooks, second in conference in rushing yards.
That dude made some big plays down the stretch to beat Iowa State last week. The Holy War in Salt Lake for the first time since 2018. Kyle Whittingham trying to spoil things for his alma mater. You know what? BYU won the championship in '84. Old Robbie Bosco had to come through against a very average Utah team. It's where Jake Retzlaff finds himself tonight, trying to make sure that the Cougs don't go in there and get upset. Do you know that BYU has not won in front of the mighty Utah student section since 2006?
Oh, good.
Hey, be careful. I know their offense is horrific. It's like at the bottom of the Big 12 all over the place, but this could be a challenge for them. But BYU comes in rolling. That big win over SMU, the resume is strong for them.
Yeah, but I'm going to tell you, this Jake Retzlaff guy, he's a player. He's really a good player. But other than that, their defense plays well. BYU's defense has taken the ball away like 18 times this year, and they're great scoring in the red zone on offense. So they do the little things you have to do to win games, and they've found ways to win games. They've come from behind twice and won games in the last 2 minutes.
And if you talk about this Utah team, the other half of this holy war, obviously coming with Cam Rising, a lot of high expectations. He gets hurt. Now freshman Isaac Wilson is their quarterback. 8 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. Micah Bernard, their running back, is their best player. And they were supposed to be the ones that were going to go on and win this year. Instead, BYU had low expectations. They're the ones going. If you're Utah, in front of that mighty
Utah student section,
you win and beat BYU here and ruin their dreams, that could be a successful year, I think, for the Utah folks up there who have obviously not had as much fun as they thought they were going to.
Totally agree, man. I mean, you sit there and they've lost 4 in a row. They're going to rely on Mekhi Bernard tonight. They've had trouble protecting the quarterback, so we'll see. 96th meeting. They haven't played every year. They're back together as conference rivals for the first time in a while. We're going Aflac here?
Yeah, we're going Aflac. Trivia question, dealing with the Holy War.
Okay.
Marissa's trying to get you guys, which, by the way, who has the most passing yards in a game in a BYU-Utah series history?
Alex Smith.
That's a good guess.
No.
Zach Wilson.
No.
Steve Sarkisian.
Oh,
No.
man.
Jim McMahon.
Jim Robbie Bosco.
No.
Gifford Nielsen.
No.
Not Jim McMahon?
No.
Steve.
Oh, man, that's my team.
1977.
Oh.
Mark Young.
77?
Mark Wilson. Mark Wilson.
There you go.
Wow.
There you go.
Wow,
good.
that thing's
It's crazy,
really good.
bro. It's ridiculous, right? He just caught it like that. Boom.
That thing's really good.
Wow. You know what?
Impressive.
No, I'm not telling that. I'm not telling this story about Mark Wilson. We're against that. Make another pick here.
Yeah, we got a Coach Corso special. Missouri's ranked. Oklahoma's on the road, giving points. Oklahoma is favored. Somebody knows something, Coach. Give me Oklahoma.
Okay.
Really? Wow. Okay.
I like you 20-10 on the year, right? Swinging a hot bat just like the LSU baseball team.
Sure, the Missouri head coach could use some extra motivation.
Yeah, no doubt.
Still got that fake dog. Who cares?
But it's like, we've talked about this Big 12 race right now. BYU is still undefeated. Iowa State has slipped. Colorado doesn't have to play either of them right now. Kansas State suffered a really tough loss to Houston last week. Texas Tech sneaking around the chicken coop, too. A lot of teams in the mix here for this Big 12 race right now, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Colorado, the Texas Tech game, if you really look at their schedule, could be one of the most challenging that they have remaining. Taj Brooks can run the football. Texas Tech coming off a big win. They're confident. Their head coach, Joey McGuire, doing a really good job. I just wondered, Des, after last week's game with Colorado building momentum, I'm worried about Texas Tech defending Shador and those receivers, especially yards after the catch.
Boy. Last season, don't forget, they had problems. Colorado did, blocking up front, especially keeping Shador upright and clean. But they seem to have figured out a combination with their offensive line. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. Now, beginning of season, week 2, they played Nebraska on the road. They have 5 up, but they're only going to bring 4. And watch the nose tackle. He's going to split the double team. And the right guard is just watching Shador take this sack. The following week, Colorado State game, I talked to Pat Sherman, the OC. They mixed up the combination up front. They're going to tackle in twist to the right. Watch these guys pick that up. And now Shador can show you why he's QB1. Far hash, opposite sideline, throws it on the rope. Excellent ball placement. I go from QB1 to Heisman 1. Travis Hunter at the bottom of the screen. He's going to run a slant route. But the defensive back, he's going to try to wall him up. He gives him a jab step. He didn't go. Give him another jab step. Got him. Touchdown. Let me rewind this so you can see it full speed, regular time. Boom, 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 boom. I'm talking about, you understand as a receiver how much patience and quickness it takes to do that. Not once, but twice. It didn't leave the guy. Coach, when he's coached, do not let him inside. And he went to the inside. That was incredible, man.
And it's a guy that's practicing corner half the time, and he still has that kind of technique.
I was so impressed by that play, man.
Yeah, that's great technique. That's not just being a great athlete, right?
Man, patience.
But, Colorado's offense is not one-dimensional anymore. They're running the ball a little better, and they've got 3 really good receivers, 2 other than Travis Hunter, and the quarterback's fantastic. So I think Texas Tech going to have a tough time stopping them.
Fun stat here about this Colorado team. 19 of 25 of the sacks have happened in 3 games. Obviously, 2 times they have lost. It's massive numbers. If they can protect Shador, they can win. Texas Tech hasn't been able to get to the quarterback.
QB1 upright.
Texas Tech defense has been terrible, giving up all kinds of points. They use Travis Hunter in a lot of ways, right? You got to use your playmakers in different ways. Pete Thamel, to just use him as an injury guy, that's underutilizing your talent. This guy's got more connections than anybody. So, Pete, what are your coaching, scouting connections saying about Colorado right now?
Well, Reese, I think the best way that coaches and scouts summed up Colorado to me was they have now both the sizzle and the steak, right? Colorado ended last year on a 6-game losing streak. They're now 6-2. And part of that is because they've upgraded the holistic roster. These aren't just 3-4-star guys that have transferred there. This is more the Indiana methodology of roster building. They took veteran, experienced guys and upgraded both those lines. You heard Nick and Des both mention they really needed to fortify the offensive line. Well, Shador Sanders is getting hit 4 less times a game last year. He was the most hit quarterback in college football last season. And on defense, they have a big 300-pound plugger named Chidozie Nwankwo. He really epitomizes how they've added grit and girth to those lines. So for Colorado, the last thing that coaches really stressed to me, Reese, was they play with a swagger, and that comes from Coach Prime. So you combine that with better talent, better experience, and you've seen this holistic turnaround in the Buffalo's roster.
They're going to have to probably swagger between flying tortillas this weekend. That's what they do in Lubbock. They'll sling them out there to celebrate. A few moments away from Miami and Georgia Tech. DoorDash counting us down to kickoff as Cam Ward not with the Canes last year when they blew the game against the Jackets. Xavier Restrepo, think of most yards, most catches in the history of Miami football.
Reggie Wayne, Andre Johnson,
Michael Irvin,
playmaker. That kid is a baller. It's his favorite target, too.
And Haynes King in uniform. Hey, Georgia Tech scoring less than 10 points a game in the 2 games he's missed.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's the key. And remember, we keep talking about, is Miami going to continue to play in games where they have to outscore people? If Haynes King plays, that could be a story today.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. That game's coming up at the top of the hour. The Tide rolls into Death Valley. Can they continue their dominance here in Louisiana? Been a road series. Is LSU ready to turn that around? And this guy gets people out, home, road, everywhere else. Paul Skeens and Livy Dunn will be our couple guest pickers. This is from Supper Club. I can't wait to get into this.
Yeah, Reese, this is wild. We got a meat board, Pat.
I know what this stuff is.
Tomahawk. Look at that.
You know what? I can do some fruit.
Lamb chops. Wait, Des, look behind you. Look behind you.
Something about this.
Torch it together.
Oh, man, do your thing. Do your thing.
Come on, that's hot. You gotta add toppings. Come on. Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah.
Watch that fire.
I know.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, my goodness. Oh,
That's gorgeous. Am I higher?
This is the best thing on the menu.
That's butter cake.
Butter cake.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Get it.
That is a rib and a half.
Yeah, it's the hell.
That's a dark
Wow.
The butter cake?
Yes, get in there.
Look at that. That looks gorgeous.
Holy cow, man.
I need to see reactions.
See, you got to get the butter cake.
It isn't the holidays without a little magic. Inside, outside, and everywhere in between. Get everything to make your season jolly, delivered at the speed you need. The holidays have arrived at the Home Depot.
Man, that sandwich looks lonely, and that's sad. So let Jimmy John's fix that by adding free chips and a free drink. Turn an 8-inch sandwich or wrap into a combo for free after 2 p.m. Only at Jimmy John's.
I have arrived. We're cooler than cool. We're flyer than fly. And the magic? You know we brought it. Yeah, we came to play.
Today, let's paint with Behr, America's most trusted paint brand.
Wait, we don't have Behr.
Well, with Behr, you can paint a whole room for under $100. How much did you spend?
More?
I thought you said you researched this.
Don't overpay for your next project. Get Behr quality at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
Buffalo Wild Wings, 2 entrees, 2 sides, and 2 drinks for $19.99? Deal that good makes me glad I brought a date.
Wow, B-Dubs Pick 6 for $19.99? You sure know your way to a girl's heart.
Dr. Patel will be administering the anesthesia now, so count back from 5 and we'll see you on the other side.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, let's do this. Gina?
No, I'm still...
Jeez, come on! What is this guy, Wolverine? Sometimes we need to do better.
But she says you can't start until her cross is here.
But we're doing the best we can.
Oh, it's going down?
St. Dennis Medical, Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach!
Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
A message from the Sonic Department of Research and Deliciousment.
We topped off the new Sonic Smasher you love with our creamy queso. With hand-smashed patties made to order, it's a cheesy love letter to your taste buds, and they're about to get real emotional. The new Double Sonic Queso Smasher, part of our Smasher lineup.
I'm Livy Dunn, All-American gymnast and Viore athlete. When you travel and train as much as I do, you find happiness where you are. On the mat or on the sand, movement and comfort are essential. That's why I live in Performance Joggers by Viore. Made from DreamKnit fabric that's made of 89% recycled materials, effortlessly soft and made to move as much as I do. My happiness starts here, in the softest joggers on the planet.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Sensitive types. Take your biggest bite. The new Quip 360. With 3 intensities, great for sensitive teeth and gums. Quip, free your mouth.
We're going to make it good.
Yeah.
I'm always just thrilled for to come back from commercial break to start the show. This is one instance where I wish the commercial break had been longer so we could continue.
That was great food.
Supper Club. My goodness.
Supper Club.
Man,
I don't want to oversell too bad, but that was the greatest food I've ever had in my life.
Brandon Landry, who founded walk-ons, you can see him all over the country now, did this project, high-level dining. It was amazing.
I've known Brandon since he had his original, we all have. Yeah. And to see what he's created, this empire that he's created, now he's got a high-level restaurant.
Walk-ons, I think there's like 240 of them across the country now.
Congrats to Brandon, man. He's crushing it.
Well, after that, you know what just happened? You can't get a table at any walk-ons in the country right now. We just said that.
That was Supper Club there. That was so good. The Nuss Bus is real. We got a bunch of shirtless kids here rocking it as well. Smart kid.
There he is. Hey, it's worth the shot, my man.
Sorry, Mr. Skeens.
I know Mr. Skeens may come high and tight in there if that kid makes a move, you know? Garrett Nussmeier has never seen a throw he doesn't believe he can make. That is because there just aren't many throws that exist that Garrett Nussmeier can't make. LSU offensive coordinator Joe Sloan says that when it comes to understanding the offense, understanding concepts, knowing the coverages he sees, absolutely fantastic, top of the class. But this will be just his 10th start, as we talked about a little earlier. Every now and then, that air of invincibility that he cares about his arm can get him in a little bit of trouble. Avoiding those pratfalls will be big tonight against the Tide.
It's time to cut it loose. You control the moment. This is our house.
This defense is solid and sound everywhere.
You always will want to try to make a team one-dimensional. As much as you focus on the pass, you got to do a good job of making sure that we take care of the run.
I think it's the first time we've seen a defense that has no apparent weaknesses.
Taking the ball away would be huge.
It is intercepted, picked off by Damani Jackson.
Alabama secondary against LSU's wide receivers. That's where this game might be won and lost.
We're the best in the country.
Nussmeier, he does a great job of getting the ball to their playmaker.
Throughout the entire receiver room, guys have just made very clutch plays.
Nussmeier goes back shoulder, touchdown, and LSU wins.
We're just going to have to win our one-on-one battle.
As a competitor, this is what you live for. You're going to see two teams go at it.
You see this year, the Alabama defense, though it has, the overall third down numbers are fine. But in the clutch, some of the bigger games, they've struggled to get off the field with third and fourth down, and LSU has not struggled to stay on the field on third down. That figures to be a really big deal tonight, as is the Alabama secondary trying to match up with the LSU receivers if the Tide can't get a pass rush.
I tell you what, LSU, they got some weapons out there. And it was on display in the Ole Miss game. They were fighting in the fourth quarter, had to get a touchdown to tie it up to in overtime. Let me show you how the weapons came to the surface. Man, that was a hell of a game. Let's start with the tight end, Mason Taylor, son of Jason Taylor, Hall of Fame. He's right there at the top. Now, he's in a slot position right now. Once the motion goes outside, he's going to be matched up with a pretty nifty DB who's 6'1", 185 pounds. What I like about Jason, he's light on his feet. For a guy 6'5", watch how he attacks the technique of the DB just enough so he can cross his face. That was 4th and 6. Big play. Aaron Anderson, about 5'8", 187 pounds. They're going to motion outside him. He's in the slot right now. I love watching this young man play. When they motion him to the outside, Aaron's like, okay, the whole middle of the field is open. He snaps it off. This was the touchdown to send the game into overtime against Ole Miss. And here's the game winner. I spoke to the coaches. They said Kyron Lacey came to the sideline. I said, Coach, give me the one-on-one matchup. I'll end this game. They put him in motion. They got the one-on-one matchup. He's going to run a double move. Watch that double stutter, but then he doesn't commit to the goal because it's a back shoulder throw. He kept the defensive back in front of him for that back shoulder throw. Excellent play, excellent catch. I love the weapons that Nussmeier have. These guys are going to step up big tonight against Alabama.
Certainly, and with Nussmeier and those weapons, I think their run rate is like 130th in the country. You're talking about throwing the ball all over the place. So then you immediately have to ask, can Alabama stop a high-powered passing offense? Well, let's go back to the Mizzou game, shall we? We got some tape here on how this defense was able to rally against a very elite wide receiver. Now, quick alley screen here to the right, but watch how the team has relentless pursuit. Look how many people are around the ball right there. That's buy-in. That's how you've got to stop big-time plays, especially in the pass game. That's supposed to be an extension of the run game. Then, easiest way to affect the passer is to put pressure on the quarterback. Obviously, he has some time to potentially put it into a spot, but the D-line presses the pocket, force him outside. He can't get back to the read, and then what? It's a no play. Could have been a touchdown. Instead, no play because the D-line's able to get there.
34's playing. He's playing well.
Very well. And you're talking about help over the top. You understand that Luther Burton's going to potentially be able to go, just like Lacey would be able to go, and Mason Taylor. They got eyes on the ball, and they got ball hawks in the back. Now, they're able to do that against Mizzou, and they're number 5 in takeaways, 12 on third down, 27th on red zone. So they're good defense, but they're going to have to shut down this passing offense, which is obviously easier said than done.
I don't think there's any question about that, but I think the key to this game is the resiliency that Alabama can show as a team. You know, when we came in here when Tua was playing quarterback, we went right down the field like shit through a tin horn. We get down there in the student section, man, and we get 4 straight false starts that take us right out of field goal range.
Yep.
But the key to the drill was it never affected anybody.
Right.
You know, you hate to get the penalties, but you can't be affected. You know, Alabama was affected at Tennessee when they had snap count problems early. I think it affected them. They cannot get affected by that type of thing and how they play this game. You've got to create momentum to keep the crowd out of the game, and that comes from consistency and playing play in and play out.
You know, you've used that tin horn thing there for a couple of years, and I've always wanted to ask you
what it means, and I can't explain what it means.
No, I think we understand.
It sounds
I think we
great.
understand. I think what you said is that thing's running. I think there's no resistance.
It just goes right through.
Yeah, just like Tua and you guys, right
Is that
down
a
there.
West Virginia saying, or is that a?
I don't think I've ever heard shit through a tin horn.
I don't know why you would put that in a tin horn. That's what has me confused.
I wondered if the tin horn was for that, because he says it. You know. By the way, one thing about the actual game for me, I'll be calling this game tonight.
The actual game?
From the tin horn to the game.
Okay, sweet.
Fowler and I and Holly Rowe call this game tonight on ABC, and we're fired up to be able to present that. Jalen Milroe handling the atmosphere, the operation. Forget the XOs, the operation. Last year under coach, they went to A&M, like 9 false starts. Earlier this year in Knoxville, crowd definitely had a factor early in this game. What can Kalen DeBoer do early in the game with this in that atmosphere to try to not make that be a factor in deciding the outcome?
I don't think they're going to show up tonight. I don't think these people are going to show up tonight. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. That's going to be awesome.
DeBoer's been here before as an assistant at Eastern Michigan. He says it's going to be a little bit different tonight. just a little bit different here. Alabama LSU tonight in prime time. We'll have more here from the players on that game coming up in just a minute. But top of the hour on ABC, Quinn Ewers, Texas against Florida as DoorDash counts us down to kickoff.
Yeah, an opportunity again. I said this earlier. It's not just about Florida. By the way, Florida played really well last week against Georgia and Carson Beck. 3 interceptions. To me today, it's about just getting Sark to just look at this as an opportunity to continue to get better. It'll be a challenge.
You know, I love both these guys. They both did a great job for me. Billy's done an outstanding job at Florida keeping that team together in some real difficult circumstances. Yeah. Sark is one of the best play callers in the country. He does a great job with the offensive team, and I think a great leader and has established a better culture at Texas.
Des, how about this?
DJ Lagway, I'm still curious. He's moving up. I want to see if he's going to actually get out there and play. It may just be playing a little mind game with the opponent. You know?
And if not, Aiden Warner, the transfer from Yale, would get his first career start.
Hey, remember, Lagway's a Texas kid, too.
Yeah.
He desperately wants to play in this game.
Good call.
If he can, he's going to try to. DoorDash, Saturday Super Dogs. Hey, you know what? I'm going to tell you something. There should be some type of investigation into why you guys are getting so many points with Vanderbilt. It's ridiculous.
Like Pat last year with West Virginia.
No, but I mean, why are the odds makers giving them like 42 points every game?
They're very kind.
Got some points. Look at you.
Yeah, I just, if you can't beat them, join them.
All right, let's do a quick run through. LC, who's your super dog today?
My school gets 26.5 for kids by the Virginia.
Oh, boy.
Hail Mary, full of grace. I'm playing for to inspire defense, kick field goals, and shock the world like NIU did earlier this season. Nose upset Irish.
Hey, I tell you, Florida State's coming. I'm going to go with Vandy.
Oh, what a surprise.
Nick Saban's going with Vandy. We're getting 6.5 today against South Carolina.
West Virginia, obviously.
That's got Oklahoma
State
State
to come through there. We are pursuing greatness. Who do we got here?
All right, Reese.
I got Oklahoma State. got Oklahoma State.
I got Oklahoma State.
I'm going Louisiana Monroe against Texas State. I'm staying in the great state of Louisiana. Wheels Up gets our celebrity guest picker here each and every week, and Jeff Sims standing by.
So I'm here with LSU's power couple and national champions in gymnastics and baseball, Livy and Paul. Thank you both so much for being here. Now, Livy, what's it like competing at the highest level with fans like Tiger Nation having your back?
LSU has the best fan base in the country. They are loud, they're rowdy, and they're loyal. So to be able to compete in front of Tiger fans is the biggest blessing in my life.
Heavy on loud, and yes, I agree on the blessing. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. Now, Paul, you guys are celebrity guest pickers. Did you agree on every single one of your picks, or was there a little, question?
Not initially. Looked at some film, studied some teams that we haven't watched in the past necessarily, but got to a consensus, and we're feeling good about our picks.
Well, you got the film room. Well, the guys are ready for you.
We got the film room.
Picks. You got this. Best of luck. Thanks again, y'all.
Thank you.
Get your holidays delivered at the speed you need, only from the Home Depot.
A message from the Sonic Department of Research and Delicious-ment.
We topped off the new Sonic Smasher you love with our creamy queso. With hand-smashed patties made to order, it's a cheesy love letter to your taste buds, and they're about to get real emotional. The new Double Sonic Queso Smasher, part of our Smasher lineup.
Coach Gecko!
Coach G. Laura, Dan, I didn't realize the media would be here.
No, this isn't for work. We're just really big fans.
And we're scouting for our fantasy insurance teams.
Geico has all the top prospects, a 97% satisfaction rating. That's unreal.
Oh my gosh, it's true. True! Smells like insurance.
Suppose Geico does have devoted fans. It's not weird.
Jade, sign my arm.
For savings and service, get more with Geico.
She only signs claims checks.
Meet Ron. Ron eats, sleeps, and breathes hoops. But oh, how he can nail a software solution. You need Ron. Ron needs a retirement plan. Work with Principal so we can help you with a plan that's right for Ron. Let our expertise round out yours.
You destroy me, you destroy yourself.
Unlike you, I keep my promises.
Don't miss the epic return of Yellowstone, premiering tomorrow at 8, only on Paramount Network.
Drawing the most flavor out of something is a nuanced process. And if that doesn't work, deep fry it until it tastes delicious. Arby's, we have the meat.
For those who gaze up at starry skies and ponder the vastness before them, what are you curious about? Find it on CuriosityStream with thousands of documentary films and TV series. Experience breathtaking stories.
We are the most powerful species on this planet.
Amazing discoveries and untold history brought to life. See fascinating science, wildlife, and more. Subscribe now at CuriosityStream.
We know it's possible to build the ultimate place for entertainment.
They raised the bar in a way that no one thought possible.
Can I look like my Snapchat?
This is the critical piece of the puzzle.
This is a game changer. They thought it was a myth.
I wanted to put people on the moon or people on Mars.
It does feel like you're setting foot on another planet.
Just imagine the energy.
He takes the handoff. It's a refurb.
When you can't rely on technology, you can rely on Mountain Cold Refreshment. Dave's back on. Coors Light. Choose chill.
College Game Day is built by the Home Depot. How doers get more done. And in part by Coors Light. Mountain Cold Refreshment. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly.
The celebrity picker standing so far. Miss Terry led the way for much of the season, but all of a sudden, he's trying to hold off, maybe finish in second. That's pretty good. Still a little bit behind Kyle Schwarber, the Phillies slugger. So now we're going to find out today, I guess, if good pitching really beats good hitting now, aren't we? Forbes going 8-1 when
that's good.
He was wearing a batting helmet the entire time he made the picks, too.
I think the batting helmet helped him.
Our pickers this week, the greatest couple for LSU going right now, Livy Dunn, the tremendous gymnast, Paul Skeens, both won national championships at LSU. And now, you know what we've got for you guys? Look at this, Pat. Look what we got.
Oh, come on.
Fly over.
Fly over. Paul. That's air power right there. That's American air power.
I love it. I love it.
Hey, those might have been piloted by Garrett Nussmeier. Air power going tonight. Coors Light Saturday selections. Let's start with Miami and Georgia Tech. And this news coming in. Thamel telling us Haynes King starting for the Yellow Jackets. Who you got?
That was a reminder for me about Veterans Day. My brother was in the Air Force, so special shout out to my brother Jonathan. This game a year ago is a game that derailed Miami's season. I'm going to have to go to Canes, though, because they're not going to stop Cam Ward.
Yeah, I got to go with Miami. I think Miami's offense is a bad matchup for Georgia Tech's defense.
I think Miami wins, but not by more than 8.5.
I think Miami because they have a great offense and they're undefeated.
Nice.
Okay.
I'm
taking Miami. She's taking him.
Smart coach, whatever she says. I'm going with Miami, but I'm with Pat. You said it's going to be a little closer.
Yeah.
If Haynes King plays for 4 quarters, it's a shootout type of game. But give me Miami there.
Oh no.
That number's down to 8.5. It was up to 11. So somebody knew Haynes was starting. Clemson on the road at Virginia Tech.
Clemson's got a 6-game winning streak against the Hokies. It goes to 7 today. I'm going Clemson.
I think Clemson bounces back after a disappointing performance with Louisville last week.
Yeah, I think that Louisville game scared me a little bit. And at the beginning of the season, I love these Hokies. Give me Virginia Tech. Made a big win at home over Clemson.
Yeah, I mean, Enter Sandman is one of the best, traditions in college football. Not as good as calling Baton Rouge. I do think it's going to be Clemson. I know it's at Virginia Tech, but I got Clemson.
All right.
Very good pick. I'm taking what he's picking.
There's been a run for Virginia Tech that when they run onto the field there, Enter Sandman, that's like the highlight of the game there for the local folks. Not today. I'm with Pat. Virginia Tech, I think, upsets Clemson.
Wow. At 3:30 on ESPN. Michigan is 62-10 against Indiana all time. This is a helmet game for the Hoosiers. Can they come through and stay unbeaten?
Listen, Indiana's having a fantastic season. Michigan's not. But there's one thing we always try to do. We try not to have all the emblems at the bottom the same.
No.
So I'm going to take one for the team. I'm a team guy that way.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and pick Michigan just so we don't have all Indiana across the bottom.
That might be worse on social media. Depending on the result.
I got to use I'm a team guy. I'm a team player.
But not so fast. It really is hard to pick Indiana over Michigan based on history and mindset.
62.
But I think Indiana's having one of those years. I'm going to pick Indiana.
First time Indiana has been favored against Michigan since stats started becoming stats. Since they documented, recorded things, Indiana has not been favored over Michigan. How fast did you throw your fastball this year?
I think 102.
On the paint. That's what Signetti does. Give me Indiana, 102 on the tape. Big win for IU over Michigan.
I think I gotta go with Indiana. They're undefeated, so I'm gonna go with them.
Hit me, man, Reese. How many times has Indiana beaten Michigan?
10.
10? Not me. I'm 0-30.
So you're going
Indiana.
It's a graphic. I'm trying to help the
Will
graphic.
Johnson's not playing today.
I know, I know.
You're still going with Michigan.
Well, I'm just trying to be a team guy.
No, but you're
trying to save the graphic.
But after the game, when this all says eyes, and if Indiana wins, that's not going to look good for you.
Indiana wins. Not only they win, they crush them. They beat Michigan.
Wow. They're having that type of season.
Yeah, I got Indiana.
Really Army should get quarterback Bryson Daly back, but North Texas is by a mile the best offense they've played.
Yeah.
Who wins the game?
I'm going to Army. Like I said, out of Veterans Day, got to go Army.
I'm going with Army. I think when you keep the ball away from the other team like they do, It doesn't matter. And they got a good defense, so I'm Army all the way.
I don't know if those are F-16s, F-18s, whatever they were. I'm happy they're on our side, just like I'm happy the Army is as well. For America, Army beats ass today. Yeah, we love that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an Air Force guy, but today Army is America's team. I got them over North Texas.
All right, there we go. There we go.
Honorable.
Army has its highest ranking in 64 years. Highest ranking they've had in 64 years. Army.
And the quarterback Daly's back, and their defense, because they don't provide a lot of possessions, they've only allowed 11 points a game. So I think that combination of Daly and that defense, they just keep this thing going. Monken's doing a great job.
Everybody's going to be watching this one for some unusual reasons. South Carolina, Vanderbilt.
Yeah, there's a lot to like about Vanderbilt. Clark Lee's doing an outstanding job. Diego Pavia at the quarterback position. They're gritty. But they're also somebody's like super dog. So go Gamecocks. I got South Carolina.
That's what I'm saying.
You know, South Carolina's played a little up and down this year, and they played great at home. And I'll tell you, this Vanderbilt team just keeps surprising everybody. So I'm going with Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt getting points at home is wild to think about, but this South Carolina team, you look at their last month, they've been playing some very, very good ball. This crowd's chanting, "We want Vandy." They've kind of taken the place of Bama. Sorry about it, Nick, but in this entire thing, I'll take South Carolina. Give me the Cox to beat Vandy today. The Cox are going to beat Vandy today.
Ooh, someone once said that Vanderbilt was the easiest place to play in the SEC.
Oh, God.
But not today. I'm going with Vanderbilt.
South Carolina, my coach of the SEC, coach of the year is Coach Reamer. He's a good coach. Coach Reamer. Shane wins in there.
Shane's doing a heck of a job. Can he get his team back after such an emotional win? Kyle Kennard and Dylan Stewart, the guys on the edge of that front from South Carolina. Close game because I picked them as my super dog, but I think Vandy ends up winning close.
You know, Diego Pavia, this just broke this morning, is suing the NCAA for additional eligibility because on behalf of junior college players. Let's go fairly quickly here. Colorado at Texas Tech.
Too much Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. I'm going Buffaloes.
I'm all the way with Colorado. I'm not going against my man anymore this year.
All right, learned your lesson. That's a good coach. You evolve in this entire thing. Texas Tech's defense is not ready for what Shedeur's about to bring. Give me the Colorado Buffaloes.
Yeah, Colorado has some great Heisman candidates, and my NIL buddies go there, so I'm going with Colorado.
Oh, nice. NIL buddies.
Not so fast. Finally, I got you. Not so fast. Colorado. Texas Tech wins in Lubbock. That's why they don't win that game.
Lubbock and Taj Brooks. I'm going with Colorado, Shedeur Sanders, and definitely the receiver. Texas Tech struggled all year to defend the pass.
Oh,
no, you're the only guy.
Yeah, Coach. We appreciate that.
How about BYU, Utah?
I like the way BYU plays. I think, they're a very disciplined team. Don't get a lot of penalties. I'm going BYU. They stay undefeated.
I like BYU. I just think Utah's issues on offense are going to be too much to overcome.
The Holy War is huge, obviously, out there in the state of Utah, and they've been quaking all night thinking about this one, and Utah's season hasn't gone the way they wanted it to, and I think that continues today. I think BYU goes in there and is dancing all over the place.
I agree. I think BYU, like you said, the Holy War. I didn't know it was called that until I did my homework. Before these picks, I did a lot of homework. So,
hell yes.
But I got BYU.
I'm going with him. He did his homework. I'm going with BYU too.
I'm going with the Utah team that started the year 4-0. They've lost 4 in a row. They're 4-4. They can save their season. This is what college football is all about. Rivalry type of game, saving your season. Utah at home.
Yeah.
Pulls off the upset.
Oh, is this the first homework you've done at LSU?
It's been a while.
When you throw 103, A. Georgia and Ole Miss this afternoon.
I tell you what, I think this game is going to come down to Ole Miss's defense. They're going to create some turnovers, and I think that they're going to upset Georgia. I got Lane Kiffin and the boys.
I think this is going to be a really great game and a great matchup, but I think Georgia's defense is going to be able to affect Jackson Dart.
What's that coming down the track? Georgia Bulldogs going into Ole Miss, and to your point, we saw the Jackson Dart highlights last week. Yeah. That front seven, I don't think he's going to let that cook. Give me the Georgia Bulldogs over Ole Miss.
Yeah, I got Georgia. It's the Georgia freaking Bulldogs, so I don't care that it's at Ole Miss. I got Georgia.
Ole Miss upsets Georgia, number 3.
My guy, there you go. Good pick, Coach.
Yeah, I mean, Ole Miss was humiliated last year when they went to Athens, so they're going to be incredibly motivated. I just think what we've learned from Georgia is when they show up and they're questioned or doubted, they play their best. Their defense is the difference in the game today.
And now the game they're all waiting for here. We've broken it down every way you can. This rivalry is a bus-rocking, bird-flipping, hat-eating, grass-make-their-ass quit jambalaya of passion on a Saturday night in Death Valley with Alabama and LSU.
Great rivals playing in November in a game that means a lot.
Great teams facing off against each other with great emotion on both sides.
I chose to do this. I chose to be violent. I'm a modern-day warrior, built to last.
I think a lot's at stake. A berth in the college football playoff, bragging rights.
Everything we're playing for, we know this one's going to be on another level.
Who doesn't want to come to LSU for this game right here? I could go right now. I'm ready right now.
Alabama versus LSU with the season on the line. It really doesn't get any bigger than that.
As another LSU coach once said, it's the time for the LSU Tigers to go to war and win the game.
I tell you what, I spoke to several players from both teams who used to play there, like Mark Ingram from Alabama. He said, Roll Tide, they're going to take care of LSU in Baton Rouge. But then I got on the phone with Jaden Daniels, and Jaden said the 2022 game was his favorite college football game when they beat Alabama. Go Tigers, I'm going LSU.
Well, this is the most difficult thing for me because getting a very welcome homecoming back here in LSU, having won a championship at LSU. But the biggest difference for me is I can't really get root against all the players that we recruited that are still playing for Alabama. So I got to go with Alabama.
I'm sandwiched here between 3 LSU national champions, and you know, I love that Roll Tide community up there in Alabama. They've been very kind to me.